Every plan has a cost. And now the bill is coming due. Harry's no longer just preparing. He's adjusting, reacting, and taking ownership in ways no one expected. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today we continue a Marauder's Plan by Catsarecool with Part 8, diving deeper into this brilliant reimagining of a Harry Potter who grows up smart, supported, and just a bit dangerous to the status quo. Disclaimer: this is a non-commercial, fan-created audiobook based on the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling. Full credit for this fanfiction goes to Catsarecool, and this project exists to honor the power of fan storytelling. In this section, we begin to see cracks forming, both in Hogwarts systems and in the emotional armor of those closest to Harry. Strategies evolve, allies shift, and for the first time, even Harry begins to question how much control he truly has. If you're loving this deeper, more deliberate retelling, be sure to subscribe, become a Grimoire Guardian, or join the Wizard Army to support more audiobook content like this. Let's begin a Marauder's Plan, Part 8. Ensuring Pronglet Survives, Chapter 1. Part 8. Ensuring Pronglet Survives. The dating is more dangerous than Dragon's Prank. The spirit of the Goblet transformed in front of their eyes, her essence changing from an old woman to a young girl. Such was the renewal prompted by her binding with Harry. She let go of him and shifted into flames, pouring back into the goblet. Sirius didn't watch. He was too busy, jumping forward just in time to catch Harry before he hit the floor. It was becoming too much of a regular occurrence. Sirius thought wildly as he cradled Harry against him and felt for a pulse. It beat out a pattern under his fingers. He breathed out in relief, ignoring the rest of the room and the pounding on the door of the antechamber. Remus crouched down beside him, waving his wand to assess the damage. His hands are burned. Sirius's eyes were drawn to them. He swallowed hard at the sight of Harry's beautiful hands, curled in on themselves, red raw. Snape was suddenly on the other side of Harry. "I can perform a mild healing spell for the burns with your permission." "I will perform any healing, Professor Snape." Dr. Jordan suddenly appeared, and Sirius, belated, realized the door must have opened, allowing others entry. She pushed Remus aside, as Poppy did the same to Snape. Jordan's wand weaved authoritatively over Harry, filling Sirius with confidence. "We need to get him to the infirmary," Jordan stated briskly, conjuring a stretcher. "I'll carry him." Sirius adjusted his hold very carefully in anticipation of picking Harry up. Jordan slapped Remus's wand away as he made to do a featherlight charm. "No magic. This is why I conjured the stretcher. Sirius, be sensible, and for Harry's sake use it. It'll be quicker, so we can start treatment sooner." Sirius hefted Harry into his arms, but resisted his desire not to let go of his son, and transferred him as Jordan had instructed to the stretcher. He had to do what was best for Harry. "Thank you." Jordan took control of the stretcher with her wand. It floated out of the door and beyond, where Dumbledore was discussing the unmasking of Crouch Jr. as their mystery rogue with Moody and Amelia. Sirius ignored them and kept pace with the healers. Minerva fell into step behind him, as did Remus. The corridors were thankfully empty. The students nowhere in sight, which was something Sirius knew Harry would be thankful for when he woke up. Jordan hurried down another flight of stairs, Poppy bustling along beside her. Another corridor and another, and they were suddenly there, the doors of the infirmary in front of them. They headed straight through the main ward to a private room, and Harry was transferred manually from the stretcher to a bed. Poppy and Jordan began stripping Harry of his clothes without using magic, and Sirius's concern rose even as he moved to help them, quickly getting him down to his boxers. Jordan motioned for them to stand back. Green healing energy poured from her wand over Harry's body. "His core is unstable thanks to the binding." Sirius, Do you remember that Harry's core healed of its childhood binding, but there was some scarring that Nashi wasn't able to prevent or mitigate? Yes, Sirius nodded. I remember. The new binding is irritating the scars along his core, and his core is unhappy for the want of a better word. I'm wrapping it in healing energy, like Nashi did in the summer. Jordan explained as she continued to work. I may need to consult with Nashi to understand what this binding is going to do to his power and his control of it. Anything you need to do, just do it. Sirius managed to croak out. Okay, Jordan said. On the minor side, Harry's hands are burned but easily fixed once I've got his core wrapped up like a mummy. He's also suffering from severe magical exhaustion. I don't expect him to wake up until tomorrow night at the earliest. Sirius breathed a little easier. He was going to be fine. When can I take him home? Because he wanted Harry home, where Sirius could hide him away from the rest of the world and keep him safe. Sirius, Minerva murmured warily, presumably anticipating his decision. Jordan didn't look at him. I want to keep him overnight, assess his core tomorrow. If his core is not unhappy, then I'll allow him to recuperate at home with the understanding that Poppy and I will pay regular visits. I can live with that. Sirius said. Wouldn't it be better for him to remain here? Asked Minerva pointedly. Jordan shook her head. It would be better for Harry to be at home in a familiar bed with people who love him taking care of him. It's medically proven to have a beneficial effect. However, he won't be moved until I'm certain his core won't object to magical transportation. She stepped back. Poppy, if you can take over, do his hands and get him settled. Of course, Dr. Jordan. Poppy said briskly, moving into position, a jar of ointment flying towards her from the potion stores. Jordan rolled her neck tiredly. He's all bandaged up now. She reached out to Sirius. You can stay here. I'll get another bed put in the room for you. Sirius nodded, more thankful than ever that he and Harry had gone to the Valley Clinic, that Helen had taken up the opportunity at Hogwarts and understood his need to be with Harry. She glanced at Remus and Minerva. You can both stay or visit if you wish. But I don't want students in here. Any immature magic could destabilize the healing energy, which would be very bad for his core right now. Minerva nodded. Thank you. All students were ordered to the common rooms after the Goblet selected the champions. Once Poppy is done, I'll update his friends. I'm going to go talk to Nashi. Jordan left swiftly. Sirius walked over to the free side of the bed and conjured a chair to sit down. He watched as Poppy competently smothered Harry's hands in ointment and wrapped them in bandages as she set the monitoring and body maintenance spells that would ensure Harry's bodily functions would be immediately taken care of without any intrusive interaction for as long as he slept. She covered him in a blanket and got him comfortable. She gave Sirius an encouraging nod when she was done. He's a strong boy, Sirius. Poppy said, He'll come through this. Thank you, Poppy. Sirius said, reaching out to hold Harry's arm. He waited until she was out of the room. Dobby, the house elf popped in, saw Harry and his overlarge eyes filled with tears and distress immediately. Harry Potter is injured. Healing. Sirius said succinctly, Get Harry's things from Gryffindor Tower and take them to Griffin House. We'll be coming home tomorrow. Get everything ready. Yes, Harry Potter's Patty, sir. Dobby popped away again. Minerva gave a sigh. I should get to Gryffindor Tower before Dobby creates panic. She regarded him compassionately. You're not intending for Harry to return, are you? Would you? Sirius asked brusquely. I'll leave Remus to argue about it with you. She sniffed and marched out. Sirius cocked his head in Remus's direction. Are you planning to argue me out of going ahead with Plan A again? Remus conjured a second chair and sank into it. He rubbed his forehead. No, he admitted, Wrapping Harry in cotton wool and hiding him away from the rest of the world seems imminently preferable to me right at this moment. Oh, bugger. We need to contain what was seen. Sirius said, his mind starting to process and assimilate everything that had happened. Now it wasn't preoccupied with Harry's survival. Remus, I'll see to it. Remus left without another word, the conjured chair disintegrating in his wake. Sirius kept his hand around Harry's arm and scanned the pale face. I am so very proud of you, Harry, and what you did today. You have no idea. And I know this, being in the tournament, isn't ideal and pretty much what we were trying to avoid, but you're not alone, and we will beat the son of a bitch. He may put you through 9 months of trials, but he still has to get you for the ritual, and that part one fully intend to screw with. A gentle cough at the doorway had Sirius immediately turning to assess the threat. Albus's eyes fell on Harry. How is he? He's magically exhausted. His hands are burned, but they're healing now, and the goblet binding is chafing against the scar tissue your binding left behind on his core. Sirius said harshly before taking a calming breath, and reminding himself it wasn't Albus's fault that Harry had been entered into the tournament. He'll recover. Albus moved into the room and shut the door behind him. He glided up to the other side of the bed. There are many things I would change, Sirius, if I had the chance to do it over. Albus said softly, at the end of Harry's first year, when I realized Voldemort's ruse and returned, when I found Harry unconscious and exhausted and dying in front of the shattered mirror of Eriste, I hated myself in that moment in a manner that I have only once felt before when my sister died. He said, I watched over him in the infirmary, and I swore I would protect him from Voldemort as much as I could for as long as I could. You brought home my failures in that regard this summer. I pledged to do better, and yet here we are once more. What happened at the end of Harry's first year, that was your fault. Sirius sighed heavily. This isn't your fault as much as I want someone to blame. He shook his head. In many ways, I have a greater understanding of the difficulties of the decisions you faced before I assumed Harry's guardianship than I did when I confronted you at the beginning of the summer. It's not easy to make the right decision, to get the balance right between protecting him and letting him live his life. His lips twisted. I still think the decisions you made were wrong, but he understood that they hadn't been made easily. It soothed something of the hurt that learning Albus wasn't infallible, that Albus's decisions had hurt Harry, had inflicted. He motioned vaguely in Albus's direction. This isn't something either of us could have anticipated. If that is your view, then I admit I am confused. Albus said hesitantly, on my way here, my path crossed with Minerva's, and Minnie hinted that I'm taking Harry home, and probably not coming back. Sirius concluded with a sigh. He glanced over at the old wizard. Honestly, Albus, I don't know what I'm going to do. He felt a bubble of hysteria rising and pushed it down ruthlessly. He took a calming breath. All I know right now is that I want Harry home where I can protect him best. I can certainly understand that sentiment. Albus said, not without kindness. But I would caution you not to make the same mistakes I made. For all his time here at Hogwarts has been and is filled with challenge, it does provide him with much happiness. I'm sure Harry will argue the same when he wakes up. Sirius admitted. He sighed and rubbed his forehead, tiredly. I'll not do a formal withdrawal until I've spoken with him, Albus. But apart from my wanting to lock Harry up for the rest of his natural life, his mind supplied, my concern, I'm not sure how this will work now he's bound to participate in the tournament against the Hogwarts champion, and we still have to discuss his schooling in general. He's way ahead on a practical level. He gave a short laugh, which considering what he's about to face is just as well, but he will need an independent lesson structure either way. Albus agreed sagely. You are also correct that we will need to review how the goblet is likely to interpret Harry's position, although I will say that if Harry becomes homeschooled, if the goblet believes that constitutes the light within the initiation parchment, you will be subject to quite limiting rules on how you may help him with the tournament as a professor. Sirius nodded. I'd like a copy of the original spell rules. I will arrange it, Sirius. Albus slid his hands into the sleeves of his orange robe as there was a soft knock, and Amelia entered without waiting for an answer. Sorry, but I'd thought you'd want to know immediately, Amelia said briskly, brushing back a stray hair that had escaped her efficient bun. It looks like Crouch Junior Operat, but the magic in the forest corrupted the trail. The Auror team can't get a lock to trace and follow. She nodded at the bed. How is Harry? He'll be all right, Sirius said succinctly. The Rat Squad and about half of the Auror force should be raiding Crouch's house shortly. Amelia continued. It's more than probable, if that's where they were, that they've moved on, but we have to try. She grimaced. Rufus and I are agreed that the likely switchover must have happened during the week Crouch sent word he had wizard flu. He never had it, Sirius corrected brusquely. Crouch Jr. must have taken his father hostage. Yes. Amelia nodded. And no doubt he's been impersonating his father ever since. I feel so stupid. I should have realized something was amiss in Crouch's behavior, but frankly, I put his oddities since his return from the flu down to having to live with your presence, and the very visible reminder of his making a mistake. Sirius understood. He hadn't thought anything of Crouch's behavior, too caught up in his own anger about the role his former boss had played in sending him to Azkaban without a trial. Why would we suspect Crouch? He was fanatical in pursuing Death Eaters and fighting against Voldemort, and his son was dead. Yet in hindsight, I see every clue that is now apparent that he wasn't Crouch Sr. Amelia sighed. He forgot names, he dodged meetings and responsibilities, he took additional time off sick. He left the World Cup early, obviously to change into the appearance of Auror Hollins. You're not the only one who missed clues, Sirius pointed out. We've known it was someone connected to the Lestranges. We just didn't think it was him since he was, dead. I want to know how he escaped Azkaban and survived. Amelia admitted sharply. Crouch claimed the ashes and had them interred with his wife. Her eyes widened as she made the connection. His wife, who died a mere day after visiting her son. Albus sighed. I fear we have found out the means by which young Bartemius survived. She was devoted to her son. Knowing she was dying, I am certain she would have taken his place eagerly in Azkaban. How he survived doesn't really matter, Sirius pointed out. Finding him now does. He paused, a germ of an idea forming in his head. Creature. Creature popped into the room, and his eyes immediately went to Harry. Dobby informs Creature Master Harry is to come home. Sirius nodded. Tomorrow, when the healer releases him. Creature, the Crouch family is part of the House of Black. There was no primacy, though since the ancient and noble House of Crouch had equal standing, or it had had equal standing at the time, the two houses had been joined by matrimony. Can you find Bartemius Crouch Jr.? He has no black blood, and his elf bond prevents it. Creature replied. Could you find his elf then? Sirius asked. Creature frowned. Creature is uncertain, but Creature can try to find Winky. Lock down Black Manor first, Sirius ordered. Send word to the other house elves to do the same on all Black properties. Entry only for you, me, my heir, the steward, Penny and Dobby. I won't be displeased if you can't find Winky, but try and bring her to me if you manage to secure her. Do you wish her dead or alive? Creature asked. Sirius blinked at Creature's enthusiastic tone and knew if he ordered the house elf to bring Winky back dead, he'd do it with no hesitation. Alive. Creature popped away. Ingenious. Albus praised him warmly. Maybe. Sirius muttered. Let's see if it works. Amelia scratched her forehead. I'd forgotten about the elf. She sighed heavily. Dear Merlin, Juniors had foreknowledge of every security measure we've taken, even if we hadn't confided all the reasons why we were taking them. And poor Percy Weasley has been keeping him informed of all ministry business. Albus sighed heavily. He will be most devastated to know he helped to assist the man who attacked his family. We're going to have to do a full audit of the last 4 months in that department. Amelia grimaced again. I suppose I'll be the one to break the news to Cornelius. I'm sure you'll do a fine job. Albus grimaced and pinched the bridge of his nose. Ah, I had forgotten. We have members of the press sequestered into the charms classroom. I shall have to speak with them. Speak to Cornelius first and get his view about what should be released to the media. Sirius advised. He's much better at spinning a news item than we are. What do you want to say about Harry? Amelia said gently that the person who issued the death threats has succeeded in entering him into the tournament. Sirius had to fight against the lump in his throat to continue. That because he initially resisted being bound, he was injured when he finally acquiesced and is undergoing healing. That I am taking him home and will be debating the repercussions with Albus and other advisors in the near future. Amelia nodded. The vultures should be satisfied with that. She made a face. Can you imagine if they'd been present when the various spirits showed up? Remus went off to make sure nobody talked. Sirius stated tiredly. Bertie was already on it, although I'm certain he'd be grateful for Remus's help. Amelia smiled at Sirius's surprise. You were rather preoccupied with getting Harry to the infirmary, Sirius. Karkaroff is going to be obliviated. Bertie didn't want to risk his keeping any memory of the event since he's a former Death Eater. The others, including the champions, have agreed to take vows to keep the existence of Harry's protectors secret and to only share that Harry was forced into the tournament. We should go and call Cornelius now, Amelia. Albus said. The sooner we speak with him, the sooner we can talk with the press. Will you be all right here alone, Sirius? Amelia asked. Sirius wondered what he must look like to have prompted the question, but he nodded. I'm not alone, Amelia. I have Harry. Yes, you do, she said pointedly and patted his shoulder. Keep that in mind, Sirius. Sirius's hand tightened on Harry's arm as Albus and Amelia hurried out. He welcomed the silence, his mind churning. Bartemius Crouch, Jr. There was no doubt at all in his mind that the Rat Squad would find the Crouch residence abandoned. He believed that they'd find Crouch Sr. dead. With the ruse discovered, there was no way that Voldemort would let him live, no way that Junior would let him live either. He remembered Barty. Handsome, charismatic, and popular. He'd played Quidditch, gained a position as a prefect, if not as a head boy. He'd joined the Auror Academy right out of school with a set of outstandings on his newts, and yet his performance there hadn't indicated any particular prowess. But then, Sirius considered gravely, it was all too possible that Barty hadn't wanted to draw attention. Better to make people think that he'd been academically perfect, but struggled in real life than for people to pick up on how powerful he was. Cunning. The death threats had been Barty, Sirius deduced. Barty had the house elf. She would have followed orders and sent the letter, written the words during the Longbottom party. Sirius was suddenly very angry and regretting his decision to have Creature bring her back alive if he caught her. The elf was bound to follow Barty's orders, he knew that, but she had been a major part of events that had terrorized his son. Still, he'd made the right decision. They needed intel. Whatever the elf revealed would be useful. Not that an elf would reveal much without coercion because of their bonds, but his grandfather had taught him a dark spell that somehow usurped the elf's ownership for a brief time. Maybe it wasn't ethical to use it, but Harry's safety was more important. Which reminded him, Callie, a female house elf popped in wearing a fastidiously clean tea towel embroidered with the crest of the House of Black. Master. She bowed to him. For once, Sirius didn't correct her and urge her into less subservient behavior. Bring me the files on the Lestranges and Bartemius Crouch and his son from the cabinet in my study. She nodded and popped away again. He'd rarely used the information locked away in his grandfather's cabinet. He'd hated how he'd boxed the Malfoys in using the primacy threat to force them into compliance, although it had been necessary, and he had hoped that he wouldn't have to resort to blackmailing or bribing or engaging in dubiously ethical behavior ever again. But knowing his enemy was necessary, Sirius thought determinedly, and Barty Crouch Jr. had been his enemy from the moment he had been marked by Voldemort. He was almost startled when the elf returned with the requested files. Thank you, Callie. Callie's eyes opened in her usual astonishment at being appreciated. She popped away. Sirius looked at the weighty stack of files with foreboding, but he reached for the top one with his free hand. He flipped it open and started reading. Hermione felt a shiver of alarm go through her as she pushed her way through the crowd of students returning to Gryffindor Tower and tried to find Ron or Neville or, even better, Harry. But she wasn't really expecting Harry. Sirius had told her to stay in the tower, that he and Remus were en route to the school. She had gotten up from her place in the common room to go back to the Great Hall anyway a dozen times, and a dozen times talked herself out of disobeying the head of the House of the Black, who was effectively her wizarding guardian, regardless that Andy was the one who sponsored her formally. Her lower lip throbbed with pain, and Hermione was aware that she had bitten it to pieces during the excruciating wait. Finally, she spotted a head of familiar red hair. Ron. Ron's face wasn't encouraging, neither was Neville's as he followed Ron towards her. Where's Harry? Demanded Hermione. They kept him back with the other champions. Ron said disgusted. Did you get hold of Sirius? He's on his way, Professor Lupin too. Hermione bit her lip again, unaware of the slip in how she referred to Remus. Good. Ron rubbed his nose. Bloody incompetence. How could they let someone enter Harry? That's what I'd like to know. Neville said, folding his arms and his chin jutting out defensively. They should have let us guard the goblet. Hermione pushed her hand through her hair. I think I should go and wait with Harry until Sirius gets here. McGonagall's with him. She gave her word she wouldn't leave him. Ron sounded as unhappy as Hermione felt. We tried to stay with him, Neville said, but they weren't having it. He tapped his feet impatiently. I think I'm going to go right to my Gran. As soon as Harry gets back, I can sneak out and send it with Hedwig. Beats hanging around here. Ron confirmed, waving a hand in irritation at the gossiping crowd around him. Lavender materialized in front of Ron, as if by magic, as they moved to the boys' staircase. You're not leaving, are you, Ron? She smiled at him. I thought you were brilliant back there. You and Neville. Parvati said, smiling at Neville. Thanks, but we still had to leave him. Ron muttered, sidestepping them. Hermione was too distracted by her worry for Harry to think about offering Lavender another. I'm sorry he's so dense, but he will get that you like him eventually. Look. She followed the boys up to their dorm room. It seemed natural for her to sit cross-legged on Harry's bed while Ron threw himself on his own, and Neville dragged out his parchment and quill. I don't know what to tell her, Neville admitted. I mean, I assume Sirius will send all the Alliance a message tomorrow anyway. Just tell her that Harry's in the tournament, and we're all standing beside him. Ron suggested without raising his head, his gaze fixed on the top canopy of his bed. Hermione nodded briskly. Ron's right. Just keep it simple. And I'm sure your Gran will like that you've taken the time to write to her, whether Sirius contacts her before you or not. Neville sent a grateful look. Thanks. For a while. They sat in silence together, the only sound the scratch of Neville's quill against the parchment. "I just don't see how it happened." Hermione burst out, unable to keep the thought that had been whizzing through her head silent any longer. Sirius would never have allowed anyone who shouldn't have been near to the goblet to get near to it, and we know that Moody did the same here. So where does that leave us? Ron sat up to stare at her. "So you're saying if everyone who touched the goblet was meant to touch the goblet, then whoever entered Harry was meant to touch the goblet?" Neville concluded. "Who was meant to touch the goblet then?" Ron questioned, excitedly. Hermione shifted position, thinking over what Harry had told her about the goblet's security procedures. "The goblet is kept locked up in the DOM. Director Croaker was scheduled to handle the retrieval overseen by Director Bones. And Sirius, though, so I don't think there was an opportunity to tamper with the goblet then." "So not Croaker or Bones," Ron said, stabbing a finger through the air. "There was a small ceremony where the ministry representatives, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, entered their names as the officials, so the goblet would recognize their authority during the initiation ceremony when the tournament details are entered." Hermione recalled. "But they had the chance to enter Harry's name instead of their own." Ron said. "No," Hermione shook her head. "Only after the initiation ceremony are candidates for champions entered." "So it was probably someone at Hogwarts then," Neville pointed out, "because the initiation ceremony only happened once the goblet got here. Unless—" Hermione grabbed her hair. "Crouch. Crouch was the one to bring the goblet to Hogwarts. What if he performed the initiation ceremony when he was alone with it? He would have plenty of opportunity to enter Harry's name then." "But wouldn't the goblet get confused having two initiation ceremonies?" asked Ron, bewildered. "Well, we don't actually know what the initiation ceremony is," Hermione said. Neville raised his quill. "Gran said it was a fancy name for putting a piece of paper with the agreed dates and tasks in the goblet." "So it would be possible," Hermione said. "Crouch just had to do the latter, bring the goblet here, and then enter Harry's name under the ruse of entering the details of the tournament." She bit her lip. Presumably nobody checked the parchments he was entering, because they all trusted him. "Doesn't it have to be Harry's name in Harry's handwriting, though?" Ron asked. "How would he have that?" "I don't know," Hermione said, "but it makes sense. We should tell someone." Neville scrambled off his bed, almost appending the bottle of ink. Crouch could get away otherwise. "Right." Ron made for the door and stopped, whirling around. "Who do we tell?" Hermione frowned. "We should find a professor. Maybe Professor Flitwick." They'd just turned for the door again when there was a popping sound behind them. Hermione's head whipped around at the familiarity of it. "Dobby!" Her eyes widened hugely as she took in the house elf's frantic packing. "What are you doing?" "Nasty goblet binding hurts Harry Potter," Dobby said, not pausing in his task. "Harry Potter is injured. Harry Potter will be going home tomorrow." "Harry's injured," cried Hermione in alarm. How had that happened? God, she knew it had been a mistake to leave him alone. "But why are you packing all his things?" Ron questioned the elf brusquely. "He'll be coming back here when he's healed, right?" Dobby pulled on his ears. Harry Potter's Patty ordered Dobby to pack all of Harry Potter's things. It wasn't quite an admission of Sirius's intent, but Hermione was smart enough to understand the implication. Sirius intended to keep Harry home after he had healed. And who could blame him? She sat down abruptly on the nearest bed. Neville placed a hand on her shoulder and patted her awkwardly. "Hermione, we still have to tell someone about Crouch. And Sirius is bound to be in the infirmary with Harry." Ron chimed in quickly. "We can talk him out of taking Harry home." Suddenly, Dean entered the dorm at a run. "Guys, McGonagall's downstairs." They all quickly made their way out, running down the staircase and pushing past people standing in the doorway and in the common room until they were in front of their stern-looking head of house. Professor McGonagall stood in front of the portrait and nodded sharply at the sight of Ron, Hermione, and Neville as they stopped, breathless, in front of her. "I assume that's everybody." There was a murmur of agreement. "We have identified who entered Mr. Potter into the tournament, and Aurors are presently trying to apprehend the perpetrator." Professor McGonagall informed them briskly. "Some of you may be aware that the Goblet binds the champions who participate in the tournament into a form of magical contract. And unfortunately, when it did this with Mr. Potter, because of the circumstances and Mr. Potter's resistance, it has led to Mr. Potter being injured. He is currently magically exhausted and will shortly leave to recuperate at his home. Do not attempt to sneak in tonight to see him. Students are currently banned from visiting Mr. Potter in the infirmary, as any immature magic may negatively disturb his healing. Am I understood?" Hermione's heart sank, but she nodded. She wouldn't do anything to harm Harry or put his healing at risk, no matter how much she wanted to see Harry and convince Sirius to let Harry stay at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the room and settled on Ginny, Lydia, and Jessica for a long moment, making Hermione wonder if she knew about the locker room incident. McGonagall drew in a long breath, and her eyes moved on, softening as she took in the faces in front of her. "In all my days in this school, I have never been so proud to be the head of Gryffindor as I was tonight. Your unequivocal support for Mr. Potter, a fellow Gryffindor, was—" She paused, seemingly overcome. "Inspiring." She concluded. 100 points to Gryffindor. She smiled at the cheers and held up her hand. "Curfew begins now for all students for your protection while Aurors are on Hogwarts grounds." She gave a sharp nod and turned to leave. "Professor, may we speak with you quickly?" Neville said immediately. "It's about who put Harry into the tournament. Let's go to your dorm, Mr. Longbottom." Professor McGonagall ushered them through the crowd and up the stairs. She shut the door and erected a privacy bubble. "You wish to speak with me?" "We think it's Crouch," blurted out Ron. He had the only opportunity to interfere with the Goblet before the initiation ceremony. Hermione explained, nervously wringing her hands. Professor McGonagall's expression softened. "We came to a similar conclusion, except we have also determined that the perpetrator is likely to be Bartemius Crouch, Jr. Isn't he dead?" Neville asked, shocked. "Everyone thought so, but the evidence would suggest otherwise," Professor McGonagall said dryly. Hermione shook her head, dismissing the matter of resurrected Death Eaters for the time being as unimportant if everyone already knew who had entered Harry in the tournament. "How's Harry really?" Professor McGonagall gestured for them to sit. They took Neville's bed, Neville sitting on the half-finished letter to his Gran uncaringly. Mr. Potter's protection reacted when the Goblet attempted to bind him to it. Professor McGonagall explained gently. It was likely that the protection may have succeeded in destroying the Goblet and preventing it from taking his life and magic with it. But when he learned that such destruction would endanger the lives and magic of the other champions, Mr. Potter made the decision to be bound regardless. Unfortunately, the delayed nature of the binding reacted badly with his magical core. The activation of his protection has left him exhausted. Dr. Jordan is confident he'll make a full recovery. Blimey. Ron muttered. Dobby took all of Harry's things. Hermione said almost accusingly. Dr. Jordan has indicated Mr. Potter will recover better at home. Professor McGonagall drew herself up smartly. I am certain that Lord Black will make the best decision for Mr. Potter's future once he has had a chance to recover from the immediacy of this evening's events. Hermione nodded slowly at the underlying message that Sirius needed time to process Harry being hurt. Now, I should go and speak with the other houses. Professor McGonagall said briskly, taking down the privacy bubble in anticipation of leaving. Do not stay up too late. They chorused their agreement, and she left. Hermione hated crying, but her eyes stung anyway, and she felt the sob catch in her chest, near to her heart. Harry was hurt and gone, and she couldn't see him. She covered her face with her hands, barely aware that either side of her Neville and Ron shifted uncomfortably in the face of her distress, exchanging looks to discuss silently who should deal with her. Ron awkwardly put an arm around her shoulders. He'll be all right. He's Harry. I know. And she did. Harry would recover and be fine, and probably would return to Hogwarts, but the memory of him holding her hand so tightly during the selection of the champions was vivid in her head. He's going to be annoyed when he wakes up because he was going to ask you out tomorrow. Ron said hesitantly, squirming when she lowered her hands to stare at him. Ron. Neville said, exasperated perhaps with Ron spilling the beans, but Hermione understood that this was Ron's way of cheering her up. Hermione wiped her eyes. I know that too. She managed a small smile as she poked Ron in the ribs. Neither of you are very subtle. Well, then, Ron said flustered. So he's liked you a while. He was just waiting to know about the tournament. Said it wasn't fair to ask you to be his girlfriend if you didn't know whether he was about to be, well... Hermione swiped at her cheeks to brush away more tears. I would have said yes. Ron gave her a too hard squeeze, but Hermione appreciated the thought. I think we all kind of figured you would. Neville said softly. Hermione glanced at him, smiling. If you tell me you had a bet with Blaise about it. Neville shook his head, hurriedly. He said it was a sucker's bet to vote for you, saying anything but yes. And Hermione figured that meant she hadn't been exactly subtle either. Her cheeks heated a touch. What do we do now? Ron asked after they'd stayed silent a long moment. Hermione drew in a breath. We're going to help Harry stay alive and win the tournament. Ron nodded. Right. He frowned. And how are we going to do that? We need to know everything about the tournament for a start, Hermione stated firmly. The likely tasks, all that kind of thing. We can get the Potter Alliance to help. Neville said, there are a dozen families with personal libraries that might have additional information to that in the Hogwarts library. Spells. Ron offered. We should go through the curriculum and make a list of spells Harry hasn't mastered yet, but would have if he was 17. Good suggestion. Hermione said. She rubbed her head, where an ache was building from the stress of the evening. I think I'll have an early night, start on the plan tomorrow. Neville nodded. I'll finish writing to my Gran. He grimaced at the crumpled letter beneath him. Maybe I'll start again. She'll probably appreciate that. Hermione commented. She got up and smoothed down her robes. Ron got to his feet. You don't need to walk me out to the girls' staircase, Ron. Hermione assured him. Yes, she'd been upset, but she was fine. He nodded uncertainly. Good night, you two. Hermione made her escape, grateful for how sweet the boys had been, but desperately wanting to get behind the privacy of her bed curtains to come to terms with the reality of what had happened on her own. She almost ran into Dean and Seamus as she got to the bottom of the stairs, and realized they had been hovering waiting for it to be all right for them to head up, and shot them an apologetic smile before she entered the common room. She didn't linger, but she caught sight of Angelina apparently once again, laying the law down to Ginny, Lydia, and Jessica. She slowed her step. Katie Bell appeared beside her and nudged her onward. Don't worry. The Quidditch team have got this. We're going to stay in the common room and make sure nobody sneaks out to check on Harry. Hermione gave a grateful nod and hurried up the stairs to her dorm. As soon as she entered, Lavender and Parvati got up from Lavender's bed to make their way over to her, and Hermione steeled herself for the usual press of questions and attempt to gossip or, more scarily, discuss Ron's sexy attributes. Instead, both girls simply hugged her. Hermione stiffened for a long moment before allowing herself to relax. Her throat closed up again at their silent comfort. They weren't close by any stretch of the imagination, but their quiet caring touched Hermione. Parvati tugged on Hermione's arm. "Come and sit down." Hermione allowed herself to be led to her bed, and she sighed in relief as she sank to sit on the edge. "Harry's going to be fine," Parvati assured her. "He's Harry." "I know," Hermione said softly. "It's just he can't get a break from it, you know?" Lavender nodded back, surprisingly serious. Hermione smiled at the two of girls. "Thank you both for this." Lavender shook her head. "No need to thank us. I know we're not close, Hermione, but we Parvati and we like to think we're your friends too." Hermione felt incredibly stupid and guilty for thinking less than nice thoughts about Lavender and Parvati's gossiping, and less than studious behavior. Maybe she should make more of an effort to be friendly rather than just always dismissing them. "Of course we're friends." They smiled at her again. Parvati suddenly brushed a hand over Hermione's hair. "You have such great hair. It's so thick, and the color is fab." Hermione blinked at her. "It's pretty untamable, though. Yours always looks perfect." "We could do yours for you, if you'd like," offered Lavender. "Maybe," Hermione motioned with a vague hand wave, "maybe the day Harry comes back to school?" And she blushed as they both clapped their hands together in glee. Draco immediately made his way to greet Professor McGonagall as she entered the Slytherin common room. It was a rare occurrence for the head of Gryffindor to set foot in the dungeons, never mind the Slytherin heart of it. "Professor McGonagall, how is my cousin?" Draco asked, knowing the appearance of being concerned about Harry was critical, and tried to ignore the tug of unacknowledged, genuine concern for Potter deep down in his psyche. In a moment, Mr. Malfoy, she rapped her wand against the wall. "Everyone, if you could gather round, I won't keep you long." The Slytherins were quick to move into position, each wanting to know what was going on. Aurors are on the grounds attempting to apprehend the individual responsible for placing Mr. Potter's name in the goblet. McGonagall said briskly, "Your curfew has been brought forward and begins immediately for all students for your protection. Please do not attempt to wander around the school." "And the status of my cousin?" Draco prompted again. She looked vaguely uncomfortable. Mr. Potter attempted to resist the goblet binding him to the tournament. "He was injured. He is in the infirmary overnight for observation, and will return home tomorrow to fully recover." "He felt the binding?" Marcus Flint growled. Draco repressed the urge to roll his eyes at the Slytherin captain. "But only the most powerful wizards." Philip Adams blanched and shut up. McGonagall held up her hand. "I suggest you all stay away from the infirmary should you be tempted to leave the dungeons. Lord Black is with Mr. Potter, and is likely to cast first and ask questions later." She adjusted her stance, something giving in her expression. "I realize that many of your families have a very different political view from Lord Potter." The change in designation for Potter brought complete silence to the gathered Slytherins. "It cannot have been easy for some of you to make the decision to stand with the rest of the school in support of him this evening, especially given our traditional house rivalry." Her lips twitched. "I commend your bravery." Ouch, Draco thought with admiration at her Gryffindorish praise. 100 points to Slytherin. McGonagall said crisply, and left before Slytherin could do more than blink at her in shock. Chatter broke out immediately. The head of Gryffindor had just awarded Slytherin 100 points. Flint straightened, silencing the room once more, and pinned Draco with a frank stare. "Let's not kid ourselves. Most of us stood because not to stand when the press was watching would be the height of stupidity. But just how powerful is Potter? Draco raised an elegant eyebrow, refusing to be intimidated, and knowing that his reply was important to his own standing in a way that he had never before appreciated. Powerful enough that the House of Malfoy welcomes the return of a resurgent House of Black, and is happy to be under its protection. Slowly, he flicked some imaginary linen off his robes. It's not just Potter, though. Did you know that Lord Black killed 18 Death Eaters during his time as a hit wizard? There was an uneasy, low murmur that rippled over the students. Why do you think the houses of Nott, Wilkes, Gibbon, and Selwyn have sought a détente? Draco waved a hand at Theo, who simply smiled enigmatically. They don't want their heirs killed when Black hunts down anyone who threatens ours, and he will hunt them down. He flicked his wrist as he adjusted his cuffs. Potter and I may not have the best history, but Malfoys will always choose the winning side. He motioned at Flint. You may have stood this evening because it was politically expedient. I stood because I fully intend to support Potter as he wins this tournament and defeats the bastard who thinks it'll kill him. There are rumors, Malfoy. Flint barked. Rumors that the Dark Lord is rising again, and the death threats are at his instigation. Draco let his gaze travel around the room. Longbottom was right this evening. The House of Potter will consider itself at war, and by extension, so will the House of Black. Regardless of my previous point that Lord Black is fully capable of killing anyone who would stand against Potter, personally I'd rather stand with Potter than beside a son of a muggle proclaiming to be a Dark Lord fit to rule us all just because he's all that's left of the Slytherin line and has delusions of grandeur. He felt a thrill at the number of shocked faces looking back at him. A son of a muggle. Millicent Bulstrode's nostrils flared. You lie. Look up the genealogy of Thomas Marvolo Riddle. Draco said firmly and dismissed her with an impatient hand wave. Perhaps it's time everyone considers that Potter defeated the Dark Lord when he was a baby. He defeated Quirrell, who was possessed by the Dark Lord when he was 11. He killed a 60-foot basilisk at 12. He has a fully formed Patronus at 13. And wasn't that an embarrassing memory of him being chased down by said Patronus when he pretended to be a Dementor? Who knows what he's capable of doing now? Did you know that Potter talks to our house family magic totem, a silver cobra? It loves him. He was pleased to see how unnerved most of them were as he turned for the stairs. The Slytherin dorm was quiet, and he sank onto his bed in relief. Nott entered first. Sabini's observing. I'm in the service to the House of Potter, so I'm not considered trustworthy. Nobody was going to say anything worthwhile if I stayed. Draco nodded. You have a theory on who entered him into the tournament. So do you. Nott said. Had to be someone with opportunity based on Moody's lessons, so it was someone who nobody considered to be a threat, and therefore was allowed near to the goblet. My thoughts exactly. Draco said. He wondered about Karkaroff, knowing the man's history. The initiation ceremony dictates when candidates can be entered, so it had to be some time after that. Not continued, or within the ceremony itself. That means it was either Crouch, Bagman, Karkaroff, Maxime, or Dumbledore. Moody observed only, I think, so someone would have noticed if he threw in a name. Bagman is an idiot with gambling debts with goblins, but he doesn't have any other motive. Not mused, and presumably the identity checks would have turned up something if it wasn't actually Bagman. Maxime has no motive, Karkaroff does. Didn't Crouch do their identity checks just on arrival, and then they have diplomatic dispensation? Draco mused out loud. It would mean that Karkaroff would have been replaced between arrival and the ceremony. Nott pointed out, with Moody's patrols and security measures, how likely is that? You have another candidate. Nott shrugged. Crouch had the most opportunity, and he has a grudge against Lord Black. Draco nodded. I guess we'll see when they release the identity of whoever it is to the public. I'll talk to Longbottom tomorrow. Not said. There's no way that somebody in Potter's inner group won't know. What do you think it'll play out? Draco waved towards the door. I find it amusing that most of their parents haven't informed them about the identity of the Dark Lord. Not admitted, but it'll sway the majority of them, especially once Bulstrode finishes her research and informs everyone of the truth. He looked at Draco contemplatively. Your comments about Potter's potential and his power were well judged. It may help sway others. Some won't have a choice either way. Draco nodded. What do you think the rest of the school will do? The Potter Alliance is going to snap tightly around Potter, that's for sure. Not said dryly. As far as Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw go, it depends on how much influence the Alliance members are willing to exert. Hufflepuff has an issue with Diggory since he's also a champion. He's essentially competing against Potter. Diggory isn't a match for Potter. Draco commented. Potter did have incredible magical prowess. His practical skills the entire 2 months they'd been back at Hogwarts were far beyond 4th year level except in potions, and there he had to contend with Snape's biased view of not just Potter but Gryffindors in general. Then you intend to back Potter in the tournament. Draco raised an eyebrow in response, as though the question wasn't worthy of a verbal reply. Not smirked at him. Just checking. He made for his trunk. I should prepare a letter for my father. It was a wise decision. Draco moved to find his own writing supplies. He briefly wondered about Potter injured and in the infirmary, of Lord Black keeping watch over him. Perhaps, Draco mused, in addition to his own parents, a letter to Lord Black informing him of events in the Slytherin common room would also be appreciated. Amelia grimaced as she almost lost her balance operating to Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s home. When the Crouches had lost their Wisengamot seat due to a scandal which was shrouded in secrecy, the old Crouch mansion had been lost in a massive fire. The family had retreated to what had been a residence for holidays for those sworn to service, but an abode never intended to be a family homestead. Lit up with the bright lights of the magical forensics unit, Amelia couldn't help but see the crumbling facade and dirty windows, the air of desperation that called out from every angle. Rufus strode up the garden path towards her. She erected a privacy bubble when he stopped, grim and determined, as he met her eyes. Crouch Sr. is dead, Rufus said bluntly, cutting hex to his jugular. Paralysis hex prevented him from moving. He bled out. Amelia closed her eyes at the confirmation of the death. She'd known intellectually it was likely he would be found dead, but she sighed and focused. Barty had been a hard boss to work with, and a prickly colleague. She regretted his death, but couldn't say she mourned his passing. We found Mickle's body beside him. Rufus said, I don't think they kept her in case of needing more amniotic fluid, but for sport from the looks of her. She died from the killing curse. Forensics say there were 2 different perpetrators given the magical residue. We already know Voldemort is likely traveling with at least Pettigrew, Crouch Jr., Greyback, and Travers. Any of them could have performed the spell, although Greyback would have just broken her neck. Amelia mused out loud. There's some evidence that Voldemort and Pettigrew were in residence in one of the bedrooms. Rufus grimaced. We found traces of the advanced polyjuice in the kitchen. Forensics was going to get it to a lab, see if they can come up with a counter. Good. Amelia was pleased at that. There's no sign of where they've gone. Rufus said, Greyback's pack is a possibility. I'll ask Remus to make some inquiries. Amelia conceded, but from what he has already said about the pack's willingness to follow Greyback in the matter of Voldemort this time around, I don't think we'll find him with the werewolves. If so, I think we can expect to hear the new location via Remus. You think Voldemort has another bolt hole? Rufus asked. They're all Death Eaters. I think all of them had other locations to run to if their positions became untenable for whatever reason, Amelia said, mulling over likelihoods in her head. Travers is too new to the group. I would think Voldemort considers him on probation, so him trusting Travers to organize their next location seems unlikely. Greyback's brawn not brains. Rufus chimed in. Like you said, we'll know soon enough if he is taken up with Greyback's pack, but it seems unlikely. Pettigrew's charged with Voldemort's safety and meeting his needs. He's a possibility. Amelia said, Sirius and Remus would be the best sources of information on his life prior to being a rat. Crouch Jr. is also an option. Rufus pointed out grimly. He's had free run of the wizarding world this last few months without anyone being on the lookout for him. Get the Rat Squad focused on dissecting Junior's entire life up to his incarceration. Amelia said briskly, Severus Snape may have information to offer. He spent some time with the Lestranges, while Junior was involved with Rabaston. Is there a possibility Voldemort himself has somewhere? Rufus asked, other than Little Hangleton? Amelia considered it, and sighed. Perhaps. I'll check with Bertie. It's possible that there are locations he's considered for the treasure hunt that may be relevant to us. What's the official position on this clusterfuck? Rufus said bluntly. A statement has already been released to the press that the person behind the death threats has been identified as Bartemius Crouch Jr. Amelia sighed heavily. That posing as his father, who conspired in his escape from prison, Junior managed to enter Harry Potter into the Triwizard Tournament. Junior is considered armed and dangerous, etc., etc. She grimaced. Cornelius is assigning a special auditor to examine the department to see what Chaos Jr. may have done in his father's place. We're all of the opinion that he couldn't do anything to majorly screw things up, since he didn't want to draw attention to himself, but minor things. Speaking of minor things, Rufus said, I've sent Shacklebolt to the Weasleys to make an assessment of Percy Weasley. It's possible Junior had him under the Imperius. Good idea. Amelia said, but she didn't think it was probable. She motioned at the house. Anything else to report? Not yet. Rufus said. Amelia gazed up at the house again. Take it all apart, brick by brick. I want everything examined. Her lips firmed. We're going to catch these bastards. The bang on the door was almost a relief for Bill as he sat tensely in his parents' living room, sipping a fire whiskey and trying hard to ignore Percy prattling on about the Triwizard Tournament and how important Mr. Crouch was to the whole affair. His father got up and went to answer the door, a small frown on his freckled face as he registered the visitors were Aurors. Yes, Senior Auror Shacklebolt and Auror Tonks, Mr. Weasley. The deep baritone echoed through the burrow. We need to speak to your son, Percival. Bill glanced at a surprised-looking Percy. His mother got to her feet, concern already starting to appear on her homely face. I wonder what this is about. Percy said out loud, giving away his own insecurity as their father ushered the Aurors into the room. Bill recognized the older Auror from his work at the DOM. He took in the sight of a serious-looking Tonks with concern. She had gone to school with Charlie, and he'd renewed his acquaintance with her through the various Black family events. She was usually very bubbly and friendly. Shacklebolt's dark eyes landed on Percy with unerring accuracy. Percival Weasley? Percy stood up. Yes, that's me. If we can speak to you in private, Mr. Weasley? Shacklebolt said formally. I'm sure that's unnecessary. His mother cut in. We're family. It's official business, Mrs. Weasley. Shacklebolt said. Percy frowned at his mother before turning back to the Auror. Perhaps we should go to my room? We'll have privacy there. Tonks, you stay here. Shacklebolt ordered. After you, Mr. Weasley. Bill wanted to protest as the tall Auror followed his brother out of the room. He exchanged a worried look with his father. "This is silly," his mother said brusquely as Bill's father put an arm around her to comfort her. "Can't you tell us anything about what this is about?" She gestured at Tonks. Tonks shifted her weight, a regretful look of awkwardness crossing her features as she shook her head. "Senior or Shacklebolt will explain when he returns." Bill's mind raced with speculation. Shacklebolt wasn't formally part of the Rat Squad, but he was leading the investigation into the pregnant women and was associated with the search to find them, the suspicion it was Pettigrew and an unknown associate behind the abductions. It was likely then that the visit to Percy had something to do with that. But what, Bill mused, rubbing his chin. He ignored his mother offering refreshments to Tonks as he considered the problem. He truly believed that the Aurors couldn't suspect Percy of actually helping to abduct pregnant women. It wasn't just brotherly loyalty, but just an understanding of Percy's own character. But if they were questioning him, then it left three possibilities. Firstly, that Percy wasn't Percy. Bill ran over the conversation from dinner. Percy had been fixated on his work, but he had joined in a discussion about the play about Merlin and the dragons that Bill was going to take Alicia to see, and which Percy had already seen with Penny. He also vaguely recalled a rejoinder that had Percy poking fun at something in Bill's childhood. So, Percy was Percy, not Polyjuice then. Imperious? That was the second option. Bill sent an anxious gaze towards the stairs. He would have noticed if Percy was under an Imperio spell. Wouldn't he? His brother's behavior, his workaholic tendencies, and his adoration of Barty Crouch was irritating, but not prompted by anything other than Percy's own ambition. He was certain of it, but there was a sliver of doubt sliding through his veins that had him avoiding his father's keen gaze. No, Bill considered with more confidence. He was sure he would have spotted something in Percy's demeanor if his brother was being controlled by a spell. All of which left the third option for the Aurors' visit, that they wanted to question Percy about somebody else's behavior, someone in the department, maybe even Crouch. But wasn't Crouch supposed to be at Hogwarts dealing with the Triwizard Tournament? The tournament. The thought smacked into him like a bludgeoning spell. His eyes widened as he realized something must have happened at the tournament and the naming of the champions. Had Harry been named champion? Did they suspect Crouch? He shifted restlessly, wanting desperately to grab his communication mirror so he could talk with Sirius, and knowing that if Harry had been entered, Sirius would be at Hogwarts dealing with the fallout. Maybe there was another way to confirm his suspicions. He cleared his throat and caught Tonks' eye. The tournament. Tonks winced and gave a small nod. Harry was named as a champion. Bill continued. Tonks moved her weight, rocking from one foot to another. I shouldn't say anything else, Bill. That was a yes, then, and they suspected Crouch. Crouch. Bill had never liked the stuffy man, but he had never pinned him for someone who would join up with the likes of Voldemort. But then hadn't his son become a Death Eater in the last war? Maybe that, and the knowledge that he had screwed up any hopes of a political career with his wrongful incarceration of Sirius had caused Crouch to have a mental breakdown. Maybe. Footsteps on the stairs had them all turning expectantly. Percy was pale under his freckles, and their mother immediately moved to his side, glaring at the Auror behind him. Or Shacklebolt. Bill's father said briskly, I can appreciate this is official business, but as Bill has rightly guessed, this has something to do with events at the tournament this evening. Perhaps you can give us an overview? This family is allied with Lord Potter. I can assure you that whatever you tell us will go no further than these four walls. Shacklebolt sent Tonks a chiding look, but nodded slowly. The news will be in the press by morning, so I can tell you this much. Lord Potter was named as a fourth champion by the Goblet of Fire earlier this evening. It was surmised that Bartemius Crouch was the only one with opportunity to interfere with the goblet. However, his body was found in his residence approximately an hour ago. Oh goodness! His mother raised a hand to her mouth in horror. Upon inspection, it's clear that he'd been held hostage for a while, possibly dating back to the notification that he had wizard's flu. Shacklebolt continued, as he passed the identity checks upon return from sick leave. We think the only explanation is that his son, Bartemius Crouch Jr., took his place using polyjuice. But he's dead, his mother exclaimed. Shacklebolt shook his head. We don't know how, but we have found evidence that suggests Crouch was keeping the son locked up in the basement prior to the reversal of who was the hostage. Bill frowned heavily, his mind racing as he worked out the sequence of events. It was Junior at the World Cup. He was the one who attacked the Potter Alliance tent and set ours on fire. His father's mouth dropped open a touch, but snapped shut again, anger replacing the shock on his face. Is that true? We believe so, Shacklebolt said cautiously, but all I can say is that an arrest warrant has been issued for Bartemius Crouch Jr., which includes suspicion of being involved with the events at the World Cup. He's still at large, his mother said anxiously. His father hurried over to wrap an arm around her comfortingly again. Shacklebolt nodded, unhappily. He and his associates escaped. Associates? His father questioned sharply. Pettigrew at the very least, Shacklebolt said, and held up a hand. I really can't tell you anything more. Percy sank into a chair, his gaze a blind glaze of shock. I can't believe it. Thank you for letting us know as much as you have, or Shacklebolt, his father said stiffly. Bill glanced at his parents and gestured towards the front door. Why don't I show you out? He led the Aurors outside, stepping out himself for a moment, closing the door behind him. Is Harry all right? Magical exhaustion, explained Tonks quickly before Shacklebolt could say anything. He'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Sirius has put Black Manor on lockdown, though since the healer said he can take him home to recover. Can't say I blame him. Bill sighed, pushing a hand through his hair. Tonks gave him a sympathetic smile, but turned to Shacklebolt, and a moment later the two Aurors had disapparated. Bill headed back into the house. His mother was bustling in the kitchen, making tea. His father was talking in a low voice to Percy by the fireside. Percy glanced up at Bill and flushed. They were checking to see if I was imperiused. Ah. Bill sat down on the sofa across from his brother. I'm sure it was just a precaution, since you've been in close contact with him. I should have realized that he wasn't Mr. Crouch, Percy said shakily. I mean, he hardly acknowledged me the first few months, but he was so complimentary to me when he came back after the flu, so supportive of my career goals, and I thought he just appreciated all the help and information I'd given him when he was sick. He groaned and dropped his head into his hands. Merlin, I was the one who told him about Harry's party here and the security arrangements at the World Cup. It wasn't your fault, Percy. His father patted Percy's shoulder. Nobody knew it wasn't Crouch. I'm sure Cornelius, Amelia, and Rufus told him additional details or asked for his advice about the cup. You weren't to know. I should have known. Percy's head snapped back up. You were all almost killed, and He lurched out of his seat and stormed out, clattering up the stairs and into his room, the door slamming shut and echoing throughout the burrow. What did you say to him? His mother demanded angrily. Nothing. Bill answered before his father. Percy's doing a fine job of blaming himself. And Bill knew in his position he'd do the same. Percy had effectively been feeding their enemy information that could have killed their family for the past few months unknowingly, yes, but feeding him information all the same. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Poor Percy. His mother cast a look up the stairs. Leave him be, Molly, his father said, sitting down heavily in the vacated chair. He needs some time to come to terms with it. Bill jerked his thumb towards the door. I should head to Hogwarts, and see if Sirius needs anything. His father nodded briskly in agreement. Let him know that he has our support. Anything he needs, anything at all, he just has to ask. He left with a hug from his mother and an admonishment to stay safe. Bill pulled on his leather jacket, and, as soon as he was clear of the burrow, apparat to Hogwarts. Severus knocked back the glass and felt the familiar burn of mellowed alcohol hit the back of his throat as the sharp scent of peat and barley filled his nostrils. He poured himself another glass and knocked that back too as his mind drifted back to the antechamber and Potter's astonishing magic. Lily! Lily! He closed his eyes and placed a hand over his brow as he brought up the memory, the shift of the golden Potter griffin into the familiar lines and form of Lily Potter. She had been a glowing golden spirit. She had been magnificent, untouched by the ravages of time, still beautiful, still stronger in her beliefs than anyone he had ever known. Grief stirred inside of him again, familiar and painful. She hadn't looked in his direction once. The spirit of Lily had been totally focused on her son, on protecting him. The image of her wrapped around her child. Would she have held him the same way if she had lived? Undoubtedly. Would she have ignored Severus if she had lived? Undoubtedly. He was responsible for leading the Dark Lord to target her son, to kill her husband. And the hard truth was that Lily had not lived. She had not lived. If he had only kept the prophecy to himself, if he had only realized sooner the error in judgment he had made in joining the Death Eaters. Severus knocked back another drink. When Black had confronted him with the knowledge that Black knew it had been Severus who had told the Dark Lord the prophecy, Severus had felt sucker-punched. In some ways, he would have preferred Black to have reverted to form and beaten him bloody, rather than being subjected to the look of complete disgust and the harsh, truthful words that had cut like a knife. You are the reason why he doesn't know her, why the only memory of her he has is of her dying to save him. Because hadn't that been the truth that he had avoided recognizing for many years? Yes, it was far easier to blame the boy, the child, for existing, for being born with the power to vanquish Voldemort, and so placing Lily in danger, causing Lily's death because she had died to protect her child. Far easier that, than for Severus to accept the truth that he was at fault, that it was his own want to please a master who cared nothing for him, or any of his followers had ultimately started the chain of events which had led to her death. It was Severus's fault Lily had died. Severus's fault that her son had only a spirit to protect him, and not Lily herself. Black was right about that, and wasn't that galling? He ignored the glass and took a swig from the bottle. He shook his head. Black had also ignored Severus during the events in the antechamber. He had also been focused on Potter to the exclusion of all else. Despite their history, Severus acknowledged that Black was a devoted father. But once again, they had all failed to protect the boy sufficiently. Severus had failed to protect Potter. Again. Why hadn't he understood that his memories had been hidden only because of Crouch Jr.? Why had he assumed the presence of someone else? He had been so stupid. He gave a small growl and took another gulp of alcohol. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. A loud bang on the door to his quarters almost made him drop the bottle. He settled for slamming it onto a nearby table and stalking over to the door. If it was a student, he was going to verbally eviscerate them for being out after curfew. He flung the door open and stared blankly at the sight of a glowering Moody. Why the dickens did you run off? Moody snapped, pushing inside the room before Severus could stop him. Director Croker had enlisted the help of Remus Lupin. Severus said tersely, "My presence was no longer required. It isn't a popularity contest, lad." Moody's magical eye whirled around the room. "Throwing yourself a pity party?" I checked on the students under my care and found the Slytherin common room to be immersed in debate that he had effectively broken up with his entry, and which had no doubt resumed on his exit, and I decided to retire for the night. He breathed in sharply. Why was he explaining himself? Moody sat down abruptly and conjured a glass. You could at least share. Severus was torn between outrage at Moody's presumption and some strange feeling of comradeship. He poured Moody a glass and summoned his own, non-verbally, to pour himself another. He sat down on the sofa. Moody drank his whiskey, stared at the bottle in approval, and placed the glass down with a small thud on the table. It wasn't your fault. My memories, Severus said stiffly. You couldn't have known that the only person within them of interest was Crouch Jr. You still have some to sort through, don't you? Moody pointed out, brusquely, I should have gone to the mind healer, as you suggested. Severus confessed, guilt surging through him and making his stomach roil. If we had known there was no other involved with the Lestranges, we might have concluded that it was a dead end since Junior was dead. Moody huffed. Your subconscious probably knew. That's why you had the dead Death Eaters listed. Severus glared at him. You're not helping. Moody picked up the bottle and poured himself another glass. He swirled the amber liquid around. Senior's dead. His usefulness had come to an end. Severus murmured. The Dark Lord thought nothing of discarding people. They found one of the missing women. Moody noted in a clipped voice that gave away her condition more than a graphic explanation would have done. Severus nodded gravely. Amelia wants copies of your memories on the Lestranges to give to the Aurors. We're trying to see if we can't find where they've run to hide. Moody said bluntly, She shall have them. Severus thought it was the least he could do. Moody nodded. Good. I told her we'll be in first thing, before breakfast. We. Severus's eyebrows rose in faint surprise. We. Moody said firmly. Severus knew he should protest that he would go alone, that he didn't need someone to hold his hand when he was questioned by Aurors, but instead he inclined his head, his dark hair falling forward. I would also appreciate the recommendation for the mind healer you previously suggested. Severus said, It would be beneficial to retrieve the rest of my memories quickly. Moody grunted his agreement, raised his glass, and tipped the alcohol down his throat. He set the glass down and got to his feet. I expect you on guard duty in the infirmary immediately. Severus's eyes widened in alarm. What? 3-hour shifts. You're taking the first one. Moody stated blithely, continuing without any acknowledgement of Severus's outrage. Potter's healing means no students near his room. Some of the little buggers are bound to test that, and Black's as likely to kill them as he is to send them packing. Severus simply stared at him. You'll want a sobering potion before you take your post. Moody said, and limped out. For a long moment, Severus swore roundly at the Dada professor before he accepted that he should take a sobering potion and do his duty. Moody was probably right about Black's frame of mind and the student's likely behavior. 5 minutes later, he left his quarters and walked briskly towards the infirmary. He turned a corner and almost barreled straight into Lupin. The werewolf stepped back to avoid the collision, and Severus's lip curled upward as he registered Lupin's superior reflexes. My apologies, Severus. Lupin said politely, Are you on your way to the infirmary? Professor Moody was insistent that I take a shift to prevent Black killing any of the students. Snape snapped as they both began walking again, unfortunately in the same direction. Lupin smiled sadly. I can't say I blame Moody for his vigilance in the circumstances, and Sirius. He shook his head and focused on Severus instead. Are you all right after? Severus bristled. I am fine. There is no reason for me not to be all right, Lupin. Lupin hummed. The first time the spirits appeared, I spent most of the evening thinking of everything that I wanted to say to Lily and wishing I could have spoken to her just for a moment. Severus stopped abruptly. It's happened before. Yes, Lupin said softly, but the event was deemed need to know, just like this evening. His scarred face took on a chagrined air. I suppose we shouldn't be talking about it, especially as one of us is under a vow. Severus pointed out, beginning to walk again. You're not to talk about it with people who were not present. Lupin rejoined. I was there. Severus considered it for a long moment, but finally his curiosity was too great. He had to ask, was she so focused on Potter the last time? Yes, Lupin said, but that's the nature. He drew them to a halt and provided a privacy charm. Lily cast an ancient spell to protect Harry, one based on Wiccan magic, the old religion, which explains the presence of Morgana, Le Fay. She was a high priestess within the old religion. Severus said. Perhaps, Lupin admitted. Bertie and I believe that at the moment Lily cast the spell, the Potter family magic was called to help power it, and somehow Lily's sacrifice of life and magic became one with the family magic, just as each head of house and heir of house are bound to it. Her spirit was consumed by the family magic, questioned Severus sharply. In a way, Lupin said gently, we believe the family magic recognized her sacrifice and honored her by allowing an imprint of her essence to remain within it. It superpowered the spell. Severus nodded slowly. But her last act was protecting her son. The reason for her being part of the Potter family magic is because she protected her son. Lupin continued. She has only been called forth by Harry when he has been in need of protection. I see. Severus said, trying to keep the sadness out of his voice. He studied Remus for a brief moment. I am grateful for your explanation. He said stiffly, I understand, Severus, and I do remember how close you were to her at school. Remus said, she regretted the loss of your friendship quite keenly. Severus stared at the werewolf in shock. You are not aware. He lifted his hand, briefly. I was responsible for her death. Lupin looked at him sharply. Voldemort struck her with the killing curse. He is the one responsible for her death. Then Black didn't tell you that you were the one who gave Voldemort his reason for being there. Yes, I know about that. And there was the disapproval and dislike he'd been waiting to hear from Lupin since they had begun speaking. I was there when Sirius found out, and I admit that there are days I'd like to hex you for it. But then, Lupin sighed wearily as he pushed a hand through his hair. All of us played a part in the events leading to that night. You think Sirius doesn't blame himself constantly for encouraging James to go with Peter as his secret keeper? Or that I don't blame myself for letting my spying with the Pax interfere with my friendships with James and Sirius to the extent that they mistrusted me and didn't choose me instead? Severus blinked as he absorbed Lupin's words. You made a mistake, a bad one. Lupin said strongly. No matter who it was that the prophecy referred to, you had to know telling Voldemort was giving them a death sentence, and any who stood between them. He drew in a breath. But I figure when you found out it was Lily's child, when Lily died because of the sequence of events you telling him began, I'm sure there's not a day that goes by that you don't blame yourself for her death, Severus. And frankly, I couldn't come up with a better punishment for you than that, you simply having to bear the knowledge of what you have done. Once again, it felt as though he'd been sucker-punched. All the breath left his body. Lupin's words lacked the vitriol of Black's, but perhaps they stung deeper because of that. Lupin dismantled the privacy charm, and they set off again. I sometimes wish Lily and James had gone ahead with the portrait that Charles wanted them to do after the wedding. Lupin said, breaking the silence, as they neared the doors to the infirmary. Why did they refuse? Severus asked idly, at once regretting as Lupin did the lack of a portrait, and yet at the same time wondering if he would have been able to bear it if one had existed. I'm not certain. Remus admitted. I think possibly both of them thought that they were too young. Severus inclined his head. It would have been just like Lily. She had always loved life so much, to have believed that she wouldn't live a long and happy life would have been an anathema to her. Severus was so preoccupied that he unthinkingly followed Lupin into the small private room. He froze just inside the doorway at the sight of Potter, prone on the bed with his hands bandaged. Black was camped out on the far side, surrounded by folders and pieces of parchment, yet one hand remained on Potter's arm, maintaining contact with his son. Severus recalled Lupin's admission that both he and Black suffered guilt about the deaths of the Potters, about the death of their best friend. Severus stared at Black. It would have been easy for Black to have done the same as he, Severus mused, to have buried his own guilt and self-hatred, and blamed the child. But Black had done no such thing. Instead, Black loved the boy fiercely, would gladly have accepted the pain and hurt Potter had suffered as his own, that was evident after the events in the antechamber. He had derided Black's position as Potter's godfather, but perhaps James Potter had been right to give Black the honor. Perhaps James Potter had known that regardless of whatever happened, Black would love his son unconditionally. Severus wondered if he and Lily had remained friends, if he had been Potter's godfather. Black barely looked up as Lupin entered, but he did a double take as he spotted Severus. Black frowned as Lupin conjured up a chair. "How is he?" Lupin asked. "Did Dr. Jordan manage to speak with Nashi?" "His core will be fine," Black said with visible relief. "Nashi thinks it's just the scarring that's made it unhappy. He believes, based on knowledge of the Goblet's interaction with previous champions, that the magical renewal won't affect his power levels." "Good," Lupin said happily. Black's eyes flickered back to Severus, and he was clearly about to demand why Severus was there when Lupin spoke again. "We've been asked to talk with the Aurors about Peter. They think him or Crouch are responsible for deciding where next to hide, so want our insights into Peter." Lupin said, "I believe I've been asked to provide my memories of my time with the Lestranges and Crouch for a similar reason." Severus said, understanding Black's look of distaste at having to talk about Pettigrew. "Moody and I are going tomorrow morning." "Thank you," Black said tersely. "If we can find them." Severus nodded sharply, knowing that if Black found Crouch Jr. or Pettigrew, nothing would stop him from killing them. A knock on the door had them both turning to find Bill Weasley stood in the doorway. "Bill," Black gestured for him to enter. "I take it you heard the news?" Shacklebolt and Tonks turned up to check Percy wasn't imperiused. Weasley explained succinctly. He pointed at Harry. "How is he?" "Exhausted," Black replied. "But he'll live." "How's Percy?" Suddenly regretting how helpful he's been to Crouch Jr. over the last few months. Weasley sighed heavily. "He's very upset about it all." Severus swallowed the harsh retort that jumped to mind. Nobody realized it was him or suspected anything. Black grimaced. "More's the pity." Weasley nodded. "What are these?" He picked up a file. "My grandfather's files on the Lestranges, Crouch Sr. and Crouch Jr." Black stated succinctly. "Maybe there's a clue somewhere in here about where he would have gone." "Dear Merlin," Lupin said, looking at the vast amount of information, "this is going to take us years." "I can help," Weasley offered. Severus hesitated, but plunged ahead anyway. "Perhaps I may also assist you." Black glared at him as though he wanted to refuse, but he motioned with the parchment he held. "Conjure up chairs and pick one." Weasley immediately drew his wand and conjured up a comfortable chair. Severus paused. "I will alarm the corridor first. Moody assigned me guard duty in case there are foolish students who wish to disobey the order not to come to the infirmary. He fully expected the younger Weasleys would turn up sooner or later." Black nodded. Severus hurried to set the alarm and made his way back with a speed which surprised him. He conjured a chair at the foot of Potter's bed and reached for the nearest file, Bellatrix. It bemused him that the late Lord Black had apparently kept files on his own family members. He cast a look at Lupin and Weasley, both absorbed by their own reading, and finally toward Black, wanting to check how his old rival was taking his presents. Black's attention was elsewhere. He was smoothing Potter's hair back with gentle tenderness. Severus swiftly returned his gaze to the file. Ensuring Pronglet Survives. Chapter 2. November 4th, 1994. Harry stared gloomily out at the blurred shape of the back garden of Griffin House, streaks of rain on the windows of his bedroom, turning the view into an abstract watercolor. Hedwig swooped over to him and nuzzled at his bed hair before taking off to her perch. Harry sighed and rested his chin on his upturned hand, propped up by his elbow on the back of the chair. It didn't look as though he'd be able to go flying that day. 3 whole days had passed since he had been entered into the Goblet, and Harry had spent most of it in a healing sleep. He'd woken early on Wednesday morning surprising Sirius, who'd been camped out by his bed. Dr. Jordan had immediately been called and pronounced him recovered from the magical trauma of the goblet binding, the exhaustion from the protection he'd unconsciously summoned against the binding in the first place, and the burns on his hands. He'd still spent the last couple of days grumpily tucked up in bed, weak as the proverbial kitten. Sirius had promised him if he felt better by Friday, he could have some time on his firebolt, but clearly the weather was conspiring against him. He shivered despite his warm flannel pajamas, and believed he could feel the bonds of the goblet tighten around him momentarily. It felt like the world, the universe, was conspiring against him, and not just Voldemort and his cronies. Nobody had found where the Dark Lord and his followers had gone to hide out. There were a lot of theories, but no real clues as to where the group had gone. Most of the theories revolved around Crouch Jr. It had been established that his mother had taken his place in Azkaban, and that it was likely his father had kept him locked up in the basement of their home. The prevailing wisdom suggested that Crouch Jr. might not be quite sane and probably saw Voldemort as a rescuer, a hero, someone to follow above and beyond the mark he had once taken that declared Voldemort his master. And bizarrely, Harry could empathize with that because he loved Sirius in part because he'd rescued him from the Dursleys. Junior has major daddy issues. Sirius had commented when he'd brought Harry up to date. Crouch Jr. had also been Rabaston Lestrange's lover, and it was assumed he was intent on getting revenge for his lover's death, and saw Harry being in the tournament a way to torment Sirius. Harry glowered unhappily at that thought, but Sirius had accepted it calmly enough as a truth. In addition to the daddy issues and the drive for revenge, Crouch Jr. was an unpredictable and formidable opponent. His academic record had been impressive, and Harry couldn't help recall the duel he'd fought with the wizard with chagrin. It was most probable that Crouch had been the one to arrange a bolt hole for the group, and with the abandoned and derelict Lestrange mansion still abandoned and derelict, there was no clear clue as to their location. How did someone guess what an insane person might do? Harry Pettigrew was the other option as the bolt hole arranger, and as Sirius had put it when he'd explained it to Harry, if they're counting on Remus and me knowing where the rat might have bolted to, we're screwed. We did kind of miss the fact that he was the spy, so I'm not sure what kind of insight we can provide beyond we didn't really know him very well at all. What minor information they had been able to provide childhood haunts, his mother's old home and his father's hometown, had revealed nothing new. Remus's contact in the werewolf pack indicated that Fenrir was absent, and the slow trickle of werewolves claiming sanctuary within Remus's pack had begun. The Potter Chateau was currently housing 2 werewolf couples and a young werewolf man by the name of Patrick. None had been involved with any kind of terrorizing activity or violence. They were happy to have the offer of safety and wolfsbane. It was a delicate thing, though, Harry thought. Remus was very obviously uncomfortable being an alpha to their new packmates, and torn by his sense of responsibility toward them and his ongoing responsibilities to Harry and Sirius, especially with the tournament debacle. He'd left for France that morning with a frown on his face and a promise to be back for the weighing of the wands ceremony. The ceremony notionally ensured each wand was examined for cheating charms and was to take place a week on Sunday, a week and a few days ahead of the first task, which would take place on November 24th. Harry was kind of hoping that he would be back at Hogwarts well ahead of the ceremony, but he was all too aware that there was a decision pending, and that Sirius was the one who would make it. Harry sighed. He understood Sirius's immediate decision to bring him home, and Dr. Jordan had stated that being in his own bed had probably helped his healing. And he loved Griffin House. He loved being back in the room Sirius and Remus had picked out for him, and surrounded by memories of his wonderful summer. He loved Dobby's enthusiastic care and fondness. More importantly, he felt safe within the walls of his home, protected by people who he knew loved him beyond measure. It had also been a relief to wake up and realize he didn't have to deal with being Harry Potter, Lord Potter, the boy who lived, unexpected Triwizard Champion, or any other title someone wanted to call him, and could just be Harry. There was a temptation to stay. A really, really big temptation. A part of him wanted to never leave Griffin House, to hide away and ignore the tournament, ignore the threat to his life, and remain wrapped in the comfort of home and his father's constant loving protective presence. He also knew there was a large part of Sirius which was tempted by the same thing, a want to keep Harry hidden away from the rest of the world. It was a temptation he knew others were aware of since Minerva had turned up the day before with Harry's school assignments, and delivered them to him with a challenging look at Sirius, as though daring him to argue that Harry was no longer attending Hogwarts. Everyone knew it would be easy enough for Sirius to arrange tutors and have Harry homeschooled, but Harry wasn't unaware that the reality was that both he and Sirius had responsibilities as Lord Potter and Lord Black, that they had an alliance which was waiting on them to do more than simply acknowledge the fact of what had happened. That they should be coming up with a response to what was, as Neville had declared, the opening salvo in a war. Among the letters he'd received since he'd woken up were missives from friends, allies, and Draco, who seemed to occupy a category all of his own in Harry's head, all detailing the political fallout at Hogwarts. And there was the reality of the tournament itself. Hermione had a plan, which was so very Hermione, and Harry was pleased that there was a plan because he had never really had a plan for anything, and it was one of the constants of his, Hermione and Ron's friendship, that she was their designated planner. On the other hand, Harry's summer had matured him enough to acknowledge that he should be involved with the planning, although admittedly his own attempt at planning for the tournament had stalled on surviving before he'd fallen asleep again, and he felt some slight wariness that he didn't know how to break that to Hermione, especially since he still very much wanted and intended to ask her to be his girlfriend. He sighed heavily. Raining, huh? Harry glanced over his shoulder and found his father just inside the bedroom doorway, leaning on the dresser. Sirius wore Muggle clothing, black denim jeans, and a thick cable-knit jumper in a dark maroon color. His shoulder-length hair was tied back with a strip of black leather. And for the first time since Harry had woken up from his healing, Sirius looked well-rested. Yeah, Harry motioned despondently at the window, turning again to stare at the never-ending precipitation. No flying. How about some hot chocolate and a chat? Then, Sirius offered quietly. Harry's head whipped around to stare at him, hopefully, since Sirius had deflected the topic of Harry's return to Hogwarts at every brief mention, and most sharply when Minerva had visited. I'd like that, Harry said. Get dressed and meet me in the living room. Sirius instructed. I'll organize the drinks. He winked and walked out, closing the door behind him to give Harry some privacy. Harry immediately leapt from the chair and headed for the bathroom. The shower was quick and perfunctory, but it did the job. He pulled on similar clothing to Sirius, jeans, and a green jumper. He was pleased that by the time he made his way downstairs, he was fine and not fatigued. Sirius sat on one end of the couch, cross-legged, his bare feet tucked under him. Harry picked up his mug of chocolate from the coffee table, snagged one of the chocolate chip cookies from the plate, and took the other end, settling himself into a similar position. "Warm enough?" asked Sirius, concerned, his gray eyes sweeping over Harry's damp hair. Harry nodded. The fire in the hearth was low, embers rather than flame, but the room was cozy, and the mug warmed his hands. "So, we have a few topics to discuss," Sirius began, all related and all really boiling down to the question of what do we do now? "Yeah." Harry winced in agreement. Sirius caught Harry's eyes with his. "I said it on the night, but I'll say it again now. I'm very proud of you. The decision you made to accept the binding saved the lives of your fellow champions," and he lifted a hand from his mug to wave it at Harry. "Actually, I think it saved Hogwarts because your protection destroying the goblet might have led to the destruction of the school." Harry blinked. "I hadn't thought of that." Bertie's been fascinated by the whole theoretical argument, as has Albus, Sirius said dryly. "I think they're both planning to write a thesis about it, when we don't have to keep your protection a secret." Harry grinned. "Jointly or separately?" I don't know," Sirius said, amused. "Separately, maybe, since Bertie thinks based on Godric's Hollow and the strengthening of your protection with Morgana's blessing, you would have decimated Hogwarts. Albus says the school wards would have contained the magical explosion to the antechamber, and perhaps worst-case scenario, the Great Hall." "Wow." Harry frowned. "Is that an argument for, or against me going back to Hogwarts?" "Good question." Sirius sipped his mug. "Albus isn't worried you pose a threat to Hogwarts." "Are you?" asked Harry bluntly, because he was himself maybe a tad worried. "No," Sirius said immediately, "not even a little bit. You'd rather tear off your own arm than destroy Hogwarts or hurt innocent people. So I have faith you won't ever let your protection or your powers get away from you for something like that to happen." Sirius's complete faith in him reassured Harry. "So, that's a plus in the going back to Hogwarts column." Harry offered tentatively. Sirius harumphed. "What do you want to do?" Harry took time to consider his answer because what he wanted to do wasn't necessarily the same as what he needed to do, and, frankly, what he wanted to do depended on what aspect of life at Hogwarts he was thinking about at the time. "I'd like to go back to Hogwarts," Harry said eventually. "Reasons?" Sirius prompted. "Well, the first one is that I miss my friends. I want to spend time with them, and—" Harry felt his cheeks heat up, and I was kind of about to ask Hermione out. Sirius smirked and waggled his eyebrows. "Hermione, huh?" Harry blushed, but nodded. "You and your dad." Sirius sighed dramatically, his eyes twinkling. "Complete suckers for the smartest witch of their generation. That should be the Potter's family motto." They smiled at each other. "For what it's worth, I approve," Sirius said solemnly enough that Harry knew he wasn't teasing, "and I hope your relationship goes splendidly." But he held Harry's gaze firmly. "If doesn't, I'm confident that you and Hermione are mature enough to maintain a civil relationship within the House of Black." Harry nodded quickly. "I was going to discuss that with her. I want to make sure we stay friends whatever happens." "Good," Sirius said warmly. "Well," he continued teasingly, "I can see one attraction of going back to Hogwarts. It's not just Hermione." Harry quickly pointed out. "I mean, if I stayed here, I'd miss all my friends. Lessons at home are great, but during the summer I had my friends with me, except for the occasional lesson and Remus would give me on my own. I learn more when I study with others." "Even though you're ahead of your peers?" questioned Sirius. "In data, charms, and transfiguration. Harry agreed, but it's hit and miss on the theory side, and really in everything else I'm about the same. If you do go back to Hogwarts, we'll need to look at your educational needs. Sirius said firmly. Harry shifted. So whether I stay or I go, I'll end up with individual tutoring? You need individual tutoring, Harry, for the practical magic, that's clear. Sirius grimaced. The issue is accelerating your theoretical knowledge enough to match your practical capability, especially given the demands of the tournament. And I will say it's unlikely that we can push too much on that. I don't want you to have to sit OWLs at the end of the year when you'll have the final task and avoiding whatever additional trap Voldemort has set for you to worry about. It made sense, and Harry felt his anxiety that he was going to be fast-tracked ease. In certain subjects, you're also right. You're at the top of your peer group, but consistent with them in knowledge and understanding. Sirius continued. All of which means is that whether you stay or go, you'll need an individualized lesson plan, even if you ultimately remain at the same level in some subjects as your friends. I understand, Harry said. Truthfully, he'd been expecting it. The other good news is theoretically, your new curriculum could maybe be constructed to ensure that you have an equivalent practical skill level of a Newt student, Sirius said with his best innocent expression. So, basically teach him what he needed for the tournament. Hermione has a plan for the tournament. That sounds a lot like that. Harry admitted. Sirius smirked. Have I told you before that Remus was the Marauder's Hermione? He motioned vaguely at him. We'll have to sit down and compare plans. I was thinking I should do some planning myself. Harry said. Let them plan. Sirius advised. Both of them need to feel that they're helping. You should definitely go over their plans, though, and select what you want and what you don't want to do. You're the one in the tournament, and ultimately the decision should be yours. The rules are pretty clear on that. How much help am I allowed for the tournament? Harry asked, curious. According to the original spellwork on the Goblet, your teachers are not allowed to directly help you prepare for the tasks, but they can tutor you in specific spells or provide answers to deepen your theoretical understanding if you request it. Sirius said briskly. They can also provide general advice, such as play to your strengths and other such pep talk classics. The definition of a teacher, though, is someone who is employed by the school you represent within the tournament. But I don't have a school within the tournament. The light thing doesn't exist. Harry said. Sirius grimaced. Exactly, but I think anyone teaching you should err on the side of caution. I might talk with Albus about creating an official document designating anyone teaching you to be considered as faculty of the light. He sighed. It's also why Amelia and the Aurors are taking over the dueling club on Wednesday nights. While Hogwarts don't pay Remus or I don't want any confusion if you do go back, and if you don't, well, I don't want to lose the time I could spend with you. Instead, Harry accepted that with a nod. You are allowed direct help by friends and family to assist you in training, to consider what the likely tasks will be, and to prepare for them. The Goblet considers part of a champion's skill set is to take advice and guidance from others, having the ability to understand what is good advice and guidance, and what isn't. Sirius waved his hand. It gives us some leeway. However, neither Remus nor I can know what the tasks will be, whereas the headmaster can share that information with other teachers should he choose to do so. All your main helpers and you yourself will effectively be blind to what is actually needed. But that's true for all the champions, checked Harry. Sirius nodded, unhappiness written all over his expressive face. Afraid so. At least the playing field is equal in that respect. Harry murmured, back to your reasons. Sirius dragged them back to the actual topic. Love, friendship. He teased gently. Harry did the mature thing and stuck his tongue out at him. It made Sirius laugh, which was a big plus in Harry's eyes. There's also... Harry sighed heavily. Don't I have a responsibility to be there? From an alliance perspective, Neville's on point at the moment, but I'm supposed to be the one leading them, and I should be there. Draco's trying to reach out to the Slytherins, but he needs to show he and I are. He pulled a face, friendly kind of, at least in appearance. Sirius huffed. It's a good point. And don't we run the risk of saying to Voldemort that he scared us, and we're hiding if we stay here? Harry continued, warming to his theme. I mean, public image-wise, shouldn't we both be showing that just because they want to torment us and torture us with the tournament, they can't get to us that way? That they've failed? Sirius hummed and regarded Harry with a fond look. Your mom and dad said something similar about going into hiding with you when you were a baby. Why did they do it then? Wondered Harry out loud. You. Sirius admitted. They were happy to risk themselves, but they would never risk you. And neither would Sirius. That was the message, Harry thought. You were a baby then, Harry. Sirius murmured, as though he had read Harry's mind. Defenseless except for the innate affinity you have with the family magic. They couldn't risk a public defiance. But maybe they could now. Harry searched Sirius's expression for a clue as to which way Sirius was leaning on the decision. Sirius shifted position and nudged Harry's foot with one of his across the expanse of the couch. Any other reason for wanting to go back to Hogwarts? Harry shook his head. It's a good argument, Sirius commented. You covered your personal, political, and strategic reasons for returning very well. But prompted Harry with a hint of cheekiness because he could hear the but in his head. But I also want to know the reasons why you've considered not returning to Hogwarts and why you've elevated the reasons for going above them. Sirius confirmed with a smile. Harry grimaced. He sipped his chocolate and tugged on his sock, realigning the toe section to sit more comfortably. Well, we covered the individual lesson thing, and wanting to be with my friends in lessons, he began hesitantly and raised his gaze to meet Sirius's, but I guess the main reason for not going back that I had was because I can just be Harry here. He lifted a shoulder and tried to convey some of what he had been thinking earlier. I feel safe. And well, you're here. Sirius's expression melted into something painfully wonderful, his love for Harry so blatant that Harry almost felt he could reach out and touch it. Sirius cleared his throat noisily. Well, he cleared his throat again. Well, I'm glad you feel safe here. With me. It's home, Harry said simply and looked down at his chocolate. I never really. Hogwarts was home before when. He made a brief hand gesture meant to convey his past and the Dursleys and how much of a home he hadn't had living with his relatives. But this is home now, and when I'm at Hogwarts I miss it. He missed Sirius, but gently prompted Sirius. It would be easy to hide here. Harry confessed. And I know if I said I wanted to stay, you'd make it happen so the media would think it was a good move, and Voldemort would second-guess whether he'd made the right decision, and the Alliance would think they'd suggested it, but he lifted his gaze and found Sirius waiting. It would be you who did that, and it would be easy to let you, so easy to hide behind Sirius, but I'm not a child anymore. Maybe he conceded before Sirius could speak. I'm not an adult yet either, but I do have responsibilities to the House of Potter, to you and the House of Black, and I didn't understand at the start of the summer, but I do now, and I need to feel like I'm doing my best to fulfill them, that I'm making my parents proud. Making Sirius proud. Sirius moved, reaching over to snag Harry's chocolate and setting it and his own aside. He tugged Harry into a loose sideways hug on the sofa. I know without a shadow of a doubt that your parents are incredibly proud of you, Sirius said eventually. Yeah. Harry fingered the edge of his jumper. Yeah, because I am so proud of you I could literally burst with it, Sirius admitted gruffly. And if I'm proud of you, I know they are too. Harry's grip on Sirius tightened. And since I very clearly remember the pout on your face the first time I mentioned the word politics to you, Sirius continued in a lighter tone, I am delighted that you take it so seriously now. He paused. No serious pun intended. Harry chuckled and shifted, getting comfortable as he leaned up against Sirius's side and leached his warmth. They didn't often cuddle. Hugs, yes, lots of them. Cuddling, not so much. They occasionally ended up resting against each other during movie night, and on one occasion, Harry had fallen asleep on Sirius, but not what they were doing right then, just holding on to each other for comfort. This sense of responsibility you feel not to hide here, Sirius asked quietly, is some of it related to the prophecy? Some of it, Harry allowed. And I know you hate it, but there's no getting away from the fact that Voldemort is determined to make it about him and me, and I don't want him to think he's winning. You're right that I hate it. Sirius grumbled, but he sighed. I guess I can't argue against a sense of responsibility to go back to Hogwarts, trumping the sense of safety you feel here. I wish. Harry hesitated, but plowed on. I wish I could have both. I do know going back isn't going to be easy. There's going to be the press and being stared at again, and needing to be what everyone expects Harry Potter, Lord Potter, heir of the House of Black, to be, and it would be nice to have an escape from that. Somewhere I can be just Harry. And I know it's not going to be 100% safe, because it never has been. And I miss you at Hogwarts. The mirrors are great, but it's not the same. Best of both worlds. Sirius questioned and ruffled Harry's hair, eliciting an irritated huff from him. I can get behind that. So, Harry pulled himself away from Sirius to look at him. Does this mean I can go back to Hogwarts? It means that I'll try and arrange things so you can go back. Sirius stated firmly, which totally meant Harry was going back to Hogwarts. I want to discuss your security with Albus, your schooling with Minnie, and I'd like the Alliance and the Ministry to feel they had some input. Sirius continued. Personally, I'm anticipating being encouraged to allow you to return and provide a visible banner under which the Alliance and the Ministry can gather against the threat of Barty Crouch Jr. and Peter Pettigrew, since actually telling the general public they're just a front for Voldemort would create a mass panic. Keeping their allies happy, it was a good move. How do you want to play this publicly? Sirius asked. Harry considered the question for a long moment, slumping down to rest one shoulder against the back cushion, his torso twisted towards Sirius. Sirius rearranged his own position, propping up his head with a hand, elbow on the back cushion, his own body twisted toward Harry, so they could talk and see each other, but still sat closely together. He knew he should probably suggest they do a "so we're in the tournament and making the best of it" approach, but it felt too passive, too much like letting Voldemort have another win, since no doubt Voldemort was probably thinking putting Harry out of action for a week was a win on its own. I want Voldemort to regret ever thinking about putting me in the tournament. Harry blurted out. I want him to know it was my choice, that I could have destroyed the goblet like I destroyed him when I was a baby. I want to do more than survive it. I want to say that I'm going to play to win it, to give it my best effort. I want them to think that I may be tested for 9 months, but I won't be tortured by being in the tournament. And neither will you by proxy. Sirius regarded him with a raised eyebrow. Your dad would call this a fuck you strategy. It's something he'd do. Harry asked, curious. Sirius grinned and shook his head. No, he'd call things that whenever he was trying to talk me out of something he considered marginally crazy. Sirius, just because Regulus tried to kill you and you handed him his ass on a platter, doesn't mean that you should give in to your need to say a follow-up fuck you by sneaking into the infirmary and threatening him in the dead of night. He gestured, vaguely, possibly not the best example, but a fuck you strategy. He frowned suddenly. And if Remus asks, I never used the F word in describing this strategy or the anecdote that I've just told you. Harry mimed his lips being sealed and grinned. So, you think it's marginally crazy? It's a very Gryffindorish strategy, ballsy and bold. Sirius mused. It would definitely piss off the old snake and his cronies if we decided to make lemonade instead of focusing on the lemons, and that might lead them into making mistakes. He pursed his lips. I'm concerned we'd give away how powerful you are with this strategy. He's going to know that anyway, Harry argued. Between the Slytherins reporting I've had to change to an individualized lesson plan, and my competing in the tournament. And truthfully, my raw power isn't going to be what defeats him, because it's a power he already knows. He's just as powerful. True. Sirius acknowledged. We'd need to do a press interview to get the message to him. Harry winced but nodded. The prophet had been running daily articles during his recovery, emphasizing his selection as a champion and barely mentioning the other 3 champions, which made Harry feel a bit guilty. Skeeter's articles had also hinted at how stressful it must all be for him, and what the latest events would mean for his sanity. I think it's doable for you to win. Sirius admitted. The tasks are set even if Voldemort played with the originals, and even then, he can't have made them so hard that he's actually expecting to kill you with them because he needs you alive at the end for the ritual, so it's not like he can come after you during the tournament. But he might come after others in retaliation. Harry deduced from Sirius's contemplative expression. He might try. Sirius conceded. But Remus and I can take reasonable precautions, and your friends are secure as they can be at school. He shrugged. We'll discuss the strategy with the Alliance members and make sure they take precautions. So, said Harry hopefully. Sirius nodded. You'll return to Hogwarts. Yes. Harry leaped across the space between them and hugged Sirius hard. Oomph. Sirius laughed and wrestled Harry into a more comfortable position. Wait, this is on the condition that my discussions with Albus, Minnie, and the rest go as anticipated. All right. Harry happily agreed. He was going back to Hogwarts. The binding from the goblet hummed in what Harry thought was contentment. Maybe the universe wasn't conspiring against him after all. It was almost amusing the way the entire Ministry atrium froze when Sirius stepped out of the flue during the lunchtime rush. He ignored the stares and wide-eyed looks, adjusted the cuffs on his black robes, and continued on his way to the security check-in. He knew he looked imposing. He had tied his hair back into a warrior knot at the base of his neck. The open robes might look sharp and close-fitting, but were in actuality loose and flowing to allow ease of movement. Beneath them, the leather trousers and tight black t-shirt showed off his physique, the dagger holster on his left thigh, and the wand holster on his right signaled his battle readiness. The Auror nodded at him, respectfully. Lord Black. Duckin, isn't it? Sirius asked politely, recognizing the lanky, dark-skinned Auror from previous visits. That's right, sir. Auror Duckin passed him a parchment. I have my own knife. Sirius withdrew the dagger from his holster and pricked his thumb, allowing one drop of blood to fall on the paper. Immediately, his name appeared confirming his identity. Duckin immediately burned the parchment in front of Sirius and banished the ashes. Thank you, sir. And may I say it's good to see you. How is Lord Potter? Sirius allowed a small smile. He wasn't unaware of the gathering crowd that was waiting with bated breath to hear what he would reply. Mostly annoyed with the rain interfering with his flying, now he's feeling better. Duckin grinned. My boy's the same, sir. Can't keep him off his broomstick. How old? Asked Sirius, genuinely interested. 12, sir. Duckin's face took on a proud parental note that Sirius thought must be written all over his own. Just made his class team at King's. He hesitated before plowing on. He hero worships your boy. He's backing Lord Potter to win the tournament. I'll tell Harry. Sirius said, simply with a nod of gratitude for the support. And what about you, Lord Black? Are you backing Harry to win the tournament? He recognized the strident tones of Skeeter and rolled his eyes expressively at Duckin, who ducked his head to hide the laugh that bubbled up. Sirius turned around to face her. Rita, lovely to see you. He made a broad gesture to encompass the rest of the press that had stampeded to the front of the crowd, and everyone else. Do you have a statement, Lord Black? Asked an eager cub reporter who barely looked out of school. Rita shot the boy a dirty look. He has yet to answer my question. Perhaps I can reply to both. Rita, Sirius suggested. My brief statement is this. As you all know, Harry was entered by someone wishing to do him harm and selected as a champion by the Goblet. While he did initially resist the binding, he chose to honor it after it was revealed if he destroyed the Goblet, which he has the power to do, it would have serious implications for the other champions who had already been bound. The initial resistance led to severe magical exhaustion. Since Harry woke on Wednesday morning, he has chosen to embrace his situation. While I don't know the other champions well, I do know that to be selected means that these young people are powerful, intelligent, and honorable. I have a great deal of respect for all three on that basis alone. However, Sirius let himself smile sharply, all teeth and dangerous attitude. I will always back Harry to win any battle he sets his mind to win. And that was most definitely "fuck you, Voldemort," written out large for the bastard to see, Sirius thought with satisfaction. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting to attend, Sirius said firmly, and strode away before anyone could ask anything else, disappearing into the lift and letting it take him down into the bowels of the ministry to the DOM. With Black Manor in lockdown, they decided to convene the War Council in one of the DOM's research rooms. Sirius found the room easily and was pleased at the layout. A set of comfortable chairs around a small coffee table with a light lunch already set out. A side table had a pensive in case one was needed. Bertie rose from his comfy armchair to greet Sirius. How are you, Sirius? The genuine concern had a lump rising in Sirius's throat, but he gave a sharp nod. Better now that Harry's up and about. Bertie's wizened face broke into a wide smile, and he patted Sirius's arm enthusiastically. Excellent news. Amelia arrived shortly with a grin. I heard you were in the building, Sirius. In fact, I don't think there's a person within the ministry who now doesn't know you're in the building. Cornelius wouldn't have minded you, using his flu. Sirius shrugged. Making a public appearance seemed the easiest way of informing everyone that we're back in business. Amelia's eyes sharpened speculatively. And are you? Oh, yes. Sirius smiled as he remembered his statement to Rita. I remember that smile from Arcturus, Bertie commented, handing Sirius a cup of coffee. It never boded well for whoever had attracted his ire. Sirius was rapidly coming to the conclusion that he was more like his grandfather than he had ever thought he was or wanted to be. It wasn't exactly a comforting thought. Sirius, thank Merlin. Cornelius hurried over to him and clasped his hand strongly. It's so good to see you. He might have been touched, Sirius mused wryly, except for the fact that he knew Cornelius's main concern was political. But there was genuine concern underneath that, buried deep, and Sirius appreciated the thought as Cornelius bustled into the best armchair and accepted a cup of tea. Albus arrived in a flurry of his pale pink robes that reminded Sirius of a girl's doll that Lily had once shown him. The headmaster apologized for his lateness, complaining that he had been stuck discussing the tournament with his fellow heads. How is Harry? Asked Albus. Minerva said he was bored but still exhausted when she saw him. He's better, Sirius said succinctly. Good. Albus sighed with relief. Shall we begin then? Sirius said, I think it would be wise to add the tournament as a separate item on our agenda if everyone agrees. They all nodded. Cornelius, I know we'd normally discuss the politics first, but no. Cornelius waved benevolently at him. We should discuss the tournament first. I assume it will have an impact to the rest of the agenda. Exactly. Sirius confirmed, relieved at Cornelius's easy acquiescence. So the tournament. Albus, why don't you update us first on what the situation is with the structure as much as you can with the constraints of your position? Albus nodded sagely. The tournament has not been fundamentally altered from its original parameters except in the inclusion of a fourth champion. There is a reduction in judges, and we have discussed today whether the fourth position, rather than been taken by Ludo as the ministry representative, should be given to someone who represents Harry as I, and the other headmasters represent the school champions. There was a difference of opinion, with Igor suggesting the possibility of double favoritism for both Harry and Mr. Diggory if another person was added. Olymp was much more willing to accept the view that my representing both champions is unusual. He sighed. There is the problem that the individual would have to be bound to the Goblet as Harry's representative, and in the same way that we are not allowed to discuss the specifics of the tasks, they would not be able to do so either. I don't necessarily see it as an issue having Ludo be the fourth judge, and you representing both Harry and Cedric. Sirius said, in discussions on the tasks, I'm sure your input would be the same either way. And in judging, I know you'll be fair. Ludo is also meant to be there as a neutral judge anyway to balance any notion of favoritism among all three judges. Amelia pointed out, but I would recommend, Albus, that you speak with Cedric himself just to check that he has no issue with your representing both him and Harry from his perspective. I know Amos isn't happy. I shall take your advice, Amelia. Albus replied, I'll discuss the matter with young Cedric Diggory. If he has an issue, then I shall revisit the matter and insist the fourth judge is someone to wholly represent Harry. What about the rest of the tournament? Asked Bertie, steering them back on track. Each task remains, as we had previously scheduled it. Albus said, elements of the tasks we planned remain, but they have been altered to become more dangerous. I can't say anything more than that I fear. However, I have checked the history records and confirmed that the revised tasks are no more dangerous than those held in previous tournaments. They are also achievable if the champions perform with the intelligence and determination that prompted their selection. Fantastic. Sirius drawled dryly. What about Harry, who had been selected because he was the only candidate? Albus's lips twitched, and his mustache quivered as though he'd read Sirius's mind, and held back a laugh. I also believe that Harry was selected as a champion, and not chosen as a default. The original spellwork suggests if the Goblet found nobody worthy of standing as a champion, it would be declared so, and that school would be out of the competition. I'm not sure that makes me feel better, Albus. Sirius said, but it did ease his mind a little. What about Harry's standing as the champion of the light? How will the Goblet interpret that? Bertie leaned forward eagerly. I may be able to shed some light here. He waved a hand. Pardon the pun. The Goblet doesn't recognize schools or headmasters per se. The number of champions to be chosen, and for whom they were competing, is always defined by the initiation document. When someone enters their name as an official representative of a competing group, they become bound by the Goblet's tournament rules. However, there is no check that the number of representatives matches the number of groups, only that the number of champions to be selected matches those chosen. So basically, the Goblet doesn't really care that Harry is competing under the banner, the light. Sirius checked. It just knows the light doesn't have an authority representative, but it does have Harry as its champion. A good summary. Bertie said, thankfully Sirius can summarize unlike some. Amelia bantered. Bertie smiled at her serenely. Essentially, There is nothing in the spellwork that enforces the headmasters to enter their names. They could choose not to, thusly not be bound by the tournament rules and potentially provide specific help to their champions about the tasks. But whether the magic of the goblet would find this acceptable, the spirit is much more sentient than we had ever thought. But possibly we should ensure Harry's schooling situation is sorted sooner rather than later. Albus said. A good point, Sirius conceded. If you could arrange a meeting with Minnie this evening, we can discuss it then. For those of us with a vested interest, Cornelius spoke up. May I ask, what is the likely outcome? If Harry were to leave Hogwarts, there would be a panic, and others would leave the school. Internationally, it would be a political blow beyond the damage to Hogwarts' own reputation. Sirius could see why Cornelius was concerned. Harry has expressed a desire to return. Sirius stated simply and saw the relief flood Cornelius's expression momentarily, while Albus smiled widely. But there's a great deal to be discussed before I agree. Albus quickly nodded. I'll arrange a meeting for 7. If that's convenient for you, we could come to the manor. The manor remains in lockdown for the time being. Sirius said firmly. Your office at Hogwarts will suffice, and I'm sure Harry will have letters for me to deliver to his friends. Albus nodded again. In that case, would you be willing to allow Severus and Alastor to attend in addition to Minerva? That's fine, Sirius said. He honestly didn't mind Moody's presence, and although he would have preferred it if Snape wasn't invited along, he was beginning to appreciate Snape was sincere in his wish to kill Voldemort, so maybe they could work together. Alastor's putting in other security measures for the tournament, Amelia said dryly, including a redo of the identity checks that were done by Crouch. It did take a bit of persuading, Cornelius admitted, but all the foreign embassies involved agreed it was a necessity and allowed us to redo the checks. Everyone passed, asked Sirius bluntly. Amelia nodded. Alastor's determined to keep an eye on Karkaroff regardless. Sirius wasn't going to argue it wasn't necessary. Karkaroff was a former Death Eater who would sell his soul to the highest bidder. We're also implementing Alastor's magical ticket security system for the tournament's public audiences. Amelia said, no one without a ticket issued by Alastor personally will be allowed on the grounds, and anyone trying to use someone else's ticket will cause a particularly nasty hex to appear, identifying them easily as an imposter. Cornelius sighed. It's a pity such a thing is necessary, but reassuring given the circumstances. Sirius countered. With any luck, we'll be able to counter an attempt by Voldemort to get access to Harry for the final part of the ritual. Amelia agreed. Sirius wasn't counting on it. Voldemort was an excellent tactician. He wouldn't have almost had the wizarding world in his grasp at the end of the last war if he wasn't. The self-styled Dark Lord had to have some kind of plan to get Harry for the ritual. And regardless of how disparaging Sirius wanted to be about those Voldemort had gathered around him, the truth was that they were committed to Voldemort's service. Junior wasn't to be underestimated. None of them could be underestimated. The scuttlebutt says that you announced Harry means to win the tournament when you arrived. Amelia commented dryly, reaching for one of the tiny sandwiches that were arranged in front of them. Sirius snagged a cheese sandwich to keep her company and nodded. Harry believes that embracing the tournament is the way to go as a strategy, and I'm inclined to agree with him. Bertie's face lit up. Oh, excellent idea. It will weaken the notion of his being in fear of his life for the 9 months and limit the potency of that particular ingredient in the ritual. Albus agreed, should it get that far. And also, with any luck, annoy Voldemort and company into making a few mistakes. Sirius added. Yes, Albus nodded. Tom will not be pleased if Harry steps back into the public eye uncowed and unbroken by his machinations. That's what Harry thought. Sirius said simply, is it a good idea to provoke Voldemort, though? Amelia asked, gesturing with her half-eaten sandwich. Bertie cleared his throat. I think Harry is probably best placed to determine how to deal with Voldemort. Setting aside the incident when he was a baby, Harry has thwarted his plans twice since. He has a natural gift for countering Voldemort, it seems. His eyes flickered towards Sirius, who refused to acknowledge the allusion to the prophecy. I believe it would be sensible to allow Harry to take the lead in how he wants to respond. You really think it will annoy Voldemort into making mistakes? Amelia turned to Sirius. Sirius shrugged. Voldemort wants to think he's winning, that he successfully entered Harry into the competition to risk his life and make him ready for the ritual. Harry's determined to make it known he chose to accept the binding and will do his best to win the competition. He's not there under sufferance, just trying to survive. It says to Voldemort that at best he's gotten a draw. That should infuriate him. Amelia nodded slowly. Unfortunately, some of our political allies may not be so accepting of such a strong response. Cornelius commented worriedly. Some will feel a low-key reply is best. Sirius gave Cornelius an understanding nod. I think that's a good segue into the next item on the agenda. I'm meeting with the Potter Alliance directly after this meeting to get their views and input. Excellent, Cornelius said approvingly. Regardless, Neville Longbottom was right when he declared that the House of Potter is at war. I don't believe any of those currently in the Alliance will want out, but I expect some grumbling about tactics, especially about Harry's decision to play to win. I know he's not in the Alliance, but Amos is going to be furious. Amelia said, picking up her cup. He's already complaining to anyone who will listen that Harry is taking the limelight away from the real champions. Sirius gave a small huff, acknowledging that Amos Diggory was likely to be a problem. Cornelius cleared his throat. I admire Harry's bravery in moving forward in such a direct way, but it is likely to have an off-putting effect on those we're still courting to become part of the Alliance. Yes, Sirius agreed. It'll deter the houses on the pure blood side from asking for détentes. And I suspect some of the minor neutral houses will not want to openly side with the House of Potter in case it draws attention to them. It may benefit Wenlock's drive to build an opposition. Cornelius commented. Maybe, Sirius allowed. He has made some headway with the minor pure-blood houses, according to Lucius, although most of them are giving Wenlock a hard time since he's all but ignored them previously. What's the political agenda for the delayed November session? Asked Amelia. Primarily, the committee reviewing the laws governing magical races and creatures is going to recommend the suspension of the laws that were pushed through last year restricting the ability of werewolves to work. Sirius said succinctly, we're expecting a full report in December, and new laws providing a more equitable governance of magical races and creatures in January and February. Cornelius added. Albus smiled with delight. An excellent first move in the political battle. Tom will find himself without many magical allies if we can prove that the other magical races will get fairer treatment from the current government. We're already seeing an impact, Cornelius agreed enthusiastically. The goblins have sent word that they were pleased by the October session and look forward to seeing what we do going forward. We've also had similar messages from representatives from the centaurs and the vampires. The werewolf packs bar Greybacks have also declared neutrality. Amelia added, although we do need to keep a close eye politically on how our opposition takes the House of Black and Potter providing sanctuary to members of Greyback's pack. Cornelius sent Sirius a concerned look. At the moment, it's only a handful, and most of them are happy to be gainfully employed running the Potter Chateau in France. Sirius said firmly, Remus will keep close control of it. Cornelius grimaced, but gave a nod. It may be a good idea to do some publicity, perhaps with the international press. Let's leave it for now, Sirius said, believing it was safer for Remus and the werewolves at the chateau for the news of the sanctuary to be kept quiet for the short term. Speaking of the international forum, what's happening with Crouch's department? We've appointed Henry Hatter as a special auditor that will need to be ratified by the Wisengamot, Cornelius said pompously. Henry served in the department up until his retirement 5 years ago. He didn't like Crouch. Amelia commented in an aside. He has a good international reputation, Cornelius said defensively, and I have every confidence that he'll find anything that may have gone awry during the time Crouch was being impersonated by his son. He sighed dramatically. Beyond that, of course, we've taken quite a blow internationally with the news of Crouch's death and being hoodwinked by Junior for so many months. However, we have had expressions of support, and most of the ambassadors have been eager to assist us in ensuring agreements made since June are reviewed and authenticated. We've already confirmed that nobody in the department was being controlled by Junior. Amelia added, 4 of the 5 employees had few dealings with him. Percy Weasley was the only one to maintain regular contact during the supposed sick leave, and Junior elevated his position to his assistant on his return, keeping him close. I understand from Arthur that Percy's been devastated by the news, Sirius said with some sympathy for the plight of the young man. Percy had pinned his flag to the wrong banner, but he'd only acted out of a desire to improve his career prospects, and to realize his ambition had provided Junior with information that had almost led to the death of his loved ones. Percy had a lot of guilt and self-recrimination to deal with in the wake of Junior's unmasking. I believe Henry will recommend that Weasley is removed from the department, Cornelius admitted. It will be a struggle for him to remain with the ministry in another department. Amelia pointed out he hasn't endeared himself to anyone. Sirius made a mental note to speak with Arthur again. Politically, I think that brings us up to date, Cornelius said brightly. It did. Sirius indicated for Amelia to begin. Well, Tag the Death Eater has been useful, if only in eliminating the possibility that any of the previously known Death Eaters has any idea where Voldemort and his band of minions have run off to hide. Amelia's voice was seeped with frustration. Lucius confirms that his alliance is at a loss. Sirius said, lots of theories but no real leads, since most of them weren't aware of Junior's association with Rabaston until they were all arrested for the attack on the Longbottoms. And Junior hasn't approached anyone since he was liberated from his father's basement. What we do know has come from Snape's recovered memories of his time staying with the Lestranges, Amelia said, reaching for another sandwich. Among the final memories that were recovered with the help of a healer from St. Mungo's, there was one specifically where Junior and Rabaston discussed buying a small seaside cottage as a bolt hole with the South and West Coast mentioned as possible locations. It's a solid lead, Sirius commented, relieved that they had something when he'd previously believed there was nothing. The Rat Squad is hunting down all possible sales that took place prior to the arrest of Rabaston and Junior back in 81, and they are repeating that for sales since June. Amelia confirmed. If that's where they are hiding, we should be able to close in on them eventually. What about Pettigrew? Bertie asked, sipping his tea. All of the possible places Sirius and Remus have identified for us have come up empty. Amelia sighed. Not surprisingly. Sirius said, Peter isn't stupid, as much as I want to believe that he is with the choices he's made. He'll keep away from anywhere that Remus and I know about. Albus nodded in agreement. He has shown a remarkable sense of self-preservation. He gestured, sending one lurid pink sleeve flying. He also demonstrates a need to follow. I believe it's more likely that he will let Barty Crouch Jr. take the lead. That's true enough. Sirius grimaced, remembering how Peter had followed him and James at school. I also believe that it's likely that Crouch Jr. will try and insert himself into the tournament again. Albus continued, we will need to be vigilant with the identity checks. Agreed. Amelia said, we're going to ask for additional budget to increase security again for the tournament. We'll see what we can do. Sirius promised. Any luck with the elf? Amelia asked. Sirius shook his head. Creature reported that she's not appeared in any of the usual elf places, and isn't using her magic. Is she still alive? Bertie asked bluntly. There's still an elf bond according to my elves, so we think so. Sirius sighed heavily. Junior was aware that we knew about the elf's part in the threats he sent thanks to the information he received when he impersonated his father. He's smart enough to realize using her again might be a way to trace him. Amelia nodded sharply and sat back, her hands up. That's all I had. Bertie cleared his throat. Well, there's not a great deal of progress on the treasure hunt side of things either. We've cleared Godric's Hollow. There was a dagger we think originally belonged to Godric Gryffindor found by the crib. It wasn't one of the objects we're looking for, but possibly was intended for that purpose. We've destroyed it anyway. Better safe than sorry. Cornelius said officiously. That leaves the missing item at Hogwarts, likely to be Ravenclaw's diadem. And I think we're all agreed that the snake traveling with Voldemort should be eliminated since it was present when Voldemort killed Frank Bryce at Little Hangleton. Bertie continued soberly. Bill and Caro have started the search at Hogwarts. Sirius commented. They've devised a systematic search pattern based on the route that we believe Riddle will have used from the path to the headmaster's office. They'll start with the route and move out in a concentric circle from there. Bertie sighed again. It's going to be tedious work. Ostensibly, the staff and the students have accepted that they are being loaned by the DOM at my request to provide additional security for the tournament. Albus commented. Good, murmured Sirius. So that brings us up to date. Unless anyone has anything else? Amelia leaned forward. How are you and Harry really, Sirius? Do you need anything? Sirius smiled at her, appreciating the genuine concern. We're fine, Amelia. This isn't what we wanted, but we'll make the best of it. Well, anything you do need, Sirius, just let us know. Bertie said seriously. He nodded again. Thank you. It was a good ending to the War Council. Sirius made his escape from the DOM, accepting Cornelius's offer to use the private flue in the minister's office rather than going out through the atrium as he had arrived. It meant spending a half hour with Cornelius discussing the various strategies they had in play, but it was time well spent. Sirius fled back to Black Manor, but immediately left again for the Tonks' house. Andromeda greeted him at the door and showed him through to the comfortable sitting room. Ted sat in a leather recliner, a cup of tea resting on one arm. He got to his feet to shake Sirius's hand. Narcissa and Lucius also rose from their position on the leather sofa, but they gave brief nods of greeting, and Sirius returned the gesture, motioning for them to sit. Thank you for coming at short notice, Sirius said formally, taking the remaining leather chair as Andromeda perched on the free arm of her husband's seat. How's Harry? Asked Andromeda. Much better, Sirius said. I've called this family meeting to bring you up to date and to make sure that we present a united front going forward in terms of our public comments and demeanor. They all nodded, understanding the need for the meeting. Firstly, as Remus informed you while I was with Harry, he was injured resisting the binding, Sirius said. Then he was able to resist it, asked Lucius carefully. There are conflicting rumors. He was able to resist it, and he might have been able to destroy the goblet with the help of the family magic, Sirius explained. Unfortunately, if he had done so, the goblet would have tried to take the lives and the magic of all those already bound, and those promised. He gave a shrug. Harry would have likely survived, but the other champions. So he accepted the binding in a noble act to save them. Lucius sneered. How very Gryffindorish. Sirius shot him a warning look. It will play well with your allies and the press, Narcissa commented, adjusting her skirts and drawing Sirius's attention away from her husband. Harry did it because it was the right thing to do. Sirius pointed out sharply. Narcissa arched one elegant eyebrow, which will simply mean that it plays even better. The hero of the light, the boy who lived no less, forced into a tournament that he could have avoided because he wasn't willing to sacrifice the lives of the other champions. Its legend brought to life. Rita Skeeter will eat it up with a spoon. Sirius grimaced, but couldn't argue with her summation. Harry is going to play to win the tournament. Is that sensible? Asked Andromeda, concern tensing all the lines in her face. Ted slid his hand into his wife's. If he does the least he needs to do, surely that would be sufficient for him to survive. Lucius sent a snide look towards his sister-in-law and her husband. It will make him look weak and pathetic if he plays simply to survive. He smoothed a hand over the head of his cane. If he plays to win, he looks strong. Ted frowned. I would have thought the Slytherin approach would have been self-preservation above all else, and besides, he motioned towards Sirius. Wouldn't it be fairer on the other champions who did enter knowingly to allow them to have their competition without Harry in the mix? And there speaks the Hufflepuff. Lucius mocked. Enough, Sirius said sternly. He caught Ted's gaze. Despite the way Harry was entered into the tournament, Harry was chosen by the Goblet as a champion because he was judged to be deserving of being a champion. He has much right as the other champions to compete and try to win. He sent a fleeting look to Lucius. And Lucius is right. As much as Sirius hated to admit it, Harry simply doing the least he needs to do will give the impression that Voldemort has managed to terrorize him. If he plays to win, we effectively tell Voldemort he has failed in that respect. Ted sighed heavily. I understand, even if I don't like it. Sirius. Andromeda placed an arm around her husband. How can we help? Public support for Harry. Sirius said immediately, there may be a backlash against him because he has decided to compete. Others may have a similar view, that Harry should let the others have the glory of winning. He'll have our support, of course, Sirius. Ted stated firmly. Sirius turned to Lucius. Draco's doing well at Hogwarts. He's maintained a supportive position, and he's kept me informed to the Slytherin reactions. He's noted that Bulstrode has revealed Riddle's lineage, and that most are not happy with the idea that they are meant to swear loyalty to someone espousing a pure-blood agenda who isn't a pure-blood. Yes, Lucius said dryly. It's caused quite a commotion among the parents who had chosen to keep the information quiet. He smiled. They've found their offspring are unwilling to be fodder for the Dark Lord. I believe it would be beneficial to deliver your praise directly to Draco. Narcissa shifted beside her husband. I should not need to tell you how precarious his position is within Slytherin. Sirius swallowed the retort he wanted to make and nodded instead, because truthfully Draco was in a precarious position, and that he had apparently held fast to supporting Harry, and the House of Black deserved recognition. I'll see what I can do. He gestured at Lucius. What reactions have you observed? Those that carry the mark are even more concerned. Lucius conceded, fidgeting with the cane. We understand that this was done at the Dark Lord's behest, if not at his hand. He is gaining in strength to challenge Potter, so openly. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The majority are unwilling to allow him to come to power again, but are unclear how to remain out of the imminent war. My position can be explained with the primacy, and those who have established détentes have some cover, but there are many who have none, and wanted cover because they had no backbone to stand up to Voldemort on their own, Sirius mused. Wenlock may find some traction as the minor houses look to him for that cover. Lucius murmured. Whether Wenlock will understand why they are seeking his protection is another matter. He is focused on the political landscape, and he has no mark. So he may find himself caught in the crossfire when Voldemort realizes Wenlock is taking his supporters. Sirius was torn between glee and the nagging voice of conscience that said he should warn Wenlock. It's a possibility. Lucius allowed, and one that Lucius would pursue whatever concerns Sirius or anyone else might have, Sirius realized. Did he want Lucius to back off, putting Wenlock in that position? Sirius knew that, if he did, he should say something. He wrestled for a long moment with his ruthless urge to let Wenlock make his own bed on one hand, and with the knowledge that he should do the right thing on the other. Thinking of Harry, and the example he wanted to set for his son, decided Sirius. Sirius sighed. Try to give Wenlock a subtle heads up. If he worries about why some are seeking his protection, it may make him hesitant to make alliances, which will cock things up for him politically and help us that way. He'll probably ignore you, but we'll have the higher ground knowing we warned him. Lucius inclined his head. Have you heard anything about Junior and the rat? Sirius asked bluntly. Nothing, except the obvious exclamations of surprise at Junior's resurrection and competence as a lieutenant of the Dark Lord. Lucius replied, the general consensus is that Junior only took the mark for Rabaston. His cool eyes met Sirius's. Junior will want to avenge his death. I'm certain he'll believe taking Harry from you will suffice, but your death would probably be a bonus, which Sirius had already worked out for himself. Okay, so the final thing you should know is that Harry is likely to return to Hogwarts by the beginning of next week, certainly by the weighing of the wand ceremony. Sirius confirmed. I'll be discussing the matter with Albus later. He checked the clock and stood. I have to get to the Potter Alliance meeting at the Longbottoms. Are there any questions? Will you or Harry be talking to the press? Asked Narcissa. Tomorrow. Sirius said, I want everyone ally briefed today. A sensible plan. Lucius rose and held a hand out for Narcissa to hold while she got to her feet. With your permission, I'll do the same? Sirius agreed swiftly. He let the Malfoys leave before him, but Andromeda stopped him before he could follow them through the flue. I hope you realize that our comments are because you care about Harry. Sirius smiled warmly at his cousin. Andromeda sighed and pushed her hair away from her face. Harry must be scared, Sirius, no matter what brave front he's putting on for you. I know Andy. He knew because he was scared too. Andromeda let him go and Sirius fled to the Longbottoms. He was greeted by Augusta personally, vibrant in a green robe with the crest of the House of Longbottom. She looked regal, her eyes alight with fire, her stride determined and purposeful. She accepted his kiss on her hand, squeezing his gently before letting go. How are you, Sirius? And Harry? Augusta asked as they made their way to the large formal drawing room. I'm better now Harry's woken up. Sirius admitted honestly. I hate it when he's hurt. It's a particular kind of ache, isn't it? Augusta said with a pained smile. I remember the first time Frank got sick. I almost drove Gerald round the bend with my panicking. They entered the room, and Sirius wasn't surprised when the babble of chatter came to a sudden halt. He took the seat that Augusta pointed to, arranged himself comfortably, and accepted the cup of coffee she pressed on him. Thank you all for coming, Sirius began, and went through his briefing once again. Harry's status, the proposed strategy, the news from Lucius. He wished for a moment that Remus was with him, so he could have another pair of eyes checking out who was completely with them and who was doubtful. Daniel Greengrass cleared his throat first. I think I speak for us all, Sirius, in saying that we said we stand with you, and we meant it. We're not going anywhere. Mutters of agreement swept the room. Sirius allowed himself a small sigh of relief. You'll need to protect yourselves. The strategy means Voldemort and his cronies may try to take his anger out on Harry's supporters since he cannot touch Harry himself. Richard Bones nodded. Frankly, though, I'm glad Harry wants to go back to Hogwarts. We can protect all the kids better if he's there, consolidate our efforts. And they all looked to him, even the kids outside of the formal alliance. Daniel added, I agree, and for what it's worth, I think it's a good strategy. Augusta said firmly, it's high time we started to fight back, and made it clear that they won't have it their own way. Albert Goldstein frowned. Can Harry win it? I believe he has the potential. Sirius replied, he's smart, fast on his feet in a crisis, and has tons of raw power at his disposal. He took a sip of his drink to ease his dry throat. What he lacks is spell knowledge and experience. Amos believes Cedric will win for that reason. Leonard Abbott spoke up. He's pretty upset that Harry has taken the lion's share of the publicity to date. So I've heard. Sirius regarded Leonard carefully. I understand you're in a difficult position, with Amos being a personal friend, but I'd appreciate your view of his possible response. Leonard squirmed in his seat but sighed in acquiescence. Amos is already set against the Alliance in his political views on magical creatures. He's responsible in part for many of the extreme magical creature laws, for understandable reasons since he lost his younger brother to a werewolf attack. The fact that Harry is now set in direct competition to Cedric will compound that sense of Amos against the Potter Alliance to an unfortunate degree. He paused. I went to visit Amos at the ministry last week and saw Wenlock coming out of his office. They share an agenda where magical creatures are concerned. Albert commented, it's not too surprising that Wenlock would look to Diggory as an inside source on the issue. Drill him for numbers of attacks, the nature of them all, the sordid details that you need if you're going to be fear-mongering. Sirius commented dryly. Daniel shrugged, unconcerned. We can counter that with our own spiel. But if Leonard is right, Amos is going to be going after Harry in public beyond the pot shots already taken. Sirius nodded. We need a press strategy on his approach to the competition and throughout. Exactly. Carl Branstone said. I can help with that. I'm good with the media. Branstone had been a journalist until he'd taken over from the family estates, Sirius remembered. He gave an appreciative smile. Thank you. Sirius said. Augusta and I will take point on the politics like we did last session. Daniel suggested. We can give you the time to focus on Harry. More suggestions flooded out, and by the time Sirius left the Longbottom mansion, he was spinning from the level of unconditional support the Alliance was giving him and Harry. Maybe guilt was a factor in their wish to be helpful, or maybe they had developed a sense of responsibility, especially the ancient and noble houses, Sirius thought, as he dropped by Griffin House to check on his son. Whatever the reason, he wasn't going to balk at the help. Harry was fast asleep on the sofa in the living room. Hedwig was keeping watch, perched on the back of a chair nearby. There was a stack of letters written, folded, and named on the coffee table. Sirius pulled over the tartan throw Minnie had added to the decor and tucked it gently around Harry. Voldemort was one step closer to getting Harry's blood, and that boiled Sirius's own. He had a feeling Harry's instinct that in the end it would be Harry and Voldemort was right, and that burned even more. He wanted to step between them, wanted desperately to keep Harry safe and protected. Had James felt the same, Sirius wondered, and knew if it came down to it, he would do the same as his best friend. He'd give his own life for Harry's. He dropped a kiss on Harry's forehead and picked up the letters. Hedwig's feathers flared in outrage. I'm playing Delivery Owl today. Hedwig, Sirius murmured, saluting her with the letters. You stay and watch over Harry. Hedwig cocked her head and settled back onto the chair. It was rather creepy just how intelligent that owl was at times, Sirius thought as he left again, tucking the letters into the inner pocket of his robes. He was right on time for his trip to Hogwarts. He stepped out of the flue into Albus's office, pleased to see that everyone was already present. Minerva sat in one visitor's chair, Moody in another. Snape stood by the wall behind Albus, who was at his desk. Sirius waved them back into their chairs and took the remaining empty chair between Minerva and Moody, facing Albus directly. "How's Harry?" "Is doing much better. Still tired," Sirius said, cutting Minerva's inquiry short. "He was sleeping when I left him. The lad used up some energy at Halloween," Moody grumbled, adjusting the position of his peg leg while his magical eye whirled. "Never seen anything like it." "Nor I," Snape added quietly. Albus ignored the comments in favor of focusing on the topic they were there to discuss. "We're here to discuss the matter of young Harry's schooling. Harry has expressed a desire to return," Sirius confirmed again. "And the Potter Alliance has expressed a belief that it will be easier to protect the kids as a group if they're at Hogwarts rather than separated into their own homes. Cornelius made a point of telling me before I used his flu that Harry withdrawing from Hogwarts would add salt on the international wound we're sporting thanks to being hoodwinked by Crouch Jr. But you have concerns," Albus stated simply, his expression grave. "I have 3 main concerns." He sat back and held Albus's gaze. "The first is leaving his security in someone else's hands at this time. Hogwarts hasn't been the safest place for Harry since he started schooling here." He signaled for Albus to wait until he had finished his point. "And while many of my issues have been resolved with Alaster security measures, I can't help feeling that the bad guys seem adept at slipping through the smallest of cracks." Moody snorted. "I can't argue with that. They're good." Junior used the one moment he had alone with the goblet and ran with it. He grimaced, his scarred face twisting. "I can't guarantee that he won't slip through again. The tournament brings strangers onto the grounds for preparation, and during the events. The ticket system is good, but overall, this tournament is a bloody nightmare security-wise. I know we can't cancel the tournament, but can we cancel the public nature of the competition?" Minerva asked. "I fear not, without revealing the real perpetrator behind Harry's inclusion, and why he was included." Albus sighed. He lifted one hand from his desk in a vague gesture of negation. "I don't believe any of us want to give Tom that amount of publicity and acknowledgement at this stage." "No," Sirius agreed. "And internationally we'd take another hit, which, as I mentioned, Cornelius is keen to avoid." He motioned out towards the windows and the accommodations of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons delegations beyond them. Moreover, the other champions could challenge it. They put themselves forward in part for the public recognition. "I know Amos Diggory will probably make a fuss, since all I've heard all day is how unhappy he is at the amount of publicity directed at Harry and not at Cedric this last week." "That is true." Minerva sniffed. "According to Pomona, Cedric has tried to distance himself from his father's comments. Despite his desire to come back to Hogwarts, Harry admits he feels safer at Griffin House," Sirius said, returning them to his initial point. "However, I'll concede that the tournament events are the most risky in terms of Harry's safety, and that would be true even if he stayed at Griffin House between the tasks." "You said you had 3 concerns," Moody said to Sirius. "We've heard the first and can hardly argue with it. The second concern is one I raised before Harry was entered into the tournament," Sirius said, lifting his hand. "He's not being challenged educationally in the core wand subjects, especially on the practical elements." Minerva nodded briskly. "Phileas, Alaster, and I are all in agreement with you. Lad's a natural at Dada, and with his power," Moody grimaced. "It's difficult giving him something he finds challenging without going outside of his year group. Same in Transfiguration and in Charms." Minerva opened up a piece of parchment and tapped it with her wand. "His theoretical work is excellent in these subjects too. If it weren't for the tournament, I would be suggesting we focus on getting him through his OWLs and into the Newt level classes." OWLs are out, Sirius said firmly. Harry's going to have enough on his plate without sitting exams. What of the other subjects? Albus asked. On a par with his classmates in history of magic, Minerva read from the parchment. Same with potions, although arguably he is undermarked. She cast a look towards Snape, who looked impassively back at her, and he is maintaining a top 3 position in each of his electives, including runes, where he is a year ahead. He's way ahead with dueling, according to young Tobias, which isn't surprising since he has a natural aptitude. And you and Remus have been tutoring him all summer. Moody commented. Regardless of the tournament, I would have suggested an individualized and accelerated lesson plan for Harry. Minerva said with a sigh. We're all agreed, then, that he needs a different schooling plan to his contemporaries. Sirius said, ignoring Snape's expression of discomfort. Your final concern, Sirius? Albus prompted. Sirius took a moment to gather his thoughts. He smoothed the front of his robes. Harry will be under tremendous pressure if he comes back to Hogwarts. He'll be the focus of all eyes, and he'll be expected to be strong as a leader of the political alliance the House of Potter has formed. He'll also be waging a war on Voldemort through the tournament as he attempts to win it. There'll be press and publicity. It's a lot for a 14-year-old to handle on his own. Albus's gaze had sharpened, and Sirius mused whether the headmaster had guessed where Sirius was heading. The staff will support him, Sirius. Minerva said fervently, but the staff can only do so much with the strictures of the tournament. Sirius countered. He needs emotional support more than anything else. And while he is good friends, they're also young, and laying that burden on their shoulders isn't fair. He's already said to me that the main reason why he wouldn't want to come back is because he can't be just Harry here. Moody's eye swiveled until it was focused on Sirius. You have a point. Yes, and a very valid one. Albus agreed. What is your proposal? He smiled fondly at Sirius. I suspect you have one. Harry comes back to Hogwarts, but as Hogwarts has a champion, and Harry is competing against him, to keep things clear from a tournament perspective, he will not be considered a Hogwarts student. Hogwarts professors who are assigned to him under the new lesson plan Minnie will create will also be considered de facto faculty of the Light, the banner under which Harry is competing. He will be given his own suite of rooms where he will live with me as his guardian. Sirius said firmly, Harry gets the best of both worlds, Hogwarts, and somewhere he can be just Harry. Everyone else has Harry back at Hogwarts as they wanted, and I get to be here for my son when he needs someone to lean on and to provide additional security for him. They all stared at him. Snape frowned heavily. You want to live here? Well, Albus said brightly, I think this will be a most interesting discussion. Ensuring Pronglet survives. Chapter 3. Severus darted a look toward Black as they made their way through the corridors of Hogwarts towards the Slytherin dungeons. He didn't want to admit it, but Black had been masterful in his negotiations with the headmaster. Black had gotten a suite of rooms designated for himself and Potter within the walls of Hogwarts as a competing group within the tournament. Black had conceded that Lupin would stay in the Black residence in Hogsmeade rather than at Hogwarts, but it was hardly a large concession. Albus had also been inveigled into allowing Black's own house elves to see to their needs rather than imposing on Hogwarts elves, thus ensuring their privacy and security. The deal had Potter taking breakfast, and dinner usually with Black, but lunch with the school. Quidditch practice was allowed, although Potter would no longer play on the Gryffindor team as he would ostensibly not be a Hogwarts student, and was banned because of the tournament anyway. Black had wrangled for Potter's friends and allies to be allowed to occasionally dine in the suite of rooms with prior notification to their relevant Hogwarts house head. The individualized lesson plan for Potter had also been successfully negotiated. Potter's new schedule had him taking private tuition from Moody, Minerva, and Phileas 3 evenings a week with the curriculum to be agreed. Potter would attend the rest of the fourth-year lessons and his fifth-year runes elective as previously scheduled. It left a good swathe of time free for Potter to prepare for the tournament. Black would also be notified and have input into the security plans for the tournament events. That had been a tricky discussion because it was clear that some of the plans might give away what the tasks would be. But Black had agreed that he would abide by Moody's word on what he could and couldn't know. As Moody had trained Black, Severus guessed at an established trust and a past of accepting Moody's decisions. But in essence, Black had gotten everything he wanted. Masterful. And Slytherin, his request for Severus to accompany him so he could deliver a letter from Potter to Draco, also hinted at a Slytherin agenda. Severus wasn't unaware of how it would look to the students if the Slytherin head of house, a known double spy, was seen accompanying Lord Black. Nor had it escaped Severus's notice that the act of visiting Draco would increase the young Malfoy's political standing with his pure-blood peers. It had been so easy to forget in the haze of memory that the Gryffindor nemesis who had so tormented Severus at school had been raised to be the quintessential Slytherin, just as Severus himself had. The similarity of their upbringing jarred, because the only difference was that Black had rebelled and fallen in with Potter. Had it ever occurred to Severus to rebel and follow after Lily? Severus considered the question as he silently led Sirius to the portrait guarding the Slytherin common room. He had once or twice before Hogwarts considered that Lily would not end up in Slytherin herself. She was too open in her reactions, too fearless in her defense of what was important to her, but he had never considered following her so much as trying to convince her of the virtues of Slytherin despite his knowing she wouldn't be Slytherin. Perhaps, Severus mused wistfully, if she had gone to Ravenclaw, maybe then he would have argued with the confounded hat and attempted his own rebellion. But she hadn't gone to Ravenclaw, and, at 11, Severus would have given up his wand arm rather than willingly enter Gryffindor. Would Lily still be alive? He had made that choice. He would never know. The common room fell into silence as Severus entered with Black beside him. He noted how Black's gaze swept the room almost contemptuously before settling on Draco, who was attempting to swiftly erase surprise from his young pointed features. Draco stood and walked over hurriedly, a small bow of his head giving deference to Sirius as the head of the House of Black. Cousin. Black replied with the same neutral tone. Your mother and father send their greetings. He reached into his robe and pulled out a letter. Harry gave me this to give to you. And with a few simple statements, Black had put the common room on notice that he acknowledged Draco's place in his family line, that the Malfoys were part of Black's circle and knew of his movements, that Draco and Harry were building their own relationship and Black approved. Severus glanced carefully around the room, noting the various reactions and what they told him about each student and their family affiliations. Professor Snape, Black recaptured Severus's attention. Is there somewhere more private where I can brief Draco and the other Slytherins allied to the houses of Potter and Black? Immediately, the small group gathered, not Zabini, Greengrass, and Marcia Rickett, a first year. Of course, Severus's dark eyes flickered back over the common room. If you and the students would follow me to my quarters, Lord Black. And there was his own declaration of support. Severus thought with satisfaction as some of the students paled at the implications of Severus falling in with the House of Black. The advantage of a spy was always to know which side was actually winning. He wasn't too worried about his defection getting back to the Dark Lord. He could claim he was cultivating a relationship to use in his spying for the Dark Lord if he was ever questioned about the matter. He didn't expect to be. The Dark Lord had surrounded himself with a few trusted followers, and Severus rather doubted he was trusted enough to be brought into that fold before the Dark Lord regained his full strength. They trooped out of the common room and down a set of corridors to Severus's quarters. He showed them into the living area. Most of the group squashed themselves into the large sofa, but Draco and Not remained standing. It looked more dignified, Severus thought with approval. Harry is fine, Black began. He'll be returning to Hogwarts before the weighing of the wand ceremony, and will continue to take schooling from professors here, but he will not ostensibly be a Hogwarts student. He clasped his hands behind his back. The houses of Potter and Black are taking a suite of rooms here. Harry will reside with me. They're outside of the school day. Severus noted the satisfied look on Not's face. He'd evidently guessed at that particular scenario. Draco, Black said, drawing the attention of his cousin, as a member of the House of Black, you are invited to join us. However, I believe there is benefit to the House of Black if you remain within Slytherin. I agree, Draco said hastily. Black nodded before turning to Not. The same offer applies to you, Theo, as a member of the House of Potter. Not inclined his dark head. Thank you, Lord Black, but I believe my remaining within Slytherin will be of greater service to the House of Potter. Black nodded again, apparently unsurprised at the reply. He gestured towards the others. Harry sends his regards to you all, and his thanks for your support on the night of the Champions draw. He regarded them all seriously. I will add my thanks to his. To stand up and ally yourself with Harry at this time shows great fortitude and loyalty. He met each of their eyes for a brief moment, connecting with them individually. It will not be forgotten. May I ask what the strategy will be for the tournament? Not asked politely. Black smirked. Harry has decided he wants to win it. The Slytherins exchanged satisfied glances. You should know that such a strategy is likely to irritate his enemies. Black told them bluntly. Things may become difficult for you in Slytherin, so you should keep in mind that should you need it, you all have the protection of my house, and the House of Potter. Severus cleared his throat. You may also come to me with any difficulties that you may encounter. He found himself the focus of their attention and stiffened uncomfortably under Black's assessing gaze. You may trust Professor Snape in this, Black stated calmly, his eyes never leaving Severus's, as I trust him with your safety. He will provide you with protection if I am not immediately available. It took every ounce of Slytherin guile. Severus had not to react to Black's fulsome support. The young Slytherins nodded, and Severus knew that his endorsement by Black would be relayed to their parents in short order. That's all for the time being. Black ended the meeting briskly. I'll send word when Harry and I will be moving into Hogwarts through Draco. There was a flurry of goodbyes, and in short order Severus found himself alone with Black. Don't expect me to thank you for the character reference. Severus sneered, trying to cover his chagrin. Black raised an eyebrow. Perish the thought. If you did, I'd have to thank you for giving the Aurors the tip about Rabaston's and Junior's seaside cottage plans. Severus hummed at that. I should have gone straight to the healer as soon as I recognized the memories could reveal the identity of the person threatening Potter. He said stiffly, my information may be too little too late. Let's hope not. Black said bluntly. He gestured at the door. I should get over to Gryffindor and deliver the rest of Harry's letters. I trust you know the way there. Severus replied dryly. Black's lips quirked upwards in something that might have been a brief smile, and he made for the door. Severus watched him leave and wondered at the civil exchange. Something had shifted between them. He realized. He turned it over in his head. Perhaps their new détente was because the night of Halloween had been the first time Severus had offered his help, because he had wanted to protect Potter, not because of a promise made under duress and in guilty haste to Albus Dumbledore, but because for the first time Severus accepted that Harry Potter was as much Lily's as he was James Potter's son, and nothing was more important to her spirit than protecting her son. Perhaps because Black had accepted Severus's help, because clearly Black would do anything to protect the boy entrusted by James and Lily to his care, and Severus had seen that they were right to impart that trust to Black. The memory of Black tending to Potter surfaced briefly. Or, Severus thought with somber regret, perhaps their détente existed because Severus had finally faced the truth of his own culpability for Lily's death instead of simply blaming her child. Whatever the reason, Severus was glad of it. He doubted Black, and he would ever be friends, but it eased something to know that he would be part of the Dark Lord's defeat, and that he would be allowed to, in some small way, perhaps find redemption. Redemption. To finally apologize to Lily for choosing to go to Slytherin rather than follow her, for choosing the Dark Lord, and his lies over her friendship, for telling the Dark Lord of the prophecy which led to her death, for projecting his own guilt, self-hatred, and blame onto her son, the child she had died protecting. "I am attempting to do better, Lily," Severus whispered into the stillness of the room. A faint scent filled the air and had him whirling around in shock. Lilies. He could smell. His heart beat loudly as he breathed in the faint scent until he couldn't sense it anymore, half convinced it was his imagination, half enthralled that it was real. It was real, and he was not forgotten. He had finally earned her approval. Severus sat down abruptly. He placed a hand over his stampeding heart. He closed his eyes against the storm of emotion that rolled through him. "I won't let you down again, my friend," he promised quietly. He would protect her son in her stead, and he would do it with a willing heart. November 5th, 1994. Dear Hermione, thank you for the letters and the training plan. It looks great. Everyone agrees that I need more spell knowledge. We should talk it through, as Remus gave me a plan too. Sirius says he's the Marauder's version of you, so it would be good to look at both and come up with a joint one. I want to win the tournament if I can, or at least give it my best effort. I'm feeling much better, but I still get tired quickly. Dr. Jordan thinks I used up a lot of magical energy because I resisted the binding for so long. She said that I can get up and do small things, though, so I can get started on all the homework Professor McGonagall brought me. I am coming back to Hogwarts. Well, Sirius is talking about it with the headmaster, and hopefully I'll be back soon. I hope you, Ron, and Neville are okay. From all your letters, it sounds like the last week has been weird at Hogwarts. Can you make sure Cedric knows? I think it's brilliant. He's the Hogwarts champion? The press has been saying some absolute rubbish. Ron told me. He told you what I wanted to ask you, and he told me what you said, which made my day. But I kind of had a whole plan to do it properly, and I'd like to see it through if that's okay with you. I hope it is. See you soon, hopefully. Love, Harry. Sat cross-legged on her bed with the early morning sun just beginning to brighten the room. Hermione reread the letter again and carefully folded it up before tucking it between the pages of her book on meditation. Her heart was almost giddy from the final paragraph. He wanted to ask her out properly, which meant it was real. He liked her. She sighed happily. It was almost enough to make her forget the rest. Harry's magical exhaustion, the imminent tournament that he had to compete in where his life would be in danger. But the delight of knowing Harry was going to ask her out when he returned to Hogwarts was offset by the very real worry that gnawed at her belly. Her teeth sank into her lip as she anxiously considered everything she had read about the tournament and its tasks. She knew that Voldemort had changed the planned less dangerous tasks to be more dangerous from what they had been told by Sirius, but the basic structure of the tournament had been left intact along with elements of the original tasks. So, the first task traditionally involved magical creatures somehow. In some ways that was a good thing, because Harry was brilliant with magical creatures. He seemed to have some kind of affinity with them. But she doubted that the task would be as easy as getting a ride on a hippogriff, which had been one of the tasks in an early tournament. There had been several tasks associated with getting past a sphinx to treasure, which would give a clue to the next task. There had been one task involving a unicorn, one involving dragons, and several involving handling dangerous magical snakes. Of all the magical creatures Voldemort could use, Hermione figured snakes were the most obvious, but perhaps because it was obvious, it wouldn't be magical snakes. She touched the edge of her letter again and wondered what Harry thought. Did he know the first task would be magical creatures? She couldn't wait until he got back to Hogwarts, and she could talk to him. A letter from Harry. Lavender's teasing voice broke into Hermione's contemplation. Somehow her dorm mate had woken and wandered over to Hermione's bed without Hermione noticing. She felt the blush rise on her cheeks, but she nodded. Sirius brought it last night when he came to talk with us. It's great news that Harry's coming back, Lavender said, plopping down onto the bed next to Hermione. Ron had announced it as soon as the portrait to the common room had swung closed. The cheer had nearly taken the roof off. Everyone was a little disappointed, though, when they had explained Harry wouldn't be back in the dorms, but living with his guardian in his own suite of rooms, since he wouldn't be a Hogwarts student officially any longer for their 4th year because of the tournament. Hermione had been invited to live with them as a sponsored daughter of the House of Black, and she had declined. She believed Sirius had requested the rooms to give Harry somewhere away from other students, somewhere Sirius and Harry could spend time together, and she wouldn't intrude on that. Plus, if she and Harry did start to date, it would create a lot of gossip if they lived in the same set of rooms. Besides, she was content with living in the dorms. The past week had seen her, Lavender, and Parvati spend more time together, and Hermione had surprisingly enjoyed it. The other girls still gossiped more than Hermione was comfortable with, and maybe she was still too serious about studying for them on occasion, but they were more tolerant of the differences. Maybe they were all growing up, Hermione mused. You're up early, Lavender commented, yawning. Hermione nodded and checked her watch. There's an alliance meeting before breakfast. We're using Robert and Natalie's office. She gazed at Lavender thoughtfully. Do you and Parvati want to come along? We're not in the alliance, Lavender said, her eyes wide. Hermione shrugged. Luna's coming because she's Harry's friend, even if her family isn't in the alliance. So are the Weasleys. You're friends too. You'd be welcome. Lavender smiled prettily and reached out to take hold of one of Hermione's hands. Thank you. She glanced over at Parvati's bed and sighed. I think I'm going to have to say no, though, since Parvati will. Kill me if I wake her up now, and she'd kill me if I went without her. She turned back to Hermione. You'll tell me, though, later? I will. Hermione promised. She put the book in her bag and slid off the bed, making her way down the stairs to the common room, where she'd promised to meet Ron and Neville. She had to wait for them, but it gave her another chance to read her letter. She made sure, though, it was all tucked away again when the boys arrived. She wondered at what had been in their letters from Harry as she took in the sight of them. Neville was first down the stairs, his stride determined, his chin up. Hermione had known in an abstract way that Neville had grown in confidence during the summer, that he'd shed some of the awkwardness that had characterized him in the previous 3 years she'd known him. That much had been evident in his improved magic, his easy friendship with Blaise, and his practice dating with Hannah. But it hadn't been until the past week that Hermione believed she'd glimpsed the man Neville was becoming. Authoritative, one used to leading, politically astute in a way Hermione could admit she wasn't. He had set the tone for the Potter Alliance in Hogwarts. Absolute and unconditional support for Harry, but respectful appreciation for the other champions. Ron was close on Neville's heels. He also walked with purpose, his freckled face set into stern lines instead of its usual friendly affability. And just as she had with Neville, Hermione glimpsed the man Ron was maturing into with the events of the past week, a true and considerate friend. He had been supportive of her, making sure she was okay, partly, as he himself had joked, because Harry would go spare if Ron didn't, but there had been genuine caring in his attentiveness to Hermione's state of mind. He had also supported Neville, providing in Harry's absence the encouragement Neville needed to embrace his leadership role. And Hermione believed that the ease in which Ron accepted Neville would lead, that it wouldn't be Ron, was also a sign of how much Ron had matured. She stood up to join them and wondered whether they saw her differently too, whether they had noticed her quieter confidence about her intelligence instead of her previous brash displays of smarts, and how she accepted their position when they explained that something she thought was a good idea wasn't because of the cultural differences between the Muggle and the wizarding world. She wondered if they saw the woman she hoped she was becoming, a confident, smart woman who was at ease in both worlds, an attractive woman who could capture the attention of someone like Harry. They fell into step as they left the common room. Ron nudged her. "Good letter." Hermione smiled and nodded. "You?" Ron nodded back. "Yeah, it was good to hear from him." "You can say that again," commented Neville. "It was really good to hear from him." There was a note of relief in Neville's voice, and Hermione guessed that Harry had confirmed Neville had taken the right tone in respect to the tournament. The head boy and head girl's office wasn't that spacious, and it was a bit of a squash as they made their way into the room. Hermione was surprised that so many of the Potter Alliance students had beaten them to the office given the early start, but then there had been a lot of owls at dinner the night before, and she suspected some of them had received directions from their parents. Susan and Hannah waved the Gryffindor trio to the front of the fireplace where they would take center stage. Hermione nodded briskly at Draco sitting in a corner with Sabini and Greengrass. Nott was over by Jeremy Branstone and Michael Corner, their heads bent together as they discussed something in quiet tones. Neville cleared his throat, and the room grew silent. "Robert, if you could." He waved a finger in a circle. The head boy immediately got the message and erected a privacy bubble. "Right, first things first. Harry sends his thanks and gratitude for our support. He says it's helped him enormously to know that he has us standing with him." Neville began. Hermione noted the pleased faces and silently commended both Harry and Neville for their opening gambit. It had made everyone feel important and valued. "Some of you may have already heard from your parents that Harry's decided to take the bull by the horns and throw himself fully into the challenge of the tournament." Neville looked around the room with quiet authority. "He believes that it is the best way of fighting back against Voldemort's intent to terrorize him. It'll send a strong message that Harry won't just cave in the face of Voldemort's evil, that he'll continue to stand up against him." "He can't expect to win it, though, can he?" asked Michael skeptically. "I think he can." Lydia spoke up. Hermione tried not to grimace at the younger girl, and an abashed and subdued Ginny stood beside her. "So do I." Connor Sapworthy glared at Michael. "Harry's powerful, and he's smart." Michael held up both hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm just saying he's going up against the likes of Crumb and Diggory, and presumably the French bird has some skills since she was chosen." Natalie Warren cleared her throat. "Michael has a point. Harry was chosen by the Goblet." Luna stated dreamily. "He was considered worthy, or the Goblet would have declared no one was to stand for the light." "So the Goblet thinks he has a chance to win it?" asked Heather Belby, a sixth-year Ravenclaw. "I guess that makes sense. Harry can win." Ron declared firmly. "Have any of the others gone up against a basilisk or a dark lord and lived to tell of it? I don't think so. On that basis, I wouldn't bet against him." Blaise commented dryly. There was a smattering of laughter. "Ron's right," Hermione said, jumping in. "Harry's very good at these types of situations, and he's had more practical experience than the others. Their main advantage is going to be spell knowledge, which he can gain in training." Neville added. And where we can help, or at least the upper years. That's true. Robert said, thoughtfully. We can help tutor him, or be dueling partners for him, when he tests out some of the advanced spells. Agreed, Natalie said with a sharp nod. My father suggested as much in the letter he sent. Which brings up a good point. We need to coordinate with the adults. Robert said, firmly. Presumably, Lord Black already has a training plan worked out. Harry indicated as much in his letter. Hermione admitted. Theo gestured. According to the tournament lore, Potter has to be the one to determine his training, and who he accepts advice from, though. He may give more weight to Lord Black's advice, but I don't think he'll ignore anything we come up with. Well, that makes sense since Harry also said he would look over everything and come up with a joint plan. Hermione said, so if we come up with a different view from our parents and guardians, it's good to know Potter won't just disregard it. Daphne commented, my dad mentioned that we'll probably get some of their research funneled through us. Susan said, and research is probably where those without the spell knowledge to help Harry with his training can help out instead. Neville confirmed. It would be good to have a research group form up that can coordinate with the adults' information as they send it through. Granger should head that up. Theo said, I'm betting you've done a ton of research already and Potter's used to you taking that role. Hermione felt her cheeks heat as she nodded. I'll be happy to head up the research group. Those of you wanting to assist should give your names to Hermione after then. Neville said, the rest of us should make ourselves available as sounding boards, and he'll need cheerleaders. Lydia interrupted, flicking her long hair back and staring at the group defiantly. She's not altogether wrong. Jeremy said as the others looked at her with irritation. Harry's going to incur a lot of publicity, some good and some bad. My dad's going to help out with the media stuff outside school, but at the very least he needs a cheering section during the tasks and maybe some visible sign of support around the school. How about badges declaring support for Harry as the best champion? Suggested Draco. Maybe something a bit more subtle. Jeremy said with a frown. We don't want to alienate those supporting Diggory by being too boorish. A thread bracelet with red and gold beads worn as a bracelet might suffice. Hannah offered. We could also make up combined ones with yellow and black for those who want to show support for both because of house loyalties like me and Susan. That sounds great, Neville said with a smile for his practice girlfriend. And Harry is keen to make it known that he's pleased Cedric was chosen for Hogwarts, and that he's got no issue with us supporting him too. Zacharias Smith snorted. He may not have an issue with Diggory, but there's a question mark over whether Diggory has a beef with him. The most fervent of Diggory supporters are saying a lot of stupid stuff in Hufflepuff, although some of them are just repeating what Diggory's father is quoted as saying in the press about Harry being an attention seeker and crazy. Susan nodded. Some of the comments are getting vicious, and Diggory isn't exactly denying them. So, 2 issues, Neville said somberly. First, one of us has to talk to Cedric. I'll take that one. Robert said, as Hogwarts champion, he's in a similar position to the head boy and girl. He's representing all of us, and allowing his supporters to badmouth Harry isn't acceptable. Neville nodded. Good. I guess the second issue is that possibly some of us need to be actively defusing rumors and hearsay within each of our houses on a daily basis. Draco gestured at him. We're already doing that in Slytherin, but someone needs to be doing that for the other houses. Ron sighed. Gryffindor is pretty much pro-Harry, but we still have to deal with misinformation and setting the record straight. So I can maybe take up that role in Ravenclaw, offered Jeremy, and I can do the same in Hufflepuff. Robert confirmed. I think having someone take the lead to do it is important, Susan said, but we can all do our part. The group murmured their agreement. Right, Neville said briskly. The final thing we should discuss is the possibility that Harry's enemies get annoyed when Harry does well and try to take their frustrations out on us. And safety here at Hogwarts is a relative thing. Daphne said dryly. Ron folded his arms over his chest. Let's face it, Sirius found ways around security last year enough that he got into the dorm. Moody's good enough that it's not probable that would happen again, but Crouch Jr. is smart and sneaky, and might find a way to slip through the cracks. So what are you suggesting, Weasley? Draco prompted sharply. Buddy system. Ron said succinctly. Pair up with someone else in the Alliance, and make sure your buddy knows where you should be at all times. Set up a code word with them to make sure they always know you are who you say you are, and vice versa. Constant vigilance. Daphne stated with a smirk. Exactly, Ron said, taking her seriously. Junior almost killed my family. He's mad, and I doubt he'll think twice about killing a couple of kids if he thinks it'll get to Harry. They all sobered a little, and Hermione gave Ron an approving nod. Neville cleared his throat. I think that's it for now. Anyone have anything else? There was a flurry of offers to help with the research as the Alliance drifted out of the office. Luna skipped over to wait with Ron and Neville. Robert sighed as he ushered the last of the others out. He and Natalie exchanged a look, and both of them turned regretfully to Neville. I know, Neville said before they could say anything. We need to find a different place to meet. Thanks, Robert said with relief. It's just... Natalie began awkwardly. We understand, Hermione said immediately. You're representing all of Hogwarts, and housing us gives the impression that you're completely on Harry's side when you need to appear impartial to Cedric Diggory and his supporters. For what it's worth, I don't think Cedric agrees with what his father said in the press. Robert sank into the chair by his desk and waved his hands expressively. I think he's embarrassed by it all. It can't be easy for him, Natalie commented. He can hardly criticize his dad in public. But he could do more to stop his supporters from adding fuel to the fire. Neville stated firmly. Harry only agreed to participate in the tournament to save the life and magic of the other champions. In some quarters, it might be considered a life debt. If Diggory allows his supporters to heap abuse on Harry, at the very least he's going to come off like an arrogant arse. And he's going to rack up some serious bad karma. Luna noted. I'll talk with Cedric today. Robert promised, sighing heavily again. He stood up on the night of Halloween. Maybe he just needs a nudge to stand up again. Let's hope so, because if Cedric's supporters insult Harry the way they've been doing the last few days anywhere near Sirius, he's likely to turn them all into newts. Ron pointed out bluntly. Hermione grimaced but nodded. It would probably be only the beginning of what Sirius would do. November 6th, 1994. If there was one thing Peter appreciated about their new accommodation, it was the view. Diagon Alley stretched out below him like an endless river of people, chatter bubbling up to murmur at the window. It made Peter feel like he was part of it in a comforting way. It was a much better situation than the isolation he'd felt at the Crouch House, locked in most of the time with only the creepy house elf for company while his master napped under his snake's watchful eyes. Of course, Peter reminded himself ruefully, he was still locked in with a napping Dark Lord and his snake, but at least the sense of isolation was gone, as was the creepy house elf. He shifted his gaze to look around the well-appointed flat above the apothecary. There was a small kitchenette under the archway to his left. Mostly it was used for potions, which luckily the smells from the apothecary masked. There was the polyjuice Barty primarily used, the nutrient potion that kept the body his master occupied in good enough condition for him to continue occupying it. The beginning of the potion required for the ritual that would return his master to a corporeal body of his own. Peter glanced away from the kitchen, his gaze drifting over the small dining table he sat at by the window and over the comfortable sitting area. There were 2 bedrooms. One was set aside for the master, and one was occupied by Barty when he was in residence. Peter slept on the couch. He didn't mind too much. Barty had done a good job. He developed the alias of Rupert Patch as soon as the first polyjuice had been made. Patch was a wizard who worked from an eccentric wizard who collected antiques, and whose job entailed being in London enough to need a base. Patch had a wife and child, who would be played by Peter and the Dark Lord if it ever came to that, who had eventually joined him in London following the sale of their country property. Thankfully, their landlord wasn't all that interested as long as Patch paid the rent, and luckily Barty had embezzled most of his father's money into a new account for Patch long before their escape from the Crouch residence had become a necessity. Barty was riding high on his success at getting Harry into the tournament, and Peter couldn't blame him for the celebratory smugness. Barty had done a good job, especially since the security had been very tight. Still, resentment nibbled at him because the Dark Lord had been very pleased at Barty's success. Peter frowned as he looked out on the surging mass of people all bustling about their daily lives. Since Barty had entered the picture, the Dark Lord had turned more and more to him to do things of importance. In many ways, it had made sense back in the summer, when Peter was a wanted criminal and Barty had been an unknown to their enemies, but it continued even with Barty's existence being revealed publicly. And Barty was impressive, incredibly powerful, and smart. Not like Peter. Oh, Peter had his talents, but he was prepared to admit that on pure magical terms, Barty beat him hands down. Like James Potter had done. Like Sirius did. He shuddered delicately and reached for his abandoned cup of tea, wincing at the cold, bitter taste. So, Peter had been relegated to second best again. Peter thought morosely. He should be used to it. And it wasn't quite true. The Dark Lord had granted him a special place as a loyal and willing servant within the ritual that would bring him back to full strength. Servant. A position which meant that he would serve the Dark Lord's needs for the next 9 months without question, and that rankled in the face of the praise heaped on Barty, who clearly occupied the position as favored lieutenant. Peter tapped his cup anxiously and darted a look over his shoulder. It was dangerous thinking things around the Dark Lord, or even the snake, which seemed to have a closer bond than simply familiar with her master. He shivered and fought the urge to turn into his animagus form because, as comforting as being a rat was, he wasn't unaware that a rat was natural prey for the snake. He dragged his mind back to his previous thoughts. Barty was away again, helping Dennis Travers with his mission. Travers, who was proving just as loyal as his father to the Dark Lord. Peter had been recruited by Travers's father, who had been his supervisor at the ministry back in the late 70s. Scared by the threat of being hurt and lured by the promise of protection, Travers had brought him before the Dark Lord. And the Dark Lord had taken one look at Peter and seen the rat and the possibilities. Peter had been immediately hooked by the self-importance of being the Dark Lord's hidden spy. Travers had been made to forget Peter, and Peter had turned his attention to pleasing the Dark Lord in return for knowing he was protected from harm. There had been days, of course, when he had questioned his decision, when he had met up with James or Sirius or Remus or worse, Lily, and felt the pang of horror that he was betraying them, betraying what they all stood for in terms of principles and values. Because he did love them. Remembered nights when Remus had helped him study, Sirius's help through the final transfiguration into his animagus form, James stepping in between Peter and a Slytherin without thinking. But there had been distance between them since school, with James's marriage and Sirius's work and Remus drifting off to the Pax, so there was also the knowledge that he was safe and that they would never know of his betrayal, of a secret delight in tricking them, in spying on them without getting caught. He had even used his position to save them. Once. But then, of course, there had been Harry. Baby Harry, who had gurgled at Peter and pulled his tie. A strange, fragile creature that captivated and repulsed Peter all at the same time, power liming Harry's skin and crawling over Peter's dark mark as though he knew and would tell at any moment. And the Dark Lord had been strangely fascinated with the baby, demanding reports on Harry's progress. Peter hadn't thought twice about telling the secret of the Potter's hideaway, knowing refusal would be his own death. He'd hoped in an abstract way that James and Lily would survive, had been much more ambivalent about Harry. It had been shocking on the night to witness James cut down fighting to save his family, to hear Lily begging for Harry's life. But more shocking had been the moment when the Dark Lord had tried to kill Harry, and the curse had been thrown back at him on the panicked wave of a child's pure power, slamming the Dark Lord's spirit from his body and almost bringing the cottage down around the cot. Peter had never had any illusion that Harry wasn't a powerful wizard. But he'd cast his lot that Halloween night, and he'd known Sirius and Remus would never forgive him his betrayal. He'd considered it a minor miracle that it had taken them until Harry was almost 14 before they'd tracked him down. Of course, Sirius being in Azkaban, tricked there by Peter, had helped forestall that confrontation as had his living as a rat for so many years. He still couldn't believe Harry had saved his life that night at the Shrieking Shack. Guilt wormed its way through Peter again, and he was grateful for the soft rap on the window heralding the arrival of the newspaper delivery owl, distracting him from his memories. At least he was grateful until he saw the headline. A true champion. The boy who lived proclaims he will compete to win. Bugger. Peter stated under his breath. He quickly read through the rest of the story and squashed it into his chest when he'd finished as though he could hide it there. In one way, he wasn't surprised. He had lived as Scabbers long enough around Harry to know that his friend's son had a lot of James's sense of duty and honor underneath the appalling Muggle upbringing he'd been subjected to living, deciding not to destroy the Goblet of Fire. And really, Peter had known Harry was probably capable of destroying the artifact. He had destroyed the Dark Lord when he was a baby. To save the other champions was exactly the self-sacrificing instinct that had gotten James killed. But in lots and lots of ways, the Harry Peter had known for the previous 3 years at Hogwarts while he had been masquerading as Ron Weasley's pet, had always reminded Peter mostly of Lily. Lily, who had pitted herself against the Marauders from the beginning and who wouldn't be impressed or intimidated by them, who dealt with their pranking her in second year by pranking them back in a more evil way designed to scare them away from ever pranking her again. It had worked. Lily, whose ultimate victory had been making James grow up in many ways and stealing him away from the Marauders. Lily, who had stood toe-to-toe with a Dark Lord and begged not for her own life, but her child's, and still had cast something that had stalled the killing curse enough for her son to shove it back at the Dark Lord. Outside of the Dark Lord, Lily was the most dangerous person Peter had ever met, and that included Sirius Black, who was also in a league of his own when compared to normal people. Harry was his mother's son. The bold and fearless statement that his enemies might mean for him to come to harm in the tournament, but he would play as a champion to win it, had Lily's courage and bravery stamped all the way through it. And perhaps a smidgen of Sirius's fuck you, reckless bravado. The Dark Lord was not going to be pleased. Peter snorted softly. That was an understatement. The Dark Lord was going to be furious, raging and ranting kind of furious. He was going to be furious that Harry eschewed being tricked into the tournament and instead insisted he had chosen it to protect others, and he was going to be furious that Harry wasn't cowed by the danger he was facing. Although, maybe in hindsight, they should have already known that. Harry had followed a thief into the bowels of Hogwarts to protect a legendary philosopher's stone. He had battled a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. He had thwarted the Dark Lord 3 times. Maybe, Peter mused, they should have considered that Harry wouldn't be cowed. Maybe, Peter continued to muse, he should have considered that before running to Albania and allying himself with the Dark Lord again. But what choice did he have? Harry had granted him mercy in preventing his death, only to insist that Peter would face justice and be sent to Azkaban for his role in James's and Lily's deaths, for the deaths of the Muggles he'd caused setting up Sirius, for framing Sirius for being a Death Eater. In some respects, he would have preferred the quick and no doubt painful death Sirius and Remus would have given him rather than face Azkaban, and the Dementors, a cell, and no respite from his crimes. Yes, Harry was his mother's son. Lily would no doubt have found Peter's fate appropriate and fitting. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and Peter acknowledged the animal instinct by freezing, sending the air to confirm the presence of the snake as it slithered into view, a deadly black slash against the argyle carpet. "He's awake," Peter acknowledged as the snake hissed. "I'll get his potion." He moved slowly, so not to alarm her. It only took a moment to pour the potion into the required silver goblet. He snagged the newspaper on his way back through the living room and walked quickly to the Dark Lord's room. The small child of 3 that the Dark Lord inhabited had been healthy and robust, dark-haired and blue-eyed. The latter had long changed to red, and the hair was slowly falling out as the body decayed under the weight of the possession. Peter set aside the goblet and newspaper on the dresser and hurried over to attend the more basic bodily needs of the child. Neither he nor the Dark Lord spoke during the trip to the bathroom, through the bath and change of clothes. Peter clean-spelled the bed linen, lit scented candles to light the room, and propped the Dark Lord up against a veritable mountain of pillows before handing him the goblet. The potion was downed swiftly, and the goblet handed back to him, without a word. The Dark Lord motioned impatiently at Peter, and he slowly laid the newspaper out on the bed, fearing the worst. He wasn't expecting the low chuckle that emerged from the twisted smile on the Dark Lord's infant face. "Master, I see our little boy is all grown up at last, Peter." The vocal intonation was not a child's, and Peter resolutely did not want to know what body modifications the Dark Lord had made. "He is arrogant to think he can win it, Master," Peter said obsequiously. "Is he?" asked the Dark Lord mildly. "I have discovered it is best not to underestimate the Potter boy, Peter." His fingers trailed over the picture of Harry, which glared at the Dark Lord and brandished its wand threateningly. "And now he finally presents a real challenge." Peter was speechless. Did the Dark Lord want a challenge? Something must have shown on his face, because the Dark Lord chucked dryly again. "When I face at him after the ritual," the Dark Lord said, "when I crush him and send him to join his parents," his finger tapped the photo again, "no one will deny that he was my most formidable challenge, nor that I prevailed, and he did not." Ah, well, Peter could understand that. The whole being beaten by a baby was a tad humiliating, and if the Dark Lord thought Harry winning the tournament helped to correct that impression, Peter could understand that. "Crushing his defiance will make my victory that much sweeter." The Dark Lord continued as he read over the article again, irritation at last seeping through his words and giving away how riled he really was that Harry had chosen to be entered into the tournament in the final analysis and had openly declared he was going to make an attempt to win it. "But defiance will sweeten the blood of my enemy for the ritual and make me stronger." "Yes, Master," Peter said obediently. He wanted to fidget, but knew better than to draw attention to himself. "But we cannot allow Potter nor his cohorts like your old friend Black to believe that his defiance has cowed us." The Dark Lord looked up, finally. "Have we heard from Fenrir?" "He's waiting for instructions in a bolt hole he has in the north," Peter immediately reported. "Send for him." The Dark Lord ordered imperiously. Peter bowed his head and scurried out to do his bidding as the snake slid back inside the room with the Dark Lord. He had some idea of what the Dark Lord would ask of Fenrir, terrorizing attacks probably on Harry's supporters. He shivered, grateful that he wasn't one of Harry's supporters, and feeling a touch sorry for those that were including the Weasleys, who had unwittingly provided him with such a wonderful hiding place for so many years. Perhaps, Peter considered brightly, he had made the right decision. Harry might be a powerful wizard, but the Dark Lord was the Dark Lord, and not even death had stopped him. Harry would be crushed sooner or later. Peter ignored the twinge of guilt and panic. When Harry died, he would be nothing but pleased, Peter thought determinedly, nothing but pleased, and richly rewarded for his part in the boy's downfall. November 6, 1994. Harry stepped out of the flue and smiled back at the beaming head of Gryffindor even as Sirius surreptitiously brushed soot from Harry's hair. "Welcome back to Hogwarts," Minerva said warmly. "Even if you're not officially a Hogwarts student for the rest of this year, we are pleased to have you return." "Me too," Harry said, simply. He'd frowned a lot when Sirius had explained the grand plan that he was going back to Hogwarts, but not as an official student, but he'd seen the sense in it. It made it very clear that Cedric was the Hogwarts champion for one thing, and for another, it meant he could stay in his own set of rooms with Sirius. He darted a quick look at his father, and smiled brightly as love bubbled up inside of him. Sirius had given him the best of both worlds that Harry had wanted. He had made it happen so Harry would feel safe and secure within Hogwarts, would have someone he could be just Harry with. "Here is your new timetable." Minerva handed him the parchment. Harry took it with a sigh and briefly glanced at it. It was everything Sirius had said he had worked out, but Harry passed it to Sirius to make sure. Sirius nodded. "This looks good." All the staff teaching Harry have signed a document that confirms for the duration of the tournament they are also faculty of the light, Minerva stated briskly. She caught Harry's gaze. "That means we will treat you exactly the same as we treat Mr. Diggory in terms of the tournament. We'll be happy to provide tutoring for spells and knowledge, should you ask specifically, but we will not be able to direct you as far as the tournament strategy is concerned." There was a regretful tone to her voice, and Harry smiled, to reassure her more than anything. Sirius explained the rules. Harry said, "I'll ask for the tutoring if I need it." "Good," Minerva said. "I understand that you've constructed a training plan." Harry nodded. The academic side was a combination of Hermione's and Remus's plan after some advice from Sirius. But there was also a physical training plan that Dr. Jordan had been happy to contribute, and a Keep Harry Sane plan that he had discussed with Sirius, which included things like his continued animagus training, Quidditch, and what Sirius called goofing off time. "Let me show you to your rooms," Minerva said. "Dobby has been busy all day, and I'll think you'll be pleased." Harry fell into step beside Sirius, glad of the weight of his father's hand on his shoulder. He knew Sirius had overseen the whole room thing, so he wasn't too worried. They followed Minerva out of her office, down the stairs, and along a corridor. They went up another very long flight of stairs and along another corridor until they came to a halt outside a floor-to-ceiling portrait of a lion. "The password is currently set to champion, but you will want to change it," Minerva said before turning and giving the password. The portrait swung open, and Minerva stepped inside, Harry and Sirius following her. They were on the top of the tower. Harry realized immediately the circular nature of the space gave it away, as did the slightly overcast sky outside of the narrow windows. The room was a half circle, a den area to the left filled with two comfortable tartan sofas in an L formation in front of the roaring fire, with a dining area to the right filled with a sturdy oak table and chairs. Two doors were positioned at the back of the room, and a staircase curved up the side of the wall. "Study," Minerva said, pointing at one of the doors, and then to the other, "and a training room with a dueling area, small potion store, and a condensed library. There's a staircase leading down to a kitchenette, although Dobby is also welcome to use the main kitchens." She ushered them up the stairs. They arrived on a landing with 3 doors. Harry was surprised to see his name on one door and Sirius's on another. The third was blank. "I'm afraid you're sharing a bathroom," Minerva said with a sigh. "Something to do with the plumbing, but the house elves couldn't alter the space further." She pushed Harry towards his room. "Take a look, Harry." Harry opened the door and took a step inside, freezing as he saw how closely the furnishings had been duplicated to give him a sense of Griffin House. The bed wasn't the same 4-poster that adorned his dorm at Hogwarts, but a near copy of the bed he had in his own room. He frowned. Actually, he would swear it was his bed. He quirked a questioning eyebrow at Sirius. Dobby insisted. Sirius said brightly, "HMNPH." Minerva snorted. The wardrobe, desk, chair, and bookcase were similar to those in the dorms, though, and already filled with his things. Hedwig's perch was empty, but the window was open, and Harry had no doubt she'd be inside by the time night fell. "This is great," he said simply. Minerva exhaled with relief as her gaze moved to Sirius. An eyebrow arched in his direction. "Yes, it's good." Sirius leaned on the wall, folding his arms nonchalantly. "Thank you." Minerva nodded. "I'll leave you to settle in." She paused at the doorway. "I'll see you in class tomorrow, Harry." Sirius straightened once the echo of her footsteps had faded. "So what do you really think?" "It's—" Harry shrugged. "Weird but good. You know, that's pretty much how I feel." Sirius admitted with a grin. He brushed down his robes and gestured at him. I never thought I'd be living here again." Harry smiled ruefully at him. "Sorry." Sirius lifted one shoulder in a dismissive shrug. "Frankly, I don't want to be anywhere else." And Harry knew that was true. He wandered over to the window and looked out on Hogwarts. The Quidditch pitch was over to his right, the lake to his left, with the forbidden forest stretched out in front of him. He sighed. "I can still go to Quidditch practice, right?" "Right," Sirius said, coming over to stand beside him. "I think Minnie's keen you help the news seeker." "Ginny." The news seeker was Ginny. She was the reserve. Harry groaned. "What?" asked Sirius, concerned. "Ginny must be the news seeker." Harry explained. "That's just great." Sirius gave him a sympathetic look. "Well, you can always stop helping if she spends more time focusing on you than on the practice." He nudged him. "Have you thought about how you're going to ask Hermione out yet?" Harry nodded. He figured he would go with the same plan, just maybe a different location and day. The only problem was that the Hogsmeade weekend wasn't going to be an acceptable date any longer. He and Sirius had discussed it and reluctantly agreed that they shouldn't take the risk of Harry being out so much in public, and definitely not without either Sirius or Remus with him. So he had to figure out a different date other than going into the village. Neville probably had some pointers from all the practicing with Hannah. "You need any help or advice or—" "No." Harry snapped it out, hurriedly. "Thank you, but mind my own business?" Sirius smirked at him. "I see how it is." Harry motioned at him. "We could always talk about your love life." "I have no love life." Sirius countered, with no hint of embarrassment. "I'm living vicariously through you and Remus." "Remus is interested in someone?" Harry jumped on that tidbit immediately because he hadn't realized that Remus liked anyone. Old love affair, who is now tragically for Remus, but apparently happily for her married to another werewolf. Sirius explained succinctly. "You should be grateful that you missed having to spend an evening with Remus getting maudlin about missed chances, and how he's never going to find love." He poked Harry in his upper arm gently. Harry batted Sirius's hand away and winced inwardly because he knew he had tendency to forget that Sirius and Remus had lives before that summer, before the Halloween back in 81 that changed it all for them. "What about you?" asked Harry, suddenly curious. Sirius raised both his eyebrows. "What about me? Did you have someone in the past, I mean?" Harry asked tentatively. A mischance. Nope. Sirius answered immediately. He looked out of the window, and Harry got the sense that he was gathering his thoughts rather than avoiding the question. I dated a lot through school, but there wasn't any specific person that caught my attention, not the way your mum snagged your dad's, anyway. When I left Hogwarts, there were occasional dates, here and there. Your mum did go on a matchmaking kick soon after she and your dad got hitched, which your dad thought was hilarious, but then I went abroad undercover, and when I got back, I was healing, and then there was You Just Born, and the war, and... He shrugged. I always thought there was plenty of time. You could date someone now. Harry pressed. You know, if you wanted to, I wouldn't mind. He ignored the churn of doubt in his stomach at the thought of someone else having a right to Sirius's attention and time. Sirius smiled at him. Let's get you through the tournament first. Harry bit his lip as guilt quickly surged through him at the moment's relief he'd felt at Sirius's reply. You don't have to put your life on hold for me. Sirius's eyes widened as though startled. Nothing's on hold. He reached out and clasped Harry's shoulder. Look, if there was someone I was interested in, this would be an entirely different conversation. But there's not. He smirked a little, despite Nora Zabini's best efforts. Harry chuckled because Nora was definitely not subtle in her attempts to get Sirius's attention. And in all honesty, Sirius said firmly, I'm happy with the status quo. He paused and waved a hand. Well, I'd be happier if Voldemort was dead, and you were able to have a normal school year without anyone trying to kill you. But I know, Harry said warmly, reaching out and hugging Sirius. He still felt a little guilty that he didn't want Sirius to get involved with someone romantically, but as long as Sirius was happy, then that was okay, wasn't it? Sirius hugged him back before ruffling his hair and causing Harry to spring back with a warning expression. Sirius ignored it and hooked an arm around Harry's neck, grinning. Come on. I'll show you the training room and study, Sirius said. Harry allowed Sirius to drag him downstairs. The study was decked out a lot like Sirius's study at Griffin House, and had the same rule: Harry was always welcome even if all he did was read while Sirius worked. The training room was cool. Shelves filled with books filled one wall. The dueling area was clearly defined and came with an inbuilt shield to protect the rest of the room, and there was an array of physical training equipment. Harry knew that Cedric had been given access to something similar in Hufflepuff to ensure there was no question of favoritism. He couldn't wait to get started. The rest of the afternoon passed getting settled into his new room and finishing off the homework he'd had while he was recovering from the magical exhaustion. Hedwig turned up mid-afternoon, tired and grumpy from the flight. He comforted her with owl treats, and she tucked her head beneath her wing and went to sleep on her perch. By evening, the weirdness of being at Hogwarts but not in the dorm had worn off enough that he moved on to worrying about how everyone was going to react to him living in his own quarters with Sirius, so he was pleased when Ron, Hermione, and Neville turned up early for dinner. All three of them sprang forward for a surprise group hug that left Harry breathless when he answered the portrait. He adjusted his glasses nervously as he stepped back and ushered them inside. His eyes caught on Hermione's immediately, and he gestured at her hair, which was smoothed down and pinned back in some complicated female hairdo that he'd seen on Penny before. You look great. Hermione's cheeks went pink at his compliment. Lavender helped me. It took hours. Ron complained. We would have been here ages ago, but we were waiting forever in the common room. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Like I never have to wait for you, she retorted before turning to Harry with a chagrined expression. Actually, it did take longer than I expected. I don't think I could do this every day. Harry shrugged at her apologetic tone, unsure why she thought she had to be sorry about it. Maybe for special occasions then. He suggested, it does look great, but your hair's good the normal way too." Her cheeks went red again, but she smiled brightly at him. "Thank you, Harry." They both grinned at each other for a long moment. Ron coughed loudly. Harry swallowed the sigh he wanted to make, but took Ron's nonverbal point. He had promised not to make his getting together with Hermione uncomfortable for Ron. He moved them into the living room, and they all took seats on the sofas as Dobby popped in with mugs of warmed spiced apple juice. He turned to Neville. "So, how are things?" Harry asked. Neville straightened imperceptibly, changing from shy friend to confident second. "We're organized. Hermione's leading up research. Heather's in charge of your peer tutors since Robert and Natalie are both snowed under being head boy and girl. Although both will make time for the tutoring if there's something specific you need that they're good at." Hermione interjected. Ron snorted. "They could do more." "They have responsibilities, Ron." Hermione contradicted him, smartly. "They can't just drop everything to help Harry, especially when they're supposed to representing Hogwarts." She sent him another apologetic look. "No, don't worry." Harry waved her off. "I get they're caught between loyalties here. If all they can help me out with is an occasional tutoring session, then that's fine." Ron snorted again, but softly. "You shouldn't settle for that." "I kind of see Ron's point," Neville said before Harry could reply. After all, Robert swore fealty. He held up a hand. "But I agree that probably not making them choose gives us the higher ground, and ultimately, I think they'll end up helping more because of that." Ron subsided, taking a gulp of his drink. Harry exchanged a grateful look with Neville. "Okay, so Hermione's got research, Heather's got tutoring, and Jeremy's got PR." Neville concluded. Harry grimaced. 3 elements, right? Press, gossip cleanup, and cheerleading. "Yeah." Neville dug into his pocket and brought out a braided leather bracelet in red and gold. "Henna made this for you. We were going to go with beads, but some found those looked too girly." "Way too girly, mate," Ron said emphatically. "Wow." Harry turned it over in his hand. "This is nice." Hermione smiled at him and displayed her wrist where a thinner version was already tied. Professor Dumbledore agreed to the bracelets being part of the uniform so long as there was a bracelet for every champion. Diggory's Hufflepuff colors. Ron chimed in, shaking his wrist to reveal that he was also wearing a red and gold version. Beauxbatons is blue and gold, and Durmstrang's is a plain black. They've proved very popular. Hermione added, "And, of course, some of the Hufflepuffs, like Susan and Hannah, are wearing both yours and Cedric's." She leaned over and helped Harry tie it around his wrist. "Or in politically sensitive positions like Robert and Natalie." Neville said, "I have a couple spare for Sirius and Remus." He placed them on the table. "Thanks," Harry said, knowing both men would be wearing them as soon as they were given them. The wristband looked cool. It reminded him of some of the leather necklaces and bracelets that he'd seen Nashi and his family wear in the States. "All of Gryffindor is wearing yours along with the Potter Alliance," Neville said. "So, you do have visible support here at Hogwarts, at least comparable to Crum's and Delacour's. More support than Crumb and Delacour if he had all of Gryffindor," Harry mused. "On the gossip side, everyone in the Alliance is on message with you playing to win, but respect for the other champions." Neville said, "Draco's even managing to not sneer every time Cedric walks near him, so that's something." "I can't believe Malfoy's coming to dinner with us," Ron complained. "He needs the visible sign that we support him." Harry rejoined. He had been surprised at Draco's tenaciousness in supporting him, especially given their history, but he knew it needed to be rewarded with the same level of support back. "Theo's coming too." Neville nodded slowly. "It'll be good to get an update on Slytherin. There are a lot of rumors going around about a massive argument once Bulstrode, found out about Voldemort's genealogy. Yeah, Draco already wrote me a letter about that. Apparently, a lot of them are not too happy with their families at the moment. Harry gestured with his cup, which is great for us. It's undermining Voldemort's ability to gain supporters from this generation. They all nodded. I guess I can put up with Malfoy at dinner then. Ron muttered. Speaking of the houses, Hufflepuff's in a bit of disarray. Neville commented a little hesitantly. I think some of them are just upset that your being in the tournament has taken the spotlight off the fact that it's a Hufflepuff representing Hogwarts. Hermione explained. But there is hostility there. Diggory finally shut up some of his supporters after Robert had a word. Ron said bluntly, but some of them are still spouting off the same rubbish as his dad. That I entered myself because I'm attention-seeking and just plain crazy? Harry nodded. Sirius had been furious with some of the comments Amos Diggory had made, and Harry knew he had Brian and Mary on the case to see whether something could be done legally about what amounted to slander. A couple of them have had warnings from the teachers under the anti-bullying policy, but until they say it to your face. Hermione sighed heavily. Harry grimaced again. Great. Just what he needed. He rubbed his forehead and shook the thought away. Maybe being called attention-seeking and crazy wasn't nice, but it would be worse if he didn't have support, and he had plenty. He had to focus on that and forget about the rest, or at least try not to let it get to him. It could be worse, Harry mused, if Sirius hadn't taken over his guardianship, if he'd been entered into the tournament without warning and without people knowing he hadn't entered himself. He didn't want to think about it. He'd probably be on his own, or his eyes flickered to Hermione, maybe with one friend helping him. The articles today have gone down really well, though, Neville said, pulling Harry back into the conversation. Harry waved at them. Nobody's complaining about my having my own set of rooms and lesson plan. Well, the article made it clear that it was Sirius who insisted, so everyone's blaming him. Hermione said, We've kind of encouraged that. It worked with your mind healer thing. Ron commented, draining his mug and setting it on the coffee table. Harry nodded. Okay, well, at least I know I won't get lynched tomorrow. Everyone's looking forward to having you back in class, mate. Ron asserted with a grin. He's right. Neville said with a smile. The door chimed, and Harry figured it was Draco and Theo. He went to answer it with most of his nerves about returning to Hogwarts settled. He'd made the right decision to come back. It was a thought that stayed with Harry, buoying his spirits as he got dressed in a variation of the Hogwarts uniform the next morning. The cut was the same, but where his Gryffindor crests had resided, the crests of the houses of Potter and Black were proudly displayed. Harry ran a hand over them, checked his appearance again in the mirror, and made his way downstairs. Sirius glanced across the room from his seat on one of the comfy sofas. The newspapers lay in disarray around him. All set. Harry nodded. I'm meeting the others at the Great Hall. He made a quick Tempest charm. They should have finished breakfast by now. If you need me, send your Patronus. Sirius said firmly, getting to his feet and walking over to Harry. Harry hugged him briefly, grabbed his book bag, and left before he lost his nerve. He skipped down the stairs, following the usual path to the hall. A lot of the students he passed smiled at him, and he smiled gratefully back, with each step believing it was going to be all right. He entered the great hall and ignored the lull and chatter that followed as he focused on his friends. 2 steps away from the Gryffindor table, his way was blocked by a 6th-year Hufflepuff boy Harry vaguely recognized, and a Ravenclaw girl. Both of them glared at Harry meanly. Harry's gut tensed in grim anticipation. You have some nerve coming back, Potter. The Hufflepuff snarled. You couldn't resist the attention of competing in the tournament, taking the glory from Hogwarts' rightful champion. Harry didn't reply. He could see Minerva and Professor Flitwick racing toward them, and he signaled for Ron, Hermione, and Neville to stay away. "We'll be wearing these." The Ravenclaw thrust a badge at him. He glanced at it. It was a square badge proclaiming support for Cedric, but the words changed in front of his eyes to "Ignore Potter the Rotter," and Harry was unable to prevent the flare of hurt that he felt at the nasty message. "What is going on here?" Minerva demanded. "Accio badge," Flitwick said, holding his hand out to catch the badge as it leapt out of Harry's. His expression grew stony as he took in the message. He showed it to Minerva and glowered at the 2 sixth years. "Miss Tatler, I expect better from you." Minerva cast a furious look around the hall. "I suggest that if anyone else has possession of one of these badges, they get rid of them immediately or find themselves in detention." Harry noted a few hasty removals by students over on the Hufflepuff and Slytherin tables. He wasn't surprised even if he was slightly disheartened. Hufflepuff was loyal to Cedric, and the Slytherins would support a troll over a Gryffindor. He was mostly disappointed by Cedric himself, who ducked his head and was obviously intent on pretending nothing was going on. "Our apologies, Lord Potter," Flitwick said. "This is definitely not the way we wanted to welcome the champion of the light to Hogwarts." Harry admired the subtle manner in which Flitwick had told everyone in the hall of Harry's changed status. He was no longer Mr. Potter, Hogwarts student, but Lord Potter, a competing champion. "You carry on, Lord Potter," Flitwick continued, "but be assured the perpetrators will be dealt with. I'll take care of informing Lord Black." Minerva glowered at the rapidly paling 6th years. "You will both go immediately to my office and think about your actions and whether they are an acceptable way to represent Hogwarts and its champion," she said sternly. The 6th years shuffled out, thoroughly chastised. Harry glanced at Minerva and debated briefly whether he could convince her not to tell Sirius, and gave it up immediately as a lost cause. "Thank you," Harry murmured. He slid around them and joined his friends who were hovering at the end of the Gryffindor table. "You okay?" Hermione asked in a quiet voice. Harry nodded briskly. "Let's just get to class." They turned for the door and found Victor waiting with his friend. Harry's heart sank. He really didn't want another confrontation. But he squared his shoulders. "Victor," he said evenly. "Harry," Victor bowed his head a touch. "I wish to welcome you back. I am looking forward to competing against Voucher." Relief stormed through Harry. "Thank you," he said gratefully. "I hope you can still join me for Quidditch practice." "I would like that," Victor agreed. "Let me know then." He made another bow and departed. Ron gazed after him admiringly. "Now that is a class act." Harry and Hermione exchanged a mutual eye roll at Ron's hero worship, and suddenly everything seemed back to normal. It was almost enough to sustain him through the morning classes, through the whispers and stares that followed him on his travels through the castle. By the time he settled at the Gryffindor table for lunch, he was enormously relieved that he would have an escape at the end of the day. Hermione smiled sympathetically as he played with the plate of chicken stew he had chosen. "It's pretty bad, isn't it?" Harry shrugged. "About as bad as the air of Slytherin nonsense." Neville sighed. He and Ron had sat opposite to Harry and Hermione. "It's pretty bad that you have something to compare it to at all." Ron snorted. He was about to speak when his eyes went wide, and he stared at something over Harry's shoulder. Harry looked half expecting to see Victor. Instead, he found the very beautiful Vila representing Beauxbatons in the tournament. He hastily clambered to his feet and kissed Fleur's proffered hand. "Miss Delacour," Harry said politely. "Fleur, please." Fleur smiled prettily. "We are fellow champions, non?" "Sure," Harry said, bemused. "I'm Harry then." Fleur's smile widened. "Bon." I am looking forward to competing with you in Z tournament. I look forward to competing with you too, Harry said, feeling very awkward in the presence of the poised and elegant Vila. He heard Hermione's small cough and gratefully waved at her. May I introduce my friends? Fleur nodded. But of course. Harry smiled. This is Hermione Granger. Hermione stood and shook hands with Fleur as Ron and Neville hastened around the table to facilitate their introductions. Both boys were mildly affected by the Vila's allure, but the introductions passed without incident, if not without slightly glazed looks. Fleur quietly excused herself after, ostensibly to leave them to their lunch. That was nice of her, Hermione said. Ron motioned with his knife, sending a drop of sauce flying. She copied Crumb. It was still nice of her. Hermione insisted. She poked at her food, wistfully. She's very beautiful. So are you, Harry stated without thinking. He was rewarded with a huge smile from Hermione, and he resolved to ask her out as soon as he could arrange it. Ron pointed again with his knife, but toward the door, where Cedric was hurrying out with his head down. You'd think after his whole "the Hogwarts champion stands with you" spiel at Halloween, that he might have come over like the others. Hermione sighed. It's got to be difficult for him, with the stuff his father is saying. Harry tuned out their argument. He sympathized with Cedric, but he was disappointed in him too. He caught sight of some of the Hufflepuffs glaring at him and pushed the last of his chicken stew away. He really couldn't wait until the end of the day, the sanctuary of his own quarters and the solid comfort and support of Padfoot appealed more and more with each moment that passed. Ensuring Pronglet Survives, Chapter 4. November 10th, 1994. The Wizengamot was in chaos. Sirius watched carefully at the shouting brouhaha and reminded himself never to piss off Griselda and Augusta, since both of them were doing a sterling job of shouting Wenlock into submission and simultaneously staring down Flint and Gibbon, who had stood up to agree with Wenlock's position on the proposed suspension of the werewolf law. He glanced across to where Lucius was observing the melee of heated debate with an expression of disdain and careful calculation. Too many people were giving themselves away. Sirius mused as he turned his attention back to the others. Clearly Wenlock's wooing of the pure-blood ancient and noble houses that hadn't agreed détente with Sirius had been somewhat successful, since Flint and Gibbon had stood up in support of his argument against suspending the werewolf law. Several of the minor pure-blood houses were displaying supportive and submissive body language, accompanied by approving expressions toward Wenlock. So Wenlock had a greater level of support than he'd had at the previous sessions. Maybe, Sirius considered, Lucius's prediction of some of the minor houses rushing to hide behind Wenlock to avoid Voldemort's return was proving true. According to Lucius, Wenlock had sneered at Lucius's attempt to warn him. Sirius was satisfied they'd done the right thing, and if Wenlock didn't take the warning seriously, then that was not Sirius's problem. For their part, the Potter Alliance had done a good job of standing firmly behind Harry and not letting the threat of taking on Voldemort shake them. Daniel Greengrass had done a fantastic job of corralling the minor neutral houses. They might not be as ready to sign up to the Potter Alliance as they would have been a month before, but they were also not wandering openly in Wenlock's direction. It helped that the neutral houses were not exactly in favor of the werewolf law. Since Sirius hadn't done anything but concentrate on Harry, he was immensely grateful to Daniel, Augusta, and everyone else for stepping up. The flash of red and gold on his wrist had him smiling. Most of the Potter Alliance was wearing them, although a couple like Leonard Abbott were also wearing Diggory's yellow and black. His eyes slid to Amos in the fourth tier, and he wasn't surprised to find the man glaring back at him. He moved his gaze onwards dismissively. It was a confrontation waiting to happen. Leonard had already run interference that morning at the session break. And Sirius was pleased for once that he had the use of Cornelius's flu, which meant that he avoided the public forum of the atrium arriving, because he had a feeling Diggory wanted a showdown in front of the press. Probably Diggity wanted to confront him about the warning letter that Mary Barron, in her capacity as Harry's solicitor, had sent, warning Diggory that if he continued to make snide insinuations about Harry's character and well-being in newspapers, they could and would sue him for slander, regardless of Harry's respect for Cedric. They'd sent a similar letter to the press warning them that they wouldn't tolerate slurs against Harry's character. They'd backed off since the letter, which was good since the laws were completely nonsensical, and Sirius wasn't too certain that they'd actually win if they brought it in front of the Wizengamot. Sirius wasn't too worried about the impact of a public showdown with Diggory. In truth, he was fairly certain he could remain in control, but he didn't want to take part in something that would make it more difficult for Harry at Hogwarts. It was tough. Despite the visible support Harry was receiving from a good majority of the school population and his close friends, Harry returned every day from his classes with small lines of tension bracketing his mouth and eyes, a stiffness to his posture that suggested hours of being braced for an attack. It hadn't helped that the first day back, some students had worn badges proclaiming "Support Diggory, Ignore Potter the Rotter." The ringleaders had been punished under the anti-bullying policy, but it hadn't stopped Harry from being hurt by it. Sirius had never been so glad that he'd insisted on being on site for his son, for giving Harry somewhere that he could relax and be himself. He wasn't impressed by Cedric Diggory either. Whatever good Will had been generated in hearing Cedric's stand on the night Harry had been announced as a champion had eroded. While there was nothing to suggest Diggory himself had known about the badges before they'd appeared, he hadn't exactly gone out of his way to state that they were unacceptable, and while Sirius had gathered from Harry's discussions with Neville, Ron, and Hermione in their rooms that Cedric had stopped the more vociferous of his supporters from parroting his father, he hadn't quite shut them up either. The Hogwarts champion was, for the most part, ignoring Harry. Strangely, both the other champions seemed much more willing to think of Harry's inclusion as a good thing. Victor Crumb was surprisingly a stalwart supporter. He had turned up the evening before after apparently joining Harry and the Gryffindor team for Quidditch practice. Sirius had kept watch through an open study door to the living area in case he was needed, but the discussion had revolved around Quidditch and seeker moves, with Crumb mentoring Harry like a big brother or an older cousin. While Sirius still had concerns about Crumb's befriending Harry, who was so much younger than him, and he figured some of it had to do with mutual issues with fame and because it was good politics, he was satisfied that as far as the tournament was concerned, Crumb didn't have a hidden agenda. It had been Wednesday night when Ron and Hermione had popped round to do their homework with Harry that Sirius had finally heard how Fleur Delacour had approached Harry at Monday lunchtime to welcome him back, and to inform him she looked forward to competing against him. Ron had been the one to blurt it out, mostly excited that Fleur was Vila. Harry had dismissed the whole thing as not a big deal, but accepted it was a nice gesture on Fleur's part. Sirius suspected that his dismissal of the French girl's action was partly to reassure Hermione that she was still the one he wanted to ask out. Not that Harry had asked Hermione out during the past 4 days, which was another source of frustration for Harry. The one time Sirius had asked how it was going, and if Harry needed any help, he'd gotten snapped at in a way that Sirius remembered all too well from when James had been courting Lily. He had carefully not inquired since. Harry would work it out himself. Sirius knew that. Sirius dragged his attention back to the Wizengamot, which was settling back down after an admonition by Albus. Dirk Cresswell, the chair of the committee reviewing the laws on magical races and creatures, stood up again. The werewolf law passed in early June is a resoundingly ugly piece of legislation. It doesn't do anything except make it more difficult for a wizard or a witch infected with lycanthropy to find work in the wizarding world. The 30-something good-looking wizard glared at the Wizengamot. Imagine that you were bitten tomorrow. Immediately, you would be removed from your positions within this body. If you own your company, you are no longer able to retain ownership. If you work for someone else, they have the right to fire you. If you have money and property, maybe you will be able to buy wolfsbane and survive. But if you need that job or need your company or rely on the status this position brings you, well, you will struggle the same way that over 2,000 words in our society already do. There was a resounding silence. Sirius glanced around and noted that there were some considering looks on those that a moment before had been vehemently opposed. His eyes swept over one of the minor neutral houses Zeller because, according to Cornelius, there was a suspicion that Arnold Zeller was actually an unregistered werewolf. This legislation pushes werewolves into criminal behavior out of desperation, Dirk continued passionately, or it forces them to look for work in the Muggle world and to place the secrecy of our world at risk. He made another sweeping look of the chamber. I encourage you all to suspend this law immediately. Thank you. Dirk was good, Sirius thought, impressed by the wizard. He had been Arthur's recommendation. A Muggle-born wizard in the Goblin Liaison Office who spoke fluent gobbledygook. Albus cleared his throat. Let's vote. The vote was passed in favor of suspension, but it was a close thing. The Potter Alliance remained steadfast despite some of the members' previous voting through the law. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief as the session was closed and the Wisengamot started to empty. Richard leaned over to him. Shall we pretend to have an in-depth conversation so Diggory can't approach you? That would be great, Sirius said with a grateful smile as he sketched a privacy bubble. Thank you. No problem, Richard said, grinning back at him. I should be thanking you for sending me to Paris again. Flick had a great time. He waved a hand. Only fly in the ointment was having to deal with Fevrier again. He really is a little turd. Sirius nodded. Turd was a surprisingly good description of the French antiquities dealer. Conman was the other term that came to mind. I can afford his stringing me along for a while. At least we have our eyes open, Richard admitted. Merlin knows how many people he must con out of a fortune. Too many, Sirius agreed, but he figured that Fevrier would acquire the Lumiere translation by the beginning of the next year, and that was the only important thing. How's Remus? Richard asked tentatively. Sirius gave a soft hum in response. Good, I think. He finds being alpha a bit awkward, but the others haven't given him any trouble at the chateau, and seem to be accepting his leadership, so... He shrugged. I'll be glad when he's back. And is Harry prepared for the weighing of the wands? Richard asked. As much as he can be. Sirius smirked suddenly at the memory of Harry, realized that his wand was going to be examined close up. He's taken a sudden interest in polishing his wand, and I don't mean metaphorically or euphemistically. Richard burst out laughing. He motioned towards the door. We should be fine to leave now. Sirius dismissed the privacy bubble, and the two of them made their way down the stairs and out into the corridors of the ministry. They parted at the stairwell. Sirius headed for Arthur's office, and Richard made his way home. Arthur waved him in, his blue eyes shining a welcome. Sirius, I hoped you'd stop by. I wanted to apologize again for abandoning our weekly dinners, Sirius said, sinking into the visitor's chair, but I don't want to leave Harry alone. Don't worry, Arthur assured him. Molly and I understand. How's it going? I'm glad I'm there, Sirius said simply. I think I'd have gone mad if I hadn't managed to convince Albus to give us our own rooms, and Harry had just gone back, and I'd had to support at a distance. Arthur frowned, his freckled face creasing with concern. I thought the other students were being supportive. His friends, yes, the Potter Alliance and Gryffindor, for the most part, although some are more vocal and visible than others. The rest of the school? Sirius sighed. It's a mixed bag because of the situation with Diggory. He motioned with his hand. It was easy in the heat of the moment on Halloween for them to stand up and acknowledge that Harry hadn't entered himself, but to continue to support him when he's gone on record as saying he'll try to win when the school already has a champion? It is a bold strategy, Arthur commented. And given his history with facing danger, I wasn't surprised by it. But I know Molly was hoping that he'd walk out and do the least he needed to do to pacify the contract with the Goblet. It's not really Harry's style. Sirius murmured, a twinge of guilt running through him as he considered it wasn't his style either, and he hadn't even attempted to convince Harry that there was another way of participating in the tournament. Maybe I should have. No, Arthur cut in before Sirius could verbalize the thought. You're right to support his decision, Sirius. He has instincts about these types of situations, and if you'd done a Molly with him, he'd have walked out to do the task and gone with his instincts anyway, but without probably a tenth of the preparation he's getting now. Whatever Sirius had been about to say remained unsaid as Percy barreled into the room. Arthur's third son was clearly distraught, and Sirius got to his feet, intending to leave. I've resigned, Percy declared, giving no sign that he had even registered Sirius's presence. Oh, Percy, Arthur said, glancing in Sirius's direction. Percy's chin came up. It's pretty clear I'm going to be fired, and who can blame them since I was stupid enough to almost get my own family killed. I just didn't want to give them the satisfaction of kicking me out. Sirius cleared his throat, and finally Percy realized he was in the room. Percy went bright red, then white under hid freckles. I'll leave you to it, Sirius said diplomatically. Thank you, Sirius. Arthur said. Stay in touch, and if you need anything, let us know. I will do, Sirius promised, and made his escape. It wasn't a surprise that Percy had resigned, and Sirius thought it was probably the right decision. The likelihood of Percy being fired was very high since someone needed to take the blame for the breach of security that had happened with Barty Jr., and Percy was a handy scapegoat. It was a shame, but Percy hadn't endeared himself to his colleagues over the previous months. Sirius made a mental note to talk with Remus about it. It was possible that Remus needed an assistant to help with his steward duties, and Percy, for all his faults, was a good worker. Sirius had barely taken 3 steps away from Arthur's door when Amos Diggory appeared from a side office to stand in front of him, blocking his way. Black. Amos snarled. Diggory. Sirius returned evenly. Diggory had obviously waited for him. I don't think we have anything to say to each other, do we? Amos's face turned a strange purple color, and Sirius briefly worried Amos was going to have a heart attack. Your solicitor may have threatened me, Black, but you'll find it's not that easy to shut me up. Sirius hummed under his breath and reminded himself that punching Amos wasn't a good idea. A waft of the other man's breath swept over him, and Sirius got hit with the stench of whiskey. This was not good, Sirius mused. You were slandering my 14-year-old son, Diggory. You can hardly be surprised that I stepped in. You would do the same if we were to make similar comments about your son. Sirius attempted to keep his voice calm. My boy isn't an attention-seeking glory hound. Amos blustered. And neither is mine. Sirius retorted, trying to keep his temper and reminding himself that Amos was counting on that very outcome. I'll also remind you that my son didn't enter himself. Right, Amos said derisively. He was entered by the oh-so-conveniently resurrected Bartemius Crouch Jr. Oh, so that was his latest game. Sirius smiled, and something must have registered with Amos that Sirius smiling wasn't a good thing because he took a step back. You don't want to go there, Diggory, Sirius said softly. Or what? Amos bit out. Or you'll find yourself contradicting an official ministry and DMLE view. Amelia's voice snapped, causing both men to turn to face her. And the last time I looked, Amos, you weren't that stupid. Sirius could have kissed her. Amos flushed brightly and scuttled away. You are a lifesaver, Sirius told Amelia, as soon as Amos was out of earshot. I'm certain the life in question was Amos's. Amelia responded dryly. You'll get no argument from me, Sirius said candidly. Come on, she jerked her head towards her office. You can flew to Hogwarts for mine, and I'll give you my take on how Harry won our duel last night. Sirius gave a grin and fell into step beside her. November 13th, 1994. Harry adjusted his robes, letting the fall of material straighten. He looked at himself critically. His hair was as good as it was going to get. His glasses gleamed, showcasing his green eyes, and his outfit was smart, sharp black trousers and a green silk shirt under his best black open robes with his family crests proudly displayed. He was ready. Panic stirred faintly in the back of his mind, but he pushed it away before it could take hold. He marched out of his room determinedly. Sirius looked up from reading the paper and smiled at Harry as he picked up the pink rose Neville had dropped off earlier that day. All sorted? Sirius asked. I think so, Harry replied, hating the note of uncertainty that crept into his voice. He took a deep breath and nodded with more confidence. Yes, ready. For a moment, Harry thought Sirius was going to tease him as he often did when the subject of girls was raised, but Sirius smiled again instead. I don't think you'll need it, but good luck, Sirius said with a wink. Harry smiled gratefully and threw on his invisibility cloak. He didn't want to be seen in transit with the rose. He left their quarters and made his way through the school to the Runes classroom. It was empty, and for a second Harry wondered if he was going to be stood up, despite knowing that Hedwig had delivered a positive reply to his request for a rendezvous that morning. Before the thought could take root, the door opened and Hermione slid inside. Harry, she called out softly. He belatedly realized he was invisible and yanked the cloak off, throwing it over his arm. Hermione smiled brightly at him, and he smiled back at her. Hey, Harry said warmly, you look great. And she did. Her hair had been tamed again into soft curls that fell to her shoulders, and although she wore her uniform, it was pristine, the Gryffindor crest catching the sun coming through the large windows. She looked very pretty. So do you, Hermione said shyly. She gestured at his hand. Is that for me? Harry walked over to her and held out the rose. It is. It's a token well, a small token of how much I like you. He tried to ignore how hot his cheeks were burning. Thank you, Harry. Hermione took the rose with a nervous smile. I think it's the first time anyone has given me a flower. Harry took confidence from her pleased expression. I know you know, and I know you know I know, but I wanted to ask you properly. He said a little hesitantly. So, he took another deep breath. I really, like you, and I would really like it if you would agree to go on a real date with me. He was blushing again, but so was Hermione, and he held on to the delight in her eyes as a good sign. I really like you too, and I would really like to go on a real date with you too. Hermione agreed softly. They grinned at each other for a long moment before Harry reached for her hand and Hermione tangled their fingers together. The feel of her hand in his made Harry breathless. He squeezed her fingers gently. We do, need to talk about. He began. She nodded enthusiastically, sending her curls bouncing. Our friendship is the most important thing. I don't want to ever lose that. She said quickly. And of course, I don't want us to make things awkward for Sirius as far as the House of Black is concerned. She grimaced. We need to make sure Ron especially doesn't feel left out too. Exactly. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. Sirius approves, by the way. Hermione smiled at him, her eyes alight with laughter. I thought he might. Harry smiled back because she was right. Sirius hadn't been at all subtle over the previous week. And so does Ron, Harry continued. But I agree, we should make sure he's not left out. We will, Hermione assured him. Her face turned considering. We really need him to wake up and realize Lavender is head over heels for him. Maybe he will now we're dating, Harry said, hopefully. Delight sailed through him as he caught Hermione's flush at his words. He shifted position as his conscience prodded him. About the actual date. We need to wait until after the first task. Hermione said firmly. You've only got just over a week to prepare after today's wand ceremony, and that has to take priority. Harry stared at her. You are just thank you. His fingers brushed the band of red and gold on her wrist. Are you worried about it? Hermione asked. I've been trying to talk to you all week, but there's always someone else around, and, well, everyone else is getting ready for the weighing of the wands, and we're alone, so... He had chosen the time for them to meet up precisely for that reason. Yeah, Harry answered her initial question without thinking about it. They'd been friends too long for him to think twice about confiding in her. He wanted to confide in her. I guess I am worried about it. He pushed his glasses up his nose with his free hand. It is going to be dangerous, and just because I wanted to make Voldemort regret entering me by doing well doesn't mean that I think I'm actually going to do well. Although, maybe I think I'm going to be okay with the first task, if it is something to do with magical creatures, like everyone thinks, because I think I'm good with those, and the study plan is catching me up with theory, and Moody was brilliant about tutoring me in the spells you listed for me, but he sighed and met her warm gaze. I usually have you and Ron with me, you know? Whenever I've gone off to do one of these insane things, and now it's just me. It was just you and Voldemort at the end of the traps. Harry, Hermione reminded him, and just you with the basilisk. You were there for Sirius, though. Harry reminded her. But you were the one who produced the Patronus that saved us all from the Dementors. Hermione said quietly, You're brilliant at this type of stuff. Do you remember what I said to you the first time? You're a great wizard, Harry. A flush of warmth rushed through, and his gaze snagged on hers. It was a perfect moment, and his gaze dropped to her lips. His heart pounded a little bit as he leaned in toward her, and he could feel her shift, leaning towards him. The door to the classroom flew open, and Harry immediately turned defensively, letting go of Hermione as his wand was unleashed from its holster. Expelliarmus! He yelled. A blur of purple went sailing back through the doorway as a wand whipped across the air between to land in Harry's outstretched empty hand. He and Hermione rushed to the door and took in the sight of their potential attacker, lying on the floor of the corridor with a stunned expression. Harry blanched. Professor Dumbledore, gasped Hermione as she hurried forward to help their headmaster, Harry following belatedly in her wake with the professor's wand in his hand buzzing with power as his thumb drifted over the mark at the base. It's all right, Miss Granger. Dumbledore took her outstretched hand and levered himself off the floor. My robes have cushioning charms, and no harm was done. His rheumy eyes met Harry's. An impressive disarming spell. Harry. I am sorry, sir. Harry said miserably. It's just... No. Dumbledore waved off the apology. I understand you are in a state of constant vigilance. His eyes twinkled as he brushed the dust off his bright purple robes. And quite right, too. My own fault for believing 2 students lurking in a classroom would have nefarious motivations. If I had known it was you and Miss Granger, I would have continued onto the Great Hall for the wand ceremony. His eyes flickered to the pink rose Hermione held. Both Harry and Hermione went bright red. Your wand, Professor. Harry said hurriedly. He flipped the wand over and offered it to the headmaster. Dumbledore paused, and his keen gaze found Harry's again, a question in the depths. And it was then Harry felt a whisper of something, a call that resonated deep inside of him, the wand calling out to his blood-peveril blood. He could sense the power of the wand, the connection with the family magic that bubbled up eagerly to encourage him to accept the wand that it had once made. And there was an echo from the cloak left lying in the classroom of recognition and welcome. But it wasn't the right time. They had no idea still how the Hallows were supposed to work together, and Harry couldn't take the risk of owning a wand that was so powerful when there was the slightest chance Voldemort could get his hands on it. Harry firmed his lips, ignored the whisper in his mind, and nodded briskly. He had a perfectly serviceable wand, and the Elder Wand was safest with Dumbledore. "Thank you, Harry." Dumbledore took his wand back and smiled somewhat sadly at it. The nudge of something faded, and Harry shrugged the feeling away as though trying to dislodge an itch. Hermione threw Harry a curious look, and he mouthed the word later at her. "Well, we should all be making our way to the Great Hall, I believe," Dumbledore said chirpily. "After all, you and I are participating in today's ceremony, Harry." "More's the pity," Harry thought, before he nodded his agreement and gestured back at the classroom. "I just have to pick up my cloak." "Ah, then I shall leave you and Miss Granger to make your own way while I check that all is in order." Dumbledore sighed. "We had not planned for this to be in front of the whole school originally." He glided away, and they watched him disappear around the corridor before looking at each other nervously. Harry started to chuckle at the memory of Dumbledore sailing through the air. Hermione looked at him askance. "It's not funny, Harry. I can't believe you disarmed Professor Dumbledore," she said, folding her arms over her chest. "It's a little funny." Harry countered as he went back into the classroom and picked up the silvery material he'd left on the floor. There was no time to return it. Dobby popped in immediately. "You best calling Dobby, Master Harry Potter, sir." "We have to get to the wand ceremony," Harry explained. "Can you take my cloak back to my room for me, please? And my rose back to my dorm, please?" Hermione asked quickly. She smiled at Harry. "I don't want it getting damaged." Dobby hopped happily, taking both items. "Dobby will take care of all." He popped away again. Harry held out his hand a little anxiously, but Hermione simply rolled her eyes and took it with another shy smile. He was giddy as they walked to the Great Hall, discussing the history behind the ceremony that Hermione and her researchers had uncovered. By the time they entered the wide doors, Harry was reassured that it was a fairly straightforward examination of his wand without the possibility of any spirits manifesting or strange things happening. "Harry!" Rita swooped on them as soon as he and Hermione crossed the threshold into the hall. Her eyes glittered behind her oversized specs, arrowing in on their joined hands. "Is there something that you want to tell the readers of the Daily Prophet?" "Yes." Sirius was suddenly beside Harry, his hand heavy on his shoulder. "He wants to tell you that he can't take part in conversations with the press without his guardian present, Rita." Rita wasn't fazed by the rebuke. "Lord Black," she said dryly, "what a surprise to see you here." She motioned at the other champions already gathered up at the front of the hall. "I didn't realize that the families of the champions were allowed to be present. Or have they made a special exception for you?" Harry kept his face impassive, knowing Sirius was more than capable of handling the question with its nasty undertone. "The other champions are of age," Sirius pointed out, "and therefore don't require an adult to safeguard their interests. Harry is still a minor, and therefore, when appropriate, will have a guardian present at official tournament meetings." He smiled sharply. Rita gave a weak smile in response and made her way back to the other journalists. "Ready, Harry?" Sirius asked him quietly. Harry grimaced, but nodded. He felt Hermione squeeze his fingers before letting go. "It'll be fine, Harry," she promised, and swiftly headed in the direction of the Gryffindor table to where an avid lavender and Parvati seemed to be awaiting her, along with a smug-looking Ron and Neville. Harry was ushered forward by Sirius, and he missed the dark looks of consternation and understanding from his stalkers, the disappointment that had Ginny lowering her head, hiding behind a fall of red hair. Instead, Harry fell into line beside Victor, who acknowledged him with a grim smile. Fleur bowed her golden head a touch, and Cedric did what Cedric had spent the previous week doing. He ignored Harry. Harry huffed out a breath and breathed in slowly, refusing to allow himself to get frustrated in front of everyone. "Ah, excellent." Dumbledore spoke up loudly, silencing the hall immediately. "Now that we are all gathered, we can begin." His gaze swept around the room, and the doors to the Great Hall banged shut as Hagrid closed them. "We had initially intended this to be a quiet affair, but with recent developments, it was felt more appropriate to make this a public event for our 3 schools and, of course, the illustrious members of the press." He smiled benevolently to the right, where Rita, Luna's father, and Esmeralda Goose sat on a narrow bench. "So, the weighing of the wands ceremony dates back quite a number of years and is where the champions' wands are examined to ensure fairness. I am pleased to introduce Master Wandmaker Ollivander, who will do the examinations." The old wizard stepped forward and bowed to the politely applauding students. "Thank you. If I could see Mr. Crumb's wand first, please." Victor stepped forward, resplendent in deep burgundy robes. He handed his wand to Ollivander briskly. "A Gregorovitch." Ollivander lifted the wand, examining it carefully. "Hornbeam and dragon heartstring, 10¼ inches, thicker than I would have made it. Good condition, I see." He made a jabbing motion, and a flock of birds erupted from the end of the wand and out of an open window. "Good, good. A fine wand, Mr. Crumb, and one most appropriate for a man with a penchant for the air." The wand was handed back, and Crumb moved to the other side of Ollivander. "Miss Delacour." Ollivander waved her forward and took her proffered wand with a gallant bow. "Oh, what a lovely wand." He carefully lifted it to the light and made a gleeful sound under his breath. "Well, well, a limb-one creation with rosewood and Avila hair. My grandmother." Fleur confirmed, her accent heavy. "Rather inflexible, but—" Ollivander made the same jabbing motion as he had with Crumbs, and a shower of dragonflies emerged, flying over the crowd before disappearing. "Fire and air," he said delightedly. "How remarkable, but definitely appropriate for one of your beauty, young lady." Fleur took her wand back with a pleased smile, lifting her rosebud lips. Harry tried not to fidget as Ollivander called for Cedric. "Now this I recognize. My own creation." Ollivander beamed at Cedric, who beamed back. "Ash and the tail hair of a unicorn stallion. I remember it well." He gave Cedric an approving glance. "You've taken excellent care of it, Mr. Diggory." Cedric continued beaming. Ollivander made the jabbing motion for the 3rd time, and a single dove flew from the wand, disappearing into the rafters of the Great Hall. "Ah, earth and air," a bird suggesting a pure heart and a desire for peace. His shrewd eyes met Cedric's. "You would be wise to listen to its message." 2 slashes of red appeared across Cedric's cheeks, and he swiftly took back the wand to make his way to the other champions. "Mr. Potter." Harry tried to ignore the churn of nerves that had settled heavily in his stomach. He tried to ignore the fact that everyone was looking at him, and handed his wand over. "Oh, my," Ollivander said. "I remember this wand very well." His intent look fell upon Harry. "Holly and a phoenix feather. It has seen battle since we last met, Mr. Potter." It was all he could do to nod. "I did say that you could accomplish great things with this wand," Ollivander said quietly. "And so you have." Harry couldn't quite manage a smile. Ollivander frowned, and he peered at the wand, darted a glance at Harry, and then one in the direction of Dumbledore. "Remarkable," he murmured before he jabbed the wand in a now familiar motion. Fire shot out of the tip, forming a large blazing image of a phoenix in flight, almost the height of the Great Hall. Harry's mouth fell open, and he could hear gasps and shouts from the students and teachers. And as suddenly as it had appeared, the image disappeared, leaving nothing but a trail of smoke. Fire and air symbolizing rebirth, rising from the ashes. Ollivander blinked as he handed Harry his wand back. "You are a truly impressive wizard, Mr. Potter. Great things indeed." "Thank you," Harry muttered uncertainly and quickly stepped over to the others. "Are my fellow judges satisfied that the wands have been examined and cleared for use?" Dumbledore asked loudly before the quiet mutterings in the hall could become actual babble. Madame Maxime nodded with a large smile, Karkaroff gave a dismissive wave, and Ludo Bagman grinned broadly towards the press as he gave a thumbs-up gesture. "Then the ceremony is over." Dumbledore clapped his hands and dismissed the gathered students. Harry searched out Hermione, and they exchanged a quick smile before she left, flanked by Ron and Neville. Unfortunately, Harry had to suffer through Bagman's insistence on a posed photo of all of the champions before he finally got to leave with Sirius. So, Sirius sketched a privacy bubble as they walked to the tower. "I'm sure I don't really need to ask since you were holding hands with her. And all but, how did it go?" Harry smiled and knew he probably had a fairly sappy expression on his face, but he didn't care. She said yes. Sirius grinned at him. "Way to go, Harry. And she understands about the date being delayed until after the first task." Harry added, "She was great about everything." "I'm pleased for you, Harry," Sirius said warmly, slinging an arm around his shoulder. "There was kind of a thing with Professor Dumbledore." Harry hurried out the explanation of what had happened, and by the end of it they were in their quarters, and Sirius was howling with laughter. It was good to see Sirius laughing for once. He hadn't done that enough recently, Harry mused, feeling guilty even though he knew it wasn't really his fault. A knock had them both turning for the door. Sirius waved Harry back and went to answer it. Minerva and Ollivander were on the other side. "My apologies, Sirius," Minerva said, "but Mr. Ollivander was insistent on speaking with you and Mr. Potter." Harry's eyes widened, and he could see Sirius morphing into his Lord Black persona as he considered the request and agreed to it, inviting Minerva and Ollivander into the room with an offer of refreshments. 5 minutes later, they were drinking tea, compliments of Dobby, and Ollivander's. Discreet suggestion of privacy had been dismissed with Sirius's confirmation that Minnie had their complete confidence to allow Minerva to stay. Ollivander set his cup down. "You'll have to forgive me if I come directly to the point. Directness would be appreciated," Sirius countered, his expression guarded. Harry found himself the object of Ollivander's unsettling stare once more. "Mr. Potter," Ollivander began, "am I right in assuming that you recently came into possession of the headmaster's wand?" Harry glanced at Minerva before he nodded. I accidentally disarmed him earlier today when he surprised me." Minerva rolled her eyes, an exasperated breath escaping her, but she didn't rebuke him, and Harry relaxed a touch. Ollivander's eyes sparkled briefly with amusement before sobering again. "Do you remember that I once told you that the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded, a sinking feeling in his gut at where the discussion was headed. "The headmaster's wand chose you when you proved your worth and disarmed him." Ollivander continued. Sirius tensed beside him. "I doubt that you could have failed to notice, since the wand in question is powerful enough to make its choice known." Ollivander said quietly, "Yet somehow the wand remains with the headmaster, and you are facing a difficult tournament with a greatly inferior wand." Harry bristled on behalf of his perfectly fine holly and phoenix wand. Wands don't change their allegiance that way. Minerva spoke up sharply. Ordinarily, no, Ollivander said with a slow smile, but the Elder Wand is no ordinary wand. Everyone froze, and Harry knew his own thoughts of should they deny it, should they admit they knew, were running through Sirius's head. Sirius met Harry's eyes briefly before he sighed, and acknowledged Ollivander's words with a tilt of his head. Ollivander blinked. You are all aware of the significance of the headmaster's wand. We are, Sirius replied. The wandmaker looked shaken. Then, you gave it back to the headmaster knowing of its power. Harry shot a questioning look at Sirius for permission before he nodded. The wand is safest with the headmaster. Remarkable, Ollivander said, staring at Harry. It was remarkable when I thought you had given up the wand without knowing, but to give it up when you do know, even more remarkable. I assume you felt its pull. Harry settled for another nod, unwilling to explain the exact nature of the pull that he'd felt. There was a niggling feeling that he only had to focus, and he would feel it again, its seductive whisper across his heart. I'm not sure I understand how the allegiance thing works, Harry admitted, vaguely remembering that Ollivander had said something in the memory he'd watched from Sirius's grandfather. Ollivander smiled, slightly patronizingly. Wands choose the wizard because the magical element within them resonates with the wizard's own magical energy, the wood acting as a grounding force to allow the transference back and forth. Family members usually have similar energy, so it's not unusual for children to be able to use their parents' wands or some other relatives. Generally, it's unusual for an opponent and non-relative in a duel situation to be a better magical match for a wand to change its allegiance. It has happened, but rarely. And okay, Harry thought he got that. But the Elder Wand doesn't work that way. Sirius stated, it is an unique wand without a core magical element, but a powerful wand that understands power. Ollivander expanded, with a gesture meant to convey, the more the better. And so, if it feels one wizard has more than another, say because it was taken in a disarming spell, it sides with that wizard, and will not work for the one who holds it if he tries to use it against the wand's chosen master. It is said to be the reason why it always ends up with the victor of the duels it has participated in. So it has no true allegiance. Minerva questioned, a worried frown creasing her forehead. In some tales of the wand, that is the theory. However, one origin story says the wand has no allegiance except to the blood that runs through it. Ollivander's gaze slid to Harry. The blood of the Peverills, your bloodline, which would explain the pull Harry had felt. Now that it's found you, Mr. Potter, I rather suspect the wand won't give its allegiance to anyone else. Ollivander finished. So presumably it wouldn't give its allegiance to Voldemort, Harry mused. That was good news. But there's not really an issue with the headmaster continuing to have the wand, is there? Minerva asked anxiously. Oh, I dare say it will continue to work for the headmaster if not as well as it has done, as well as his previous wand. Ollivander said brightly, he is a powerful wizard in his own right. His gaze moved back to Harry. If you feel the wand is safer with him, and wish to use another, well, that is a remarkable choice, and perhaps only one who has Peveril blood could make to refuse the power the wand offers you. But I would caution you that you may need the wand, especially in these dangerous times. Ollivander held up a hand before anyone could say anything. I see the signs, and I know the one who wields the brother wand to your own rises again. He gestured. I suspect he is behind your tournament entry. Harry looked helplessly at Sirius. If Harry is to face Voldemort, Sirius began, which believe me will only be happening over my dead body, but ignoring that, you truly believe Harry using the Elder Wand is worth the risk of it falling into Voldemort's hand. I understand the concern. But regardless, that I rather think that the elder wand wielded by a Peveril would be practically invincible, Ollivander replied smartly. There is the pressing concern that Harry's own wand would be useless against its brother wand. Sirius stiffened. Explain. When two wands containing magical elements of the same creature are set in opposition, there is a battle for dominance that takes place between the wands. Ollivander said swiftly. The wands are locked until the stronger overcomes the weaker. At that moment, priori incancatum occurs, with the defeated wand spilling out its secrets. A normal duel is out of the question. I can't use my wand in a duel with Voldemort. Harry checked, a sinking feeling in his stomach because he liked his wand. He loved his wand. He didn't want to have to use a different wand if he was fighting Voldemort. I'm afraid it wouldn't do much except. Ollivander spread his hands in lieu of repeating himself. Great. Harry muttered. Sirius reached over and clasped his shoulder briefly. At least, thanks to Mr. Ollivander, we know now. He turned to the wand maker. Thank you. Ollivander waved away the gratitude. There is one tale that if you truly need it, the elder wand would come to its rightful master by calling it with a simple thought. He smiled. If the elder wand ever does come into your possession, Mr. Potter, I would appreciate the opportunity to examine it. Sirius and Minerva hustled Ollivander away in some gracious manner that didn't make it look like they were hustling him away, leaving Harry contemplating the information Ollivander had imparted. We can get you another wand. Sirius's voice wrenched Harry from the tumbling, single thought of what now? I like my wand. Harry sighed and flopped back against the sofa. There's always the elder wand, Sirius said, sitting down beside him. And frankly, we always thought. The evident dislike didn't seem to faze Pansy, who wrinkled her small upturned nose and shot a malevolent look in Hermione's direction. Hermione stiffened automatically in response. Rita Skeeter was interviewing me. Pansy gloated. She wanted to know all about Granger. All chatter in the corridor stopped abruptly. Hermione tightened her grip on Harry as he drew away from the wall, his anger blazing out of his eyes, and gave a small shake of her head to try and prevent him from doing anything rash. He stopped as Draco shifted. Are you really that stupid? Draco bit out. Pansy tore her gaze away from Harry and looked wide-eyed at Draco's annoyed pointed features. Hermione breathed an inward sigh of relief as Harry relaxed a touch, seeing that Draco would deal with it. Draco. Pansy gathered up the remnants of her courage and self-delusion and carried on. You can't deny that you'll enjoy seeing the truth about Granger in tomorrow's paper. I can deny it, since your truth probably involves insulting Granger, who is a member of the House of Black, as am I. Draco snarled. Well, at least we know who to point Lord Black at when he reads all about an unnamed source at Hogwarts. Theo slipped in slyly. Pansy paled, but she remained defiant. I stand by what I said. Then you won't mind coming with me this lunchtime to meet with Lord Black and inform him of your indiscretion in relation to his ward, Miss Parkinson. Snape's smooth tone had them all jumping as they took in his looming presence. How he had sneaked up on them all was a mystery, but Hermione was pleased to see him despite the pounding of her heart at his surprise entry. His words sank in, and she exchanged an incredulous look with Harry and Ron, who both looked as shocked as she felt at Snape's rebuke of Pansy. A Slytherin. Professor Snape. Pansy squeaked out. Sir, I don't think. That much is apparent, Miss Parkinson. Snape sneered fiercely. And it is entirely unacceptable in a Slytherin. The punishment will stand. His dark eyes roamed over the corridor and landed on Harry's hand holding Hermione's. Hermione shifted nervously for some kind of derisive comment, but Snape turned, unlocked the potions lab with a wave of his wand, and stormed inside the room. The waiting students all hurried in after him, and Harry let go of her hand as they took their usual places. Hermione regretted the loss, but she focused her mind on the potion and bundled her worries and delight about her relationship with Harry to the back of her mind. Time moved slowly in the tense potions lab, with only the occasional sound of a beaker clinking against a cauldron or the grinding of ingredients. Snape stared impassively at the students from the front of the lab. Hermione stirred her mixture clockwise 3 times and was satisfied when it turned a vibrant blue. It was almost ready for the pickled newt's eyes. And then Pansy screamed. Hermione's head whipped round to look at the Slytherin girls' bench and went wide with horror at the pink bubbling cloud that streamed out of the cauldron and engulfed Pansy. If it came near to anyone else. Orestes! Harry snapped out. The cauldron and pink cloud stopped as though someone had hit a pause button on a TV show. It was a potions time spell that the tutor they'd had in the summer had taught them. Hermione realized absently as she breathed out in relief. Usually it was used to hold the potion at a perfect moment if there was a delay in getting an ingredient, but it worked just as well as a stopgap emergency measure. Millicent, who had taken a large step back from her own cauldron, looked up at Harry, stunned. Where's your wand, Potter?" A bright red, Harry lowered his empty hand. "Eyes back on your own potions." Snape snapped, swooping over to banish the cauldron and dispel the cloud which released an unconscious Pansy in a thump to the floor. "Bulstrode, take Parkinson to the infirmary." Millicent's eyes flickered to Draco in front of her, but he paid her no attention. Hermione's eyes narrowed, and she tuned out Snape's verbal disemboweling of Dean over his knife work. She could well believe that Draco was responsible. He'd thrown stuff into Harry's and Neville's cauldrons enough times for her to know he was capable of it. It was unlikely he'd done it as revenge for Pansy prattling to Skeeter, though. Hermione figured he'd done it more out of his own irritation with his former sycophant. She carefully added the pickled nude eyes, stirred 5 times anti-clockwise, and sniffed at the smell of apples wafting up from the potion as it shifted from vibrant blue to green. "Your time is up," Snape stated brusquely. "Bottle your potions and submit them for marking." Hermione quickly ladled her potion into a vial already neatly labeled. She stoppered it and placed it carefully on Snape's bench, sneaking a look at Harry's potion. A slightly paler green than hers, which meant he'd added just a tad too little of the nude eyes, and Ron's a dark blue, which meant he had been too slow at getting the nude eyes in, and possibly had stirred too much before he'd added them. The cleanup was perfunctory, and within moments the Gryffindor and Slytherin 4th years were spilling out into the corridor and on their way to runes. Hermione reached for Harry's hand again, and they exchanged pleased glances. She would, Hermione thought, wistfully, be very open to doing more than holding hands. Her mind drifted back to the moment, as she had labeled it in her own head, in the classroom when she had thought he was going to kiss her, when she had wanted him to kiss her, and instead they'd been interrupted by the headmaster. She tried not to blush again. There really hadn't been an opportunity to kiss since. Both she and Harry had spent the previous day surrounded by other people, namely Ron, and there had been no privacy to sneak a kiss. And Hermione hadn't wanted to sneak a kiss. She wanted her first kiss with anyone, let alone Harry, to be special. She thought Harry felt the same, and that was why he hadn't pressed her or tried to get her alone beyond wanting to keep his promise to Ron to make things easy for him. She hoped he wanted to kiss her as much as she wanted to kiss him. Runes was always enjoyable. The 4th years had tucked into the back in their own small group from the 5th years. Hermione took her usual seat by Daphne as Harry slid in beside Anthony. And Rita thought you're both joined at the hip. Daphne's amused whisper had Hermione smiling as they settled into the work. The 4 of them chatted about their latest runes assignment all the way to lunch, where Hermione had to stop holding hands with Harry in order to eat, but she took solace in the fact that Harry was actually at the meal. She understood Sirius's dictate that Harry have breakfast and dinner in their rooms, but she missed him and his conversation. Neville and Ron slid into seats beside them with a thump. I tell you, Trelawney gets more mental every lesson, Ron complained, reaching for the platter of battered fish. Hermione gave him a disapproving frown for not choosing the healthier options. What was she predicting now? Probably my death still. Harry muttered beside her. He pushed a chip through a puddle of ketchup. No, she went dizzy over some incense thing she lit and started babbling about. Ron paused in scooping another mountain of chips onto his plate. What was she babbling about? Neville swallowed the forkful of shepherd's pie he'd picked up. Something to do with bugs. She's completely buggy, if you ask me. Ron dived into his food with gusto. You might have to use it since it's one of the 3 Hallows. And if they are the power, he knows not. Yeah. Harry murmured. It's just, every time something goes right, something else seems to go wrong. Sirius patted his shoulder, understandingly. My advice is to focus on the positive. Hermione. Harry started smiling as he remembered their conversation, how she'd said she liked him, her absolute confidence in him. And there we go. Sirius said, amused. I recall your dad had the exact same sappy expression. He got up. Well, my work here is done. I'm going to call Remus and update him on the ceremony and everything. Harry pushed himself out of the sofa and made for his room. He had some reading to do on magical creatures, and then he had a date to plan. Ensuring Pronglet Survives. Chapter 5. November 15th, 1994. It was rare for Hermione to miscalculate, but when Dobby popped in beside her and prevented her from touching the avalanche of mail just delivered to her by a flock of owls, she was prepared to admit that perhaps she had grossly underestimated the public interest in her relationship with Harry. You don't need to help, Dobby, Hermione said briskly. I'll be fine. She ignored the doubt that crept into the back of her mind as she surveyed the stack of mail. Lord Black is ordering Dobby to be reviewing Master Harry Potter's Grange's mail. Dobby replied with a firmness that took her aback. Hermione conceded. Sirius was her magical guardian, and if he really thought it was best, Neville breathed a sigh of relief as the elf popped away with the mail. Thank Merlin. He'll make sure it's safe and get the mail that you'll want to read to you. She bit her lip. She hadn't considered that there was danger in the mail, but then she should have done, considering some of the dark looks she had received since she and Harry had turned up to the wand ceremony holding hands. Some of those looks had turned even darker between the newspaper articles the day before outright declaring Hermione's status as Harry's first girlfriend, and Harry quite happily walking to all their classes holding Hermione's hand. A blush rose as she remembered her own delight in holding Harry's hand, but more, what it truly meant about how Harry felt about her. Merlin. Ron muttered. You're thinking about Harry again, aren't you? You get the same dippy look on your face every time. Hermione turned to glare at him. I do not have a dippy look. Ron pointed his knife at her. Yes, you do. He grimaced. Harry's just the same. She pushed down the urge to argue, reminding herself that the change in the trio's dynamic was hardest on Ron, and that she and Harry had promised to make it easy for him. Her eyes slid to Lavender, who was staring across at Ron, with her own dippy look. What they needed was some way of getting Ron together with Lavender, Hermione determined. That way Ron wouldn't feel left out. We should make a move, or we'll be late for potions. Hermione said out loud, not revealing her other motive for moving her, want to see Harry. Ron grumbled, but he pushed the last of the toast in his mouth, brushed the crumbs from the front of his school robes, and gathered his bag. It seemed to be a signal for the rest of the fourth-year Gryffindors. Every single one of them abandoned the breakfast table at the same time, falling into a loose huddle of students as they made their way out of the Great Hall. Hermione's face lit up as she spotted Harry coming down the main staircase. He walked over and took her hand without any hint of self-consciousness, instead aiming a smile at Ron and Neville as he greeted them. "Sirius said he's put a mail redirect on you for anyone but the House of Black and your parents," Harry said, shifting his satchel with his free hand. "And that if something does get through, you should call for Dobby to take care of it." Hermione sighed. "A mail redirect? Does he really think it's necessary?" Harry shrugged. "I have one." Which meant yes. "I didn't think people would be that interested." Hermione commented, "I guess I should have realized that our dating would get some publicity." "Some," snorted Ron, drawing both of their attention. The paper was full of the boy who lived finds first love yesterday. It was sickening. Skeeter. Harry muttered darkly. "It wasn't just her," Neville reminded him. "That goose woman had a paragraph about you and Hermione in her article too." Harry pushed his glasses up his nose. At least Luna's dad focused on the tournament and the wand ceremony. Hermione said, remembering the article with a frown. "I'm not certain that I entirely agree with him about the symbolism and origins of the creatures that appeared from the wands during the tests. A load of old nonsense, if you ask me." Ron agreed as they took the corridor into the dungeons. "Mind you, mate, that flaming phoenix thing was very impressive. It was the most powerful symbol of all of the champions." Neville cheerfully chimed in. "I liked the dragonflies." Lavender said behind them. "They were very pretty, not like those birds from Victor Crumb's wand." "They were hawks." Ron said defensively. "They were brilliant." He motioned toward Harry. "I mean, not as brilliant as Harry's, but pretty decent. There's a debate about whether the birds that appeared from Victor's wand were hawks or sparrows." Dean commented loudly. Ron bristled. "They were hawks." Hermione shot him an amused look. "Does it matter?" "Hawks are better than sparrows." Ron retorted. "Symbolically, that's true." Lavender said, supportively. "Thank you." Ron declared. Lavender blushed, and Hermione resolved again to do something even if the thought of playing matchmaker horrified her. They all automatically slowed as they neared the potions lab and its locked door, shifting seamlessly into a line of waiting students. Hermione did a tempest charm and frowned. "We're early." "You're the one who hustled us out of breakfast." Ron reminded her, shuffling beside Harry. "I didn't even get a chance to read my letter from Charlie." "Well, everyone was staring." Hermione admitted, awkwardly. She wasn't surprised when Harry squeezed her hand and gave a sympathetic grimace. He understood how disconcerting it was to be the focus of the whole school. "It'll blow over." Neville predicted. "The first task is next week. Everyone will focus on that then." "Nev's right," Ron said supportively by way of an apology. "You'll be old news in no time." Good grief. Draco's drawl traveled down the length of the corridor as the Slytherins stalked up from the dungeon, and who knew Gryffindors could be this eager for potions? "Morning, Draco," Harry said calmly. Hermione followed Harry and nodded a greeting at Theo as he came to stand beside Draco. The two were strangely becoming a bit of a double act, although Draco's old cohorts of Crabbe and Goyle still tagged along like lost puppies. "Mother said she'd see me at dinner on Friday." Draco adjusted the cuff of his robes, and Hermione marveled at the flash of red and gold. A lot of the Slytherins wore Cedric's, although some wore both. "Yeah," Harry said, "Sirius is reinstituting the family dinners. Andy and Ted will be there too." Hermione noticed the flash of discomfort that rippled through most of the waiting Slytherins and hid a smile. Pansy suddenly appeared, pushing past Crabbe and Goyle in an attempt to wiggle into place beside Draco. "Am I late?" she said breathlessly. "No," Draco sneered. Something you should have realized since we're all still stood outside of the lab. Parkinson. Neville nodded. She was very loopy today. I don't know how you stand that subject. Hermione admitted. Mind you, Luna is very complimentary about Forenza. Centaurs are renowned for their divination prowess. Neville agreed. I wish he was teaching us. HMNFPH. Ron waved his fork expressively. They all stared at him. He swallowed. Me too. Where are Lavender and Parvati? Asked Hermione. The two girls loved Trelawney. She didn't think Lavender's crush on Ron would have prevented her from defending her favorite teacher. They stayed back to comfort Trelawney. Neville explained. He nudged Harry. What are you doing this afternoon while we're in Charms? Harry grinned at him. I'm going over to Hagrid's. He's giving me a special tutorial on magical creatures. Well, if you survive that, the first task will be a breeze. Neville said with an answering grin. Luckily, he can't give you a practical in some of the more dangerous creatures. Hermione said with relief because, as much as she loved Hagrid, Merlin knew he had a complete lack of clarity about the danger some of the creatures posed. Harry waved a chip at her in agreement. What are you doing in Charms tonight with Professor Flitwick? Hermione changed the subject, partially because she wanted Harry to have a lunch without talking about the tournament, and partially because she was dying to know what his individual lessons were like. Advanced summoning charms. Harry said with a shrug. We covered the basic theory, with the power versus magical, Willis say, remember? And in the summer I managed the basic charm, which you guys are doing soon. So he thinks I'll understand enough to be able to do the practical. I wish we were doing advanced summoning charms. Hermione mused wistfully. We don't have enough power, though, for the more serious ones, do we? Neville argued. I mean, according to the theories that we had to read for that essay. Exactly. Hermione nodded. Our magical power isn't mature enough. Harry's an exception. That's me. Harry muttered. Although the theory is that my power is still maturing. Don't take this the wrong way, Neville said, but that's quite scary. Hermione was about to say something reassuring when Ron groaned dramatically. This is a load of bollocks. Ron said loudly. The three of them turned to look at him. He waved a stained piece of parchment at them. Charlie's letter. It's complete bollocks. He goes on about how he's back in the country to work, but can't say on what because it's all very secret, and he'll see me on the 24th, although he seems more worried about telling Harry. He slapped the letter down on the table and stared at Harry, suddenly pale. You don't think maybe Charlie has a crush on you? Harry's eyes widened with alarm. A suspicion gathered in Hermione's head, and she grabbed the letter, sketching a privacy bubble around the four of them. Oi! Ron spluttered. Ron, Hermione read out loud. Just wanted to tell you, and Harry is underlined that I was back for a while for work is also underlined. Can't say much more about it because of all the secrecy around this particular event, but suffice to say, I'll see you on the 24th. Don't forget to tell Harry. Charlie. Harry's fork clanged as he dropped it on his plate, and Hermione knew that he'd reached the same conclusion she had. Oh, Merlin. Ron lowered his head into his hands. He does have a crush on Harry, as if it isn't bad enough Ginny being nuts about him. Neville choked on his shepherd's pie. Hermione lowered the letter and looked at Ron pityingly. Charlie doesn't have a crush on Harry. Hermione, I know Harry's your boyfriend now, and you don't want to think it, but you can't deny that it looks bad. Ron said, raising his head to look at her. Hermione rolled her eyes at him and waved the letter at him. He's trying to tell us something, you idiot. What? Demanded Ron crossly, folding his arms over his chest and glaring at her. Dragons. Harry managed to get the word out past pale lips, and Hermione couldn't blame him. It was utterly horrifying. He's trying to tell us he'll be here for work on the 24th for the first task. It's dragons. Blimey, Ron said, going white under his freckles. Neville pushed away the remainder of his lunch. They wouldn't seriously think about using dragons, would they? They've been used before, Hermione said with a lump in her throat, sliding her hand towards Harry. Harry tangled their fingers together on top of the table. Are you sure he just doesn't have a crush on Harry? Ron asked pleadingly. I guess I know what Hagrid should test me on this afternoon then, Harry said, ignoring Ron. Hermione frowned, because yes, it was good in one way to know, but if they knew then, isn't this cheating? It's not exactly against the rules, Harry said defensively. The teachers and headmasters can't tell the champions the specifics of the tasks, but there's nothing that explicitly states that someone neutral can't find out and inform the champions. He sighed. I think Victor knows. You do. He does. Ron and Neville spoke at the same time. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Actually, I think he was trying to give me the hint in our last Quidditch practice. He asked me if I'd ever seen a dragon before. He pulled a face that clearly said, I'm an idiot. I thought he'd heard a rumor about that whole thing with Norbert, so told him the story. I might have known Karkaroff would find a way around the rules. Ron snorted in disgust. It's not fair on Fleur or Cedric, though, is it? Hermione pointed out. That depends on how you view the competition. Neville said, recovering his appetite enough to reach for a slice of apple pie since the desserts had appeared. You could take the view that information is intelligence and an advantage. Harry hummed. I want a fair competition, though. And while I know Charlie dropping a big enough hint in a letter to Ron for me to get it isn't cheating per se, it still feels like you got the information unfairly. Neville poured enough custard into his bowl to drown the pie. Maybe that's why Victor tried to tell me to. Harry mused, untangling their hands as he helped himself to treacle tart. Maybe he thought it wasn't entirely fair the way he found out, and tried to tell the other champions. Hermione eschewed the desserts and picked up a bunch of grapes to snack on. So what do you want to do? Harry sighed and swallowed some tart. I think I'm going to talk to Victor and see if he's actually told Fleur and Cedric already. If he has, then, well, I don't need to do anything. But if he hasn't, his lips firmed. I'll tell them. I'm not sure Diggory will believe you, Ron said baldly, tucking into an enormous slice of cake. It doesn't matter if he does or he doesn't, Harry replied. I'll know I did the right thing and tried to tell him. Neville motioned with his spoon in agreement. Hermione beamed her own approval at Harry. So, I'll pull together everything about dragons, and we'll go over it tonight after your lesson with Professor Flitwick. Harry agreed and changed the subject to Neville's ongoing relationship with Hannah. Hermione couldn't blame him. Dragons. Who had thought that was a good idea? Hermione thought worriedly. Had they been part of the task before Voldemort had been given the chance to change the parameters, or had he added them? It was a thought that stayed with her after Harry had escorted her to Charms before leaving for his own lesson with Hagrid. It distracted her all through the lesson, and it was a relief when the session ended. She had arithmancy to get to, and she waved a goodbye to Ron and Neville outside the classroom before heading in the opposite direction. She'd barely got to the bottom of the staircase she needed when she heard the shout of a spell above her. She ducked, but not quick enough, and the spell caught her full in the face, sending her sprawling backwards. Granger! Daphne hurried over to her and helped her sit up as a small crowd gathered around. Did you see who did it? Lisa Turpin asked. It came from above. Somebody else murmured. I saw the spell light come down the stairs. Hermione shook her head and went to answer, but a strange sensation stopped her. Her hand flew to her mouth, where her front teeth were growing rapidly, like she was some kind of demented chipmunk. She looked at Daphne with horror. Infirmary. Daphne said briskly. Come on. She pulled Hermione to her feet and supported her as her teeth continued to grow. She all but hustled Hermione into the ward and yelled for the nurse. Hermione barely took in the sight of Pansy still out cold in one of the infirmary beds as Madame Pomfrey appeared from her office and pointed her wand straight at Hermione. Her teeth stopped growing, and Hermione breathed out a small sigh of relief. Nasty spell, that, Madame Pomfrey said, but we'll have you fixed in a jiffy. She handed Hermione a mirror. Just wave when you want me to stop. Hermione saw her front teeth receding, and she felt her chest seize at the realization that she could fix her teeth. Ever since she'd grown her front teeth, she'd always thought they were slightly overlarge despite her parents' assurance that they were fine. They weren't fine, and Hermione couldn't resist the temptation to let Pomfrey continue a moment longer than she needed to, ensuring her teeth looked perfect. Good. Pomfrey did another diagnostic spell. You've had a bit of a shock, so you're excused from lessons for the rest of the day. Go back to your dorm and rest. I'll inform Professor McGonagall. She looked at Daphne suspiciously. Daphne wasn't responsible, Hermione said quickly. She helped me. 10 points to Slytherin, then. Madame Pomfrey said with a sniff. Off you both go. Thank you, Hermione said to Daphne as they got out of the infirmary, but frowned when she fell into step beside her. You don't have to walk me to the tower. You're going to be late for arithmancy, as it is. Daphne made a dismissive clucking sound. Potter would have my head if you weren't escorted after being attacked. Oh, Lord, Hermione murmured with dismay. Harry was going to go nuts, and would he reconsider them going out? She hoped not. She really hoped not. Maybe she'd have to convince him. She was fine being a target, that she'd known she'd be a target agreeing to go out with him. And there was no harm done. In fact, her teeth looked better than ever. They were barely halfway there when Ron and Neville barreled around the corner and almost ran into them. Hermione. Ron threw himself at her and hugged her. Oomph. Hermione patted his back, awkwardly. I'm fine, Ron. Ron swiftly shifted back and nodded. What happened? Katie Bell said you'd been attacked on the stairs, and teeth-growing spell. Daphne interrupted him sharply. Malicious and nasty, but not dangerous. Pomfrey said she's to rest up. Neville nodded at her. You should get to class. We'll take her from here. Daphne brushed her hair off her face and nodded at Hermione. See me tomorrow for the homework assignment. Granger. Thanks again, Hermione said. She hated to admit it, but she did feel safer as Ron and Neville flanked her, Ron taking her bag over her protests that she could carry it. Do you have any idea who did it? Neville asked, his entire being radiating concern. No, Hermione sighed heavily. I was at the foot of the stairs. I heard a yell. She paused, considering her memory for a moment. I think it was female? Then the spell hit me in the face, and that was that. Well, it's not like there's a shortage of suspects, Ron stated authoritatively. Between the Slytherins who are trying to impress you-know-who, Diggory's supporters, and Harry's fangirls who probably hate you. He made a flapping gesture. Who'd you pick first? Hermione grimaced, but she knew he was right. She felt lighter as they got to the safety of the tower. She took back her book bag in the common room. Can you find Harry and tell him before he hears it from someone else? She pleaded. And tell him I'm fine, and I'm not changing my mind about dating him. Neville nodded. I think he's still at Hagrid's. I'll check there, Ron suggested, pushing his sleeves up his arms. You check his and Sirius's rooms. If Harry isn't there, you can always tell Sirius. Neville agreed, and Hermione made for her dorm as they clambered back out of the portrait hole. She hated to admit it, but she was feeling a bit shaky and looking forward to curling up in bed with a book for an hour before dinner to regain her equilibrium. She slowed as she entered the dorm at the tableau in front of her. Lavender and Parvati sat on Hermione's bed, a teary Ginny between them. "What's going on?" asked Hermione, a sinking feeling in her stomach. Lavender looked up, her pretty face completely serious as she smoothed Ginny's hair away from her tear-stained and blotchy face. "Ginny has something to tell you." And she so had the feeling that she didn't want to hear what Ginny had to say. Hermione thought with weary gloom. "It wasn't me," Ginny said immediately, swiping at her face. But Ginny knew who it was, Hermione realized. She sat down and motioned at Ron's sister. "Start talking, Ginny." November 19th, 1994. Cedric threw the newspaper across the dorm and buried his face in his hands. He heard Mike, his closest friend and confidant, usher out the other 3 sixth-year male Hufflepuffs and close the door. There was a rustle as Mike picked up the paper and read the offending article. It was another piece by Skeeter about Potter, although most of it was about the attack on Hermione Granger on the Tuesday before, which had led to Lydia Ingleby and Ginny Weasley being given a month's worth of detentions and the expulsion of Jessica Philpott, who had been the one to cast the spell injuring Granger. Skeeter was malicious, calling Potter and Granger's new relationship fragile, while questioning why the House of Black had requested the full punishment under the new Hogwarts anti-bullying policy, when the damage to Granger wasn't permanent and had been easily fixed. Personally, Cedric believed that if he had been in Lord Black's shoes, he would have done exactly the same. If people thought they could get away with shooting nasty spells at Potter or Granger, well, some idiots would do it. This way, everyone knew that the House of Black wouldn't stand for any kind of attack. Cedric sighed as he lowered his hands and flopped back on his bed. What had upset him was his view was diametrically the opposite to the view that his father had expressed to Skeeter, and which she had included in the article as a quote from the distinguished father of the Hogwarts champion. Would anyone blame him if he killed his dad? Surely by now he had grounds for justifiable homicide. Mike sighed heavily, dropped the paper, and sat on the bed next to him, patting his knee in an absent-minded but comforting gesture. "You need to talk with your dad," said. "I've sent him 3 letters begging him to stop talking to the press," Cedric said tersely. He wafted his hand in the general direction of where Mike had thrown the paper. "You see how much notice he takes of me. He doesn't care how it makes me feel." His father hadn't replied to any of the letters either. He hadn't written to Cedric since his first letter telling Cedric he was proud of him for being chosen, and instructing him to seek out information on magical creatures, such as dragons, for the first task, since the tournament always began with a task focused on them. Cedric had ended up writing to his mother about his father's indiscreet public comments, and she had sent a disheartening reply back confirming that she had tried to talk to his father too, but that he was set on trying to get Cedric as much publicity as Potter, that it wasn't all about Cedric either because there was politics involved with the magical creature laws under review. Cedric rubbed his head tiredly. He was damned fed up with being in the middle of his father's political machinations and trying to maintain some kind of neutrality in his dealings with Harry. He liked Harry. There was something infinitesimally likable about him. Harry had had no airs or graces when he'd just been the boy who lived, and even after he'd found about being Lord Potter, while he'd acquired polish in some of his mannerisms, there were still no airs or graces in sight. And Merlin knew if anyone had earned the right to feel a touch superior with everything that had been said to have happened the last 3 years, it was Harry. It had felt right standing beside him on Halloween, supporting him. It had been clear that night that Harry had been scared of being entered into the tournament, but he'd also been incredibly brave in accepting the binding in order to ensure the safety of the other champions. Cedric owed him, and it felt wrong to drop his visible support and keep his silence because he didn't want to disagree with his father publicly. knew his father would be mad at him if he did disagree with him publicly. Admittedly, Cedric acknowledged with a flush of shame, he had been annoyed the first day after the draw. The newspapers had focused so much on Harry's inclusion. It had been difficult not to feel slighted. He hadn't entered the competition for the publicity and glory, but it was hard not to take offense at his being chosen as a champion, being treated like a footnote in the bigger story of Harry's inclusion. He'd even been proud on the second day when the paper had included a quote from his dad, saying the tournament wasn't about Harry but all the champions. But after that, he really didn't know why his dad had gotten so mean in his commentary. It was one thing to point out there were other champions, another thing entirely to suggest Harry was some kind of attention-seeking nut job who wouldn't last a minute compared to the other champions, and specifically Cedric. Cedric had been horrified, and then guilty that his own small irritation that the publicity focus was solely on Harry might have encouraged his dad somehow. And then even more horrified when some of his supporters at Hogwarts had picked up on his dad's comments and run with them. But stuck because how could he say that he disagreed with his dad? Oh, he had eventually requested that people stop bad-mouthing Harry, and the discussion with Robert Ogden that had prompted his having to make that request was one of the more embarrassing moments Cedric had ever had, but he hadn't done anything else. He'd retreated, hoping that ignoring Harry would somehow make the whole problem go away. But it hadn't, and it wasn't going to go away. "You need to do something," said, "because you're coming off the bad guy here." Mike said quietly, "Potter's camp has been solid in supporting him, but being real respectful to you, Crumb, and the French bird. The more your dad denigrates him, and you don't say anything." "I know," Cedric cut in, lurching upwards. "I know, all right? But it's not that easy. I can't disagree with my dad without it hurting him politically and ruining my relationship with him." He sighed heavily. "Bugger. I only entered to make him happy." He hadn't wanted to enter. He'd have preferred to have remained on the Quidditch team since he'd vaguely thought he'd try out for some teams after school. Being a Tri-Wizard champion would open doors for him, but not if he came across looking like a pillock. Mike patted his shoulder, awkwardly. "Look, I know it blows, but you don't have to do an interview or something like that. Just stop ignoring Potter. Go and talk with him. Tell him the truth, that your dad's views are his views and not yours. I'm sure he'll get it." Cedric grimaced, but he couldn't argue with the advice. He couldn't continue with his current try to ignore it and hope it all goes away plan, since it wasn't working. "You're not wrong," he admitted. He pushed himself off the bed. "I think I'll go and fly for a bit, get my head clear." Mike gestured at him. "You want some company?" "No." Cedric clapped a hand over Mike's shoulder. "Thanks." He grabbed his broom and his outer cloak and was out of the Hufflepuff den before anyone could catch him. He made straight for the Quidditch pitch. It was thankfully empty. The first 3 games had been played ahead of the tournament, and the rest wouldn't get played until after the new year. The weather was getting too bad for play rain, and wind making playing conditions dicey. It wasn't exactly good weather conditions for flying either. But there was a break in the rain, and the wind was down to a brisk breeze. Cedric mounted the broom and kicked off. A couple of circuits of the pitch had him warmed up, and he started going through the seeker drills that he'd always done, letting the familiarity of the shifts and turns, dips, and dives blank his mind as he focused on nothing but the flight. By the time an hour had passed, Cedric was feeling much better. His shoulders felt lighter. He could breathe. He drifted down to earth and landed with a sense of disappointment that he couldn't stay in the air. Stupid tournament, Cedric thought morosely. He should spend the rest of the afternoon reading up on magical creatures, since his and Mike's research had backed up his father's suggestion. He planned to spend the next day practicing any spells, and he had plenty of volunteers for helping with that. All right then, he determined shower in the prefect's bath, and then reading for the rest of the afternoon. He grabbed his broom and started to make his way towards the castle. Psst. The sound had him whirling around to stare at what looked like empty space beside him. Suddenly the air rippled, and Harry peeked out of an invisibility cloak. Cedric's eyes widened. Harry raised a finger to his lips and motioned at the Quidditch stands before covering up again. For a second, Cedric thought about going in the opposite direction, but Harry had made an effort to seek him out, and Cedric wasn't going to refuse the olive branch he should have made and offered himself. He walked over briskly, and was pleased when Harry uncovered a hand so he could follow it under the Ravenclaw stand and into the shadows. He watched as Harry whisked off the cloak. "I'll put up a Notice Me Not and a couple of other spells to encourage people to leave us alone, if that's okay with you?" Harry asked cautiously. Cedric nodded. Harry went to work, and Cedric fidgeted while he absently noted that Harry's spell work was quick, efficient, and effective. But alone with Harry up close, he was reminded again of how young Harry was, and he started to feel like a heel all over again. "Sorry about the subterfuge," Harry said, finally stopping and coming to stand in front of him, "but I've been trying to talk to you for a couple of days now. Well, you're rarely alone." Cedric cleared his throat. "I should be the one apologizing, and the one seeking you out." He sighed. "My dad is." He struggled to find the words, and in the end opted for the blunt truth. "I don't agree with him, but he's my dad." There was a plea for understanding, and Harry must have heard it because he nodded. "You don't have to explain, Cedric," Harry said seriously. "I get it. And I know some of your dad's game plan with the publicity has more to do with the political agenda than you and I competing in this tournament. Sirius understands that too." Cedric pushed a hand through his hair. "Look, I said I understand, and I do." Harry fiddled with the edge of his cloak. "I even agree with your dad, kind of, that it's not that fair on you when you were expecting the whole school to be behind you to have some of your support pointed in my direction instead." He pressed his lips together. "Sirius and I were talking the other day, and we talked about the fact that neither of us really considered just doing the minimum for the tournament and just letting you guys play for the win. But we both concluded that we can't for reasons why we decided to play to win in the first place, which have nothing to do with you or the other champions, and have everything to do with beating the bad guys who entered you in the first place." Cedric said, "I read the interview you gave, and I get it." And hadn't Harry talked about his other competitors in glowing terms in that interview? Cedric felt a shiver of shame flow through him again, and he adjusted his hold on his broom. "I do know it's not your fault that you're in this position," he said apologetically. Harry flushed. "And I'm really sorry about the badges." Cedric continued, "I had nothing to do with them, but they were out of line." Harry's lips twisted. "Yeah, they were a bit much." He pushed his glasses back up his nose. "It'd be nice if you could tell your supporters that you want a fair competition and no name-calling or bashing or dirty tactics." Cedric nodded slowly, because he could do that. "A fair game. I like that." "Great," Harry smiled at him widely. "And speaking of which, it kind of brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about in the first place." Cedric stilled. "Oh, when I was at Quidditch practice with Victor, he asked me if I'd ever come across a dragon before," Harry explained, "and I thought he was asking me about something that, well, it doesn't matter, but I didn't really pay attention to Victor until a source heavily hinted to me that the first task is going to be dragons." Dragons. And suddenly he could see the letter from his father with the hint about dragons written as though in capitals and red ink. His dad had tried to tell him. Cedric realized, possibly because his dad had to have been told about the importing of the dragons into the country as part of his job. He'd completely missed the clue placing dragons as a minor possibility once he'd done his research on the tournament. Cedric felt the need to sit down, his knees suddenly weak. He locked his knees to keep upright. That's insane. Harry finished with a nod. I know. Anyway, I checked with Victor, and he admitted he was hinting to me because he'd found out from someone, and he has tried to get you alone to hint to you too. But, like I said, it's been difficult, so I said I'd try and tell you too. Cedric frowned. Why? The other two would have had a massive advantage if they'd kept the information to themselves. Harry's cheeks went red. Well, even though neither Victor or I got told in a way that the rules don't allow, we both want a fair game. He gestured at Cedric. And besides, the tasks were made more dangerous because I was entered, and if I can help keep everyone alive. That made sense, Cedric mused, taking in Harry's evident guilt about it despite it not being his fault. Crouch Jr. had a lot to answer for. So Fleur knows? Asked Cedric. He got on well with the Vila from Beau's Batons. She'd come and sat next to him in the library on a couple of occasions, and he suddenly realized why she'd so prominently placed a book on dragons down beside him the other day. Apparently she got Victor's hint straight away. Harry rolled his eyes. Yeah, Cedric murmured. I think she tried telling me too, but I didn't take the hint. He decided not to say anything about his dad. That situation was complicated enough without adding to it. At least you know now, right? Harry said encouragingly. Right. Cedric agreed, faintly, because it was better to know than to have been surprised with it on the day of the task. Merlin. Dragons. Harry nodded sympathetically. He cast a look out toward the castle. I should get back before Sirius starts to think I've been kidnapped or something. Cedric took a deep breath. Why don't we walk back together? Maybe it'll help squash some of the, Harry's face lit up, and he hurriedly bundled his invisibility cloak to a pocket in his outer, where before he dismantled the spells, keeping them hidden. I watched you for a while flying, he admitted as they made their way out of the stands. Where did you learn those drills you did at the end? They talked Quidditch all the way back into the castle, and Cedric tried not to feel self-conscious at the attention they were drawing. He wasn't surprised to see Granger and Weasley waiting for Harry near to the main staircase. Hey, why don't you come and join Victor and me tomorrow? I'll ask Fleur too. Harry invited as he got near to them. We've got the pitch booked for 11. Sounds good, Cedric said genuinely. And Harry, thanks. Harry waved and walked off to join his friend and brand new girlfriend. Cedric shook his head, ignored the staring of the other students, and made for Hufflepuff with a spring in his step. He had some reading to do on dragons. November 20th, 1994. Remus dumped his case on the floor of the reception at Black Manor and rubbed the back of his neck tiredly as he wandered through to the library and ostensibly his and Penny's office. You look exhausted, Penny commented as he entered. Sit. I'll go and make you some tea. Remus frowned. Where's Creature? Out looking for the crouch elf. Bill raised the book he held in greeting. He sat in one of the comfortable chairs tucked in front of Penny's desk. Hi. Hi. Remus responded automatically and sighed when he realized his exchange with Bill had allowed Penny slip out to make tea, which he actually would appreciate, so maybe he wouldn't complain, but simply say a grateful thank you. I didn't realize you had another trip overseas planned, Bill said, lowering his book. Sirius sent me to Romania. Remus said succinctly. He grimaced and motioned weakly with his hand as he slumped into his own chair with a sigh. Actually, I volunteered. Bill's eyes brightened suddenly as he made the connection. The dragon reserve where Charlie usually works. You were checking which dragons are missing. Got it in one. Remus said. We didn't want to put Charlie in a difficult position by questioning him further. It was good of him to send a hint through Ron, as it was. That's Charlie for you, Bill said with brotherly fondness. Charlie was brilliant about putting himself on the line like that. So, any empty pens? As far as I can make out from questioning the tour staff as we went round the different habitats, there are 4 types missing a dragon, Remus said with satisfaction. He'd had to be incredibly sneaky in his questioning, but he hadn't been a marauder for nothing. A Chinese fireball, a Hungarian horntail, a Swedish short snout, and a Welsh green. Bill blinked. Buggeration. They're not exactly holding back on the danger then. The horntail's the worst, Remus said thoughtfully. It has a lot of extra issues given the spiked tail, and just generally the temperament. The Chinese fireball has a spiked necklace, though, which could be bad. Out of all of them, I hope Harry faces the Welsh green. It's a docile breed, and fairly lethargic in its movements. He grimaced. Knowing Harry's luck, he'll probably get the horntail. Penny entered with a large tea tray. I brought some for you too, Bill. Thanks, Penny. Bill leaped up to help her clear a space on her desk. Penny played mum and poured the tea, adding milk and sugar to taste. She passed Remus his mug straight away, and he wrapped his hands around it with a sigh. Marry me, Penny. Remus joked. Penny laughed. You only want me for my tea-making abilities. That's not true. Remus rejoined. You're brilliant at indexing too. Penny laughed again, but subsided with a heartfelt sigh. I don't think I'll be marrying anyone anytime soon. Bill winced and blew on his tea. Percy will come round. He was fairly explicit in telling me we were over Bill. Penny said sadly. Remus sent Bill a look asking if that was true, and Bill gave an awkward nod. I'm sorry, Penny, Remus said compassionately. I didn't realize you'd broken up. Although he wasn't surprised that Percy was pushing people away in the aftermath of what happened. Penny nodded, pale but determined looking. I haven't been telling anyone because I was getting used to the idea, and she tapped her mug and made a half shrug. I still thought I would be able to convince him it was a mistake. It is a mistake, Bill said firmly. He's making a lot of decisions now that he wouldn't make if he was thinking straight. Maybe, but as my friend Julie said, maybe he does need the space to deal with what he's going through. Penny replied just as firmly. I would prefer to still be his girlfriend and be there to support him, but if he needs space, well, I'm going to give it to him. There was a resoluteness to her tone that evidently warned Bill off arguing, since the eldest Weasley sibling nodded instead. Maybe space is what he needs. Bill sighed. Merlin knows nothing else seems to be working. Sirius told me Percy resigned from the ministry. Remus said slowly. He wasn't sure Sirius's plan of employing Percy was a good one, as well-intentioned as it was. He liked Percy, but Percy needed to gain some maturity, and perhaps the lessons he was faced with learning in the fallout of Crouch Jr.'s impersonation of Crouch Sr. would help him to do that. Hatter accepted immediately. Bill said, I think that was one of the things that has Percy so upset. He worked hard in his job, and he was good at it. He had a lot of plans and ambitions tied up with the ministry, so his entire career plan has just combusted. It's a lot to take in. And there was the obvious issue of Percy having to deal with the knowledge that he'd worked alongside the enemy for so many months, had in fact helped the enemy. It doesn't sound like he's coping well. Remus murmured. Bill sipped his drink. He's pushing people away. He barely speaks to my dad or me. Hasn't sent a letter to Charlie or the twins or Ron or Ginny even after that mess with Jessica Philpott. He's in his room all day, crawls out for meals that Mum makes him, and that's it. He tipped his head in Penny's direction. We were all disappointed when he told us he'd broken up with Penny, but he won't talk about it. He's definitely hurting. Penny agreed with a soft sigh. I think he's pushing people away because he blames himself for everyone getting hurt at the World Cup, but she gave a helpless shrug. It's hard to help someone who doesn't want to be helped. It sounded like Percy was drowning in self-recrimination. Remus nodded. He'd have to talk with Sirius and tell him the steward's assistant thing was a no-go until Percy got his act together himself. They wouldn't do him any favors rescuing him from his own mess. "How was Romania?" asked Penny, changing the subject in an obvious way that indicated she'd had enough of talking about her ex-boyfriend. Remus filled her in on his success. "I've already told Sirius the news over the mirror so he can help specialize Harry's preparation over the next couple of days. Create a strategy for each dragon." "Is he going to tell the other champions about which types will be included in the task?" Penny asked. "I don't know, but I suspect Harry will tell them," Remus said. Penny pushed a lock of hair behind her ear. Sirius mentioned that Harry was determined to make it a fair fight, and I guess that means they all have the same information. "I got the impression from talking to Harry that he wants to make sure that they all come out alive," Bill commented quietly. "He's aware that the tasks were made more dangerous by Voldemort because of him, so—" That sounded like Harry, Remus mused. He'd have to tell Sirius, but he doubted that Sirius wasn't already aware. He was just very pleased that Sirius was on site for Harry. If Harry had had to go through the whole thing alone, he shuddered. Thank Merlin Cedric Diggory had finally found some backbone and made a gesture of friendship towards Harry. Hopefully, it would stop the worst of some of the comments that he'd had to suffer since his return to Hogwarts. "You should have seen them this morning, though, Remus. All 4 champions had a practice Quidditch session," Bill commented wryly. Totally confounded the press who ended up watching. "Well, one of the aims of the competition is to promote intra-school relationships," Remus said dryly. That's what Fleur said when they got questioned. Remus's eyes narrowed at the red slashes of color across Bill's cheeks. "Fleur, huh?" Penny smiled teasingly at Bill, and Bill rolled his eyes. "She's 17 and still at school," Bill said. "But yes, she's a good-looking girl, and we've run across each other a few times since Halloween." "Isn't she a Vila?" Remus asked out loud. "Quarter, I think," Bill said casually, as though to convey there was nothing unusual in his knowing such a specific piece of information. "More likely she's tracking you down and bumping into you accidentally," Penny said dryly. Carl might have said the same thing. Bill muttered, hiding his face in his mug. Remus took a gulp of his tea. "I thought you were still seeing Alicia." "I am," Bill said, "which is why there's nothing happening with Fleur. And even if I wasn't seeing Alicia, there wouldn't be anything happening with Fleur because she's too young for me." Penny raised an eyebrow. "It sounds to me like she has a bit of a crush, though." "Well, if she tries anything more than bumping into me, I'll let her down easy," Bill said with a touch of exasperation. "But in the meantime, there's no harm." Talking of crushes, Penny smirked and handed Remus a letter. Remus took it gingerly, since it was purple parchment. He grimaced as he opened the missive, and then went bright red at the lewd suggestion written down. "Wow," Bill said, "that must be some letter." Remus carefully folded it. Penny grinned at him. "Tonks was most insistent you receive it as soon as you got back." "Bloody Padfoot," Remus muttered and waved the letter. "This is his fault." They both looked at him questioningly. "You both know Harry is now dating Hermione?" Remus began. Bill raised his eyebrows. "I think the whole world knows Harry is dating Hermione, Remus. It's been front-page news for the last week." "Yes, well, at the family dinner, Andy took Harry's new romance to mean that it was time for Sirius to start considering his own love life." Remus explained. Sirius, in an attempt to divert her matchmaking attention from himself, declared that I was looking for someone. Penny burst into giggles. Remus tried to glare at her, and failed. "Are you looking for someone?" asked Bill, amusement shining out of his freckled face. Remus clutched his mug tighter. No, not really. I ran into an old flame when we first went to Paris, and I might have, in a momentary moment of weakness, mentioned to Sirius that it would be nice to be with someone. Which it would. So Tonks isn't serious. Remus stated firmly. She had teased him after the dinner, and the letter was probably a continuation of that. It's a joke. It had to be. There was no way a feisty young woman like Tonks would be interested in an old wolf like him. Are you sure? Penny asked, wiping away tears of laughter. Because I have to say, she looked pretty serious when she dropped the letter off. She waggled her eyebrows. Remus blushed and cursed himself for blushing. Tonks is straightforward. You should just ask her, Bill advised, draining his mug and setting it back on the tray. Even if she is serious, Remus countered, she isn't someone I would date. Bill and Penny both looked at him with varying expressions of surprise. Why ever not? Asked Penny, finding her voice first. Tonks is great, Bill added, clearly gearing up to defend his friend. Yes, she is, Remus said quickly. She's smart and funny and very charming in her own way. He continued, but setting aside that she's also a great deal younger than I am, she's also a member of the ancient and noble house that I work for, which makes any relationship beyond friendship a tad inappropriate and risky. Penny's confusion cleared. I can understand that. If things go badly, I doubt Sirius would fire you or anything, but it would make things awkward, wouldn't it? I guess I understand that. Bill subsided back into his chair. But I should warn you that Tonks isn't the type to give up all that easily. How's the search going at Hogwarts? Remus asked, deciding a change of subject was definitely in order. Bill sent him another amused look at his avoidance of talking more about Tonks. Badly. We've covered a good part of the route. We think Riddle must have taken to the headmaster's office for his data interview, but there's nothing so far. He grimaced. Honestly, we could look for years and find nothing. Hogwarts is a strange building. Remus sighed and rubbed his brow, considering the problem. Maybe we should ask the portraits or the ghosts if they saw something or where they would hide something. That's not a bad idea, although I'm not sure how helpful it would be in truth. We could just end up expanding the possible list of places to search. Bill said, turning it over in his head. At least it gives us a second plan of attack beyond widening the search pattern if we don't find anything on the route. I'll talk to Caro, see what she thinks. He sighed. You heard Lawrence has been admitted to St. Mungo's. Remus nodded sadly. The former member of the treasure team had been cursed when he'd put on the gaunt ring trying to get to the resurrection stone to speak with his dead daughter. He had been steadily declining in health ever since, and nothing they had done, with the exception of a potion Severus had created, had helped. Eventually Lawrence had stopped taking the potion, though, accepting his fate. Remus let them lapse into silence as he savored the tea and worried over how to tell Tonks to back off without it making things awkward. How's it going at the chateau? Bill's question dragged Remus's attention back to the library. There are 11 werewolves there now. Remus said slowly, organizing his thoughts. 10 of them are from Fenrir's pack, mostly couples but 2 single male werewolves, and a non-pack werewolf who heard from one of the European packs that I was offering sanctuary. That's good, isn't it? Penny said. That word is getting out. I don't know. Remus sighed heavily and tried to ignore the beginnings of a headache that always appeared when he thought about being an alpha and forming a pack. It hadn't been in his plan. He didn't want a pack per Essie. He wanted the family he'd built with Sirius and Harry over the summer. But he couldn't deny other werewolves a way out from Fenrir's distorted views of packdom, especially when it served to ensure Fenrir couldn't count on his pack to support Voldemort. Nor could Remus turn away someone like Clara. Her story was very similar to Remus's, bitten as a child, raised by her parents, and educated by them with the hope she could still have a similar life to the one she would have had without lycanthropy, only for their dream to peter out under the reality of how hard it was for werewolves to find work in the wizarding world. Clara had gone to the continent to seek work. She'd been introduced to the packs, but just like Remus, fundamentally didn't agree that she should identify as a werewolf before she identified as a witch. I was a witch first, and my parents raised me to be a witch. Clara had said as they talked the night she had arrived over a bottle of red wine and some crackers and cheese. I don't deny the need to belong somewhere, but I want people who understand that being a werewolf is only part of who I am, not the sum of me. It resonated deeply with Remus's own views. And perhaps, Remus mused, he could admit that the 31-year-old redhead with the sweet smile and warm brown eyes was somewhat attractive, which was another good reason to meet with Tonks and get things straightened out before she went overboard with her crush or joke, whichever it was that was motivating her pursuit of him. He belatedly realized Penny and Bill were waiting for him to expand on his last statement. I never wanted to build a pack, Remus offered, and yet, here, I am building a pack. He cast a longing look at the empty mug, and Penny plucked it out of his hands to refill it. I'm also concerned that once it's known, it's going to do damage for Sirius and Harry politically. Penny poured more tea into his mug and handed it back to him. Sirius has plans upon plans to deal with the news going public. She reminded him, you shouldn't worry. And yet I do. Remus responded her with a quiet thank you for the second mug. Anyone else building a pack, and I'd worry, Bill admitted, but you're you, so that's something, isn't it? And maybe the way to look at it isn't that you're building a pack, but creating a sanctuary for other werewolves to be able to live and work in relative peace with the aid of Wolfsbane to help them. It was the picture Sirius was going to paint with the press eventually. Remus knew that. It's just not a comfortable position for me. He sighed and took another sip of the too-strong tea. I guess I should get used to it, though. Emile was expecting another 5 to turn up this week. Are you going back out there? Bill questioned, picking up the book he'd discarded. After the first task. Remus said decisively. He had to go back, welcome the newcomers, and make sure they understood the rules. Besides, it would be nice to see Clara again, he thought wistfully. He set his tea down and reached for the stack of unopened correspondence on his desk. Sirius was right in that it was becoming increasingly obvious he needed an assistant. Remus considered tiredly. He definitely needed someone even if it wasn't Percy. Keeping up with the Black and Potter estates and keeping control of the Malfoy finances was a full-time job without the extra work of helping Harry with the tournament and establishing the werewolf sanctuary. Maybe the truth was that he didn't have time to have a love life. And on that depressing note, Remus thought with rueful amusement he should get back to work. He opened the first letter and smoothed it out. Pop! Penny screamed as Remus shoved his chair back, his heart stampeding in his chest at the loud noise, his wand already in his hand, as was Bill's, as they stared at the sight in front of them. Creature. He was unconscious, and he was wrapped around the body of another elf. Ensuring Pronglet Survives, Chapter 6. November 20th, 1994. The atmosphere in the Hogwarts infirmary was tense. Sirius glanced around the gathered group. Remus and Bill stood by one bed, guarding the unconscious elf laid out on the blankets. Dumbledore, Moody, and Snape hovered at the end of the beds. Harry, and Dobby had gathered next to Creature's bed, where Helen Jordan was conducting a health assessment. Jordan stepped back from the infirmary bed and sighed, lowering her wand. I'm not an expert on elves, but he's severely exhausted, as far as I can tell. He used a lot of his energy to get back to Black Manor and transporting another elf alongside himself. Dobby tentatively reached out and touched Creature. He snatched his hand back and pulled at his ear. Moved through wards meant to keep all but blood out. used Winky bound to the blood to fool them. Well, that would do it. Jordan said dryly. I think he'll recover in time. Dobby nodded enthusiastically. Sirius guessed that he was confirming Jordan was right. The doctor walked around the bed, and they followed her over to the second elf, a female elf who looked rather too thin and abused. She is being Winky. Dobby confirmed. The Crouch elf. I can't believe your elf actually found her. Black. Moody said, his magical eye whirling. Creature is very resourceful. Sirius admitted, glancing back with no small amount of guilt at the unconscious form of the Black family elf. Jordan pursed her lips, and her wand weaved in a familiar pattern as she conducted the diagnostic. It's not good news, she said. I can't say for certain because she's an elf and the assessment is meant for someone human, but it's telling me that she's taken something like a draft of the living death. Ah, Dumbledore's expectant face fell. How unfortunate. We had hoped to be able to question her on the whereabouts of her master. You have to admire his smarts. Moody said. Knew she was a weak point, so he took her out of the equation. But didn't kill her, because the bond provides him with protection from being found by other elves. Remus sighed and whirled away to stare out of the large infirmary windows. Sirius wondered if the callous treatment of the elf wasn't pressing some of Remus's werewolf buttons. It wasn't as though werewolves were treated any better. Poor Winky. Harry murmured. His wide green eyes were moving over the elf's battered body. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder to comfort him, or maybe himself. He cleared his throat. Remind me, there's no antidote to the living death, is there? Snape sneered at him, as expected. If that is what this is, there are a few other drafts that it could cause the same long-term catatonic effect. The Dark Lord knows all of them. Can you? Sirius flapped his hand in a motion that he hoped said, find out which potion it was. Perhaps. Snape said, sounding bored. I would need some of the elf's blood to test and isolate the potion's properties. He met Sirius's gaze derisively. However, there is no antidote for any of the potential potions. Sirius raised his own eyebrow. Then, you'll have to create one, won't you, Snape? Snape was too much of a Slytherin to gape at him, but Remus's muffled snort by the window and Bill's choked cough expressed their view of his outrageous suggestion. And he knew it was outrageous, but it was necessary. They needed the antidote and to talk with the elf. Just like that, derided Snape, his voice shifting up 2 octaves in incredulity. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Sirius said. You're a potions master, Snape, and as much as I think you're a crap teacher, I know just how skilled you are at creating potions. I know you're more than capable of creating an antidote. With what supplies? Demanded Snape. Or are you expecting me to use the schools? Sirius rolled his eyes. I'll supply you with whatever you need. Just make a list and give it to Remus. Snape stared at him. You're serious. Sirius repressed the urge to be childish and make a name-related pun. She could be the only way of finding out where Crouch Jr. and the rest are hiding. So yes, I'm serious. He held Snape's gaze. Deadly. Snape gathered his robes around him. Very well. I'll work on discovering what potion was used and creating an antidote. Sirius nodded sharply in acknowledgement. He wasn't going to say thank you. He would rather walk over hot coals. Splendid. Dumbledore clapped his hands and beamed at them both. Merlin. Sirius repressed the urge to cover his face with his hands at Dumbledore's evident approval at him and Snape working together. He decided ignoring it was the better part of valor and headed back to the prone form of Creature. For all of Creature's hard work, since Sirius had become Lord Black, Sirius still harbored the memories of the cruelties Creature had perpetrated against Sirius as a child. Perhaps his mother had ordered it, but Creature had been the one to execute the instructions, whether denying him food or chaining him into the basement, or Sirius shook the thought away. Sometimes he wondered if Lily and Hermione hadn't the right of it where elves were concerned. The bond between wizards and elves might keep the elves alive, but it was too corruptible. His mother had used Creature as a weapon, and so had Crouch with Winky, and on the other side of the coin, both Dobby and Winky had been abused by their so-called masters. The bond. He never wanted to acknowledge that there was a bond between him and his elves. He wanted to think of himself as an enlightened employer of them, rather than the slave master that held their magical leash. But there was a bond, and he was a slave master with responsibilities to his slaves. Creature had been magically exhausted following Sirius's order. Sirius cleared his throat and placed his hand with the House of Black ring on Creature's chest. Familius Magicus Donum. Silver light erupted beneath his hand, and Creature's body lifted from the bed a little as he absorbed the magic of the House of Black. Sirius held the position until Creature began to stir. He took his hand away and waited. A gift of magic. Harry murmured beside him. Creature was injured in service to us. Sirius said quietly. Creature's large eyes opened slowly, and he breathed in deeply. His gaze flew to Sirius. Lord Black. He attempted to sit up. Easy, Creature. Sirius motioned for him to remain lying down. Rest. You depleted your magic, quite badly retrieving Winky. The elf shuddered. She's being in the old London pauper's crypt. Lord Black, protected by old magic. How did you find her? Moody asked bluntly. Creature glared at him. Sirius pinched the brow of his nose. Answer Moody's question. I follows Winky's blood from Crouch House. Used it to enter bad wards. Creature waggled his ears. Is hard sometimes to keep trail. Did the trail take you anywhere else? Moody asked briskly. Creature shook his head. I'll go tell the rat squad. Moody headed out of the infirmary. It was probably too late to catch anyone there. No doubt the elf had been stowed there when the others had gone into hiding after the Crouch place had become untenable. You did good, Creature. Sirius said. Go back to Black Manor and rest for the day. You can begin your usual duties again tomorrow. Creature popped away. Thank you for releasing my patient, Jordan said dryly. Sirius gave an embarrassed cough and shot Harry a betrayed look at his snort of laughter. What's going to happen to Winky? Harry asked, gesturing back at the bed holding the battered elf. She will need to remain in close proximity to my work. Snape pointed out. I would suggest a small room for her here. Jordan sighed. But neither Poppy nor I have the time to look after her, and Dobby best looking after Winky. Dobby offered immediately, daring a look at Harry, his ears drooping a little. If Harry Potter is not minding Dobby looking after Winky, I think it's a great idea, Dobby. Harry said with a grin. Dumbledore smiled benevolently. Then it is agreed. Winky will stay in the infirmary and be looked after by Dobby while Severus attempts to heal her. It could take months. Snape warned. Then, we'd best let you get started. Sirius said, slinging an arm around Harry to direct him out of the infirmary. He jerked his head at the door, catching Remus's and Bill's eyes, so they knew to follow them. The walk to their rooms was quick, but Sirius wasn't surprised to see Amelia and Rufus waiting for them by the portrait with Moody. You'd better come in, Sirius said, giving in to the inevitability. He didn't object when Harry sat down with them to discuss the latest developments. He knew as much as he'd wanted to keep Harry away from everything, he had more right to be there than anyone. Moody's updated you. Sirius checked. Amelia nodded briskly from her place on one of the sofas. Rufus sat awkwardly beside her on one side, Moody on the other. Bill sat next to Harry on the other sofa, Remus perched on the arm. Sirius settled for standing in front of the fire. So, we know Crouch went to London. Sirius summarized. Is it possible that's where they're hiding out? Anything is possible. Rufus shot back with an irritated scowl. Amelia shot him a look that told him to behave. London would be a good place for them to disappear into, given it's one of the busiest wizarding places in Britain. And that's not counting Muggle London, which is a teeming metropolis. Remus added thoughtfully, we could search London for years and not find them there. That's the truth of it. Moody agreed gruffly. Rufus sighed heavily. I'll have the rat squad check out the crypt tomorrow. I'll come along with them if it's okay. Sirius offered. My animagus form is good at tracking. You were the best tracker the department had back in the war. Moody agreed. I'll come too. Sometimes the wolf picks up on scents. Remus offered with a mild-mannered smile that said he was harmless, really. Rufus huffed out a breath, but nodded. Fine. You can come by the DMLE and meet up with Wood in the morning. You might need a curse breaker. Bill piped up. Rufus glowered at him. He's right. Amelia said, her tone rich with amusement. Better Bill and Caro than someone who doesn't know the reason why we need to go poking in a crypt. I don't really have a choice, do I? Said Rufus with both busy eyebrows lowered. No. Amelia agreed cheerfully. This is the best lead we have since the seaside cottage idea doesn't seem to be leading anywhere at all. Rufus grimaced. London isn't exactly much of a lead. He suddenly shifted to stare at Harry. You're not coming, Potter. Harry blinked at him in apparent confusion. No, I kind of have school tomorrow. Although, he looked at Sirius with a half-hopeful expression. While Sirius might have let him sit in on the meeting, there was a line and Sirius was drawing it. You don't kind of have school tomorrow, Sirius replied firmly. You do have school, and you need to incorporate Remus's latest intelligence in your preparations for the first task on Wednesday. Harry sighed dramatically and flopped back on the sofa. Besides, Sirius pointed out, do you really want to go poking around a crypt? Dead bodies and bones and dirt, and... Okay, Harry said hurriedly, raising his hands in surrender. If you put it like that, that's the reason I like crypts. Bill declared with a grin. Good for you. Sirius said, amused as Harry's mock look of horror. Rufus turned to Sirius. Have to admit that it was a good idea sending your own elf after Crouch's. Shame she's out cold. Do you think Snape will be able to find an antidote for her? Amelia asked. Sirius shrugged. I'm not his biggest fan, but he is brilliant with potions. There was a reason why Voldemort held him in such high esteem despite his half-blood parentage. Remus said dryly, if anyone can find an antidote, it's Severus. I don't disagree with either of you, and you're both forgetting that the lad's got a point to prove. Moody said, he'll create the antidote. Amelia nodded slowly. Good. If we can get to talk with the elf. She won't tell us anything. Rufus said, her bond won't let her betray her master. Sirius tapped the mantelpiece and said nothing. The spell his grandfather had taught him would work for a short time. He was certain of it. Amelia got to her feet, prompting Rufus and Moody to do the same. I'll see you at the ministry tomorrow. I should get going too, Bill said once they'd left. Oh, hey. He nudged Harry's arm. Thanks for talking with Ginny. I don't know what you said, but apparently she's agreed to do the mind healing. You should thank Hermione. Harry replied. She was the one who convinced me to talk to her. He pushed himself off the sofa. She still hasn't convinced Ron. The fallout of the attack on Hermione had been tremendous. All three had planned to prank Hermione because she was going out with Harry. Jessica had taken it a step further, choosing a malicious spell rather than the paint that the girls had agreed upon. Both Ginny and Lydia, who had immediately ran to her brother to confess her part given the political implications, had been horrified by Jessica's spell, but couldn't deny they'd planned the ambush together. They'd been lectured by the staff and their parents about their attitude regarding Harry and Hermione, and specifically about the stalking, which everyone admitted had they stepped in sooner might not have led to an attack. Since Jessica had been expelled, the other two girls had taken on board the seriousness of what had happened. However, Ron was giving his sister the cold shoulder and silent treatment. Bill winced visibly. "Don't remind me." He waved and departed. "Moony," Harry asked, "which of the dragon types is the most dangerous?" Remus startled, as though he'd been thinking about something else entirely. Oh, the horntail is considered the most dangerous." "Right," Harry said. "I'll look that one up first then. Knowing my luck, I'll be the one to get it." He wandered away to the stairs and left Remus staring bemusedly after him. Remus turned to Sirius. "He's not wrong," Sirius said, folding his arms across his chest. But thankfully they knew what the dragon types were, and that there were dragons. Hopefully it would be enough to keep Harry alive. That belief was with him the next morning when he met up with everyone else for the search of the Pauper's Crypt. The Rat Squad was out in full, and Shacklebolt and Tonks had been included, since they were still leading the investigation into the missing pregnant Summers woman. With the inclusion of Remus, Bill, and Caro, Sirius was reminded of the treasure hunt to find the ring. The conference room was packed. He felt a pang of loss that Harry was missing out, but since he was also mostly relieved that Harry was missing out on digging through bones, he paid it no attention. "Can we pretend for a moment that I'm in charge?" Rufus barked from the front. Amelia raised an eyebrow from her place beside him, but said nothing. It was very amusing how Rufus changed colors rapidly under her relentless stare, though, of this briefing. Rufus managed to get out after he'd turned purple. Remus turned to Sirius with a look that Sirius hadn't seen since they'd both been at Hogwarts, mischievous and snickering. Schoolboys making fun of a too-fussy professor. Sirius had to work hard to keep himself from giggling, and he arranged his face into his best "I'm listening" expression, even though he wasn't, because it wasn't like he didn't already know what was going to be said. Tonks passed Sirius a note. It was addressed to Remus. Sirius's eyebrows shot up. Really? He'd seen Tonks flirting with Remus at the family dinner after Sirius had pointed Andy at Remus's love life, so she'd leave his alone. But really? There was a hell of an age difference, and the whole awkwardness thing if romance didn't work out. Tonks wagged her eyebrows at Sirius meaningfully, turning them green, then blue, before they shifted back to her usual color of pink. He guessed she was determined to follow through with her flirting, and since Moony did need to get some fun in his life, Sirius slid the folded piece of paper to his right and nudged Remus. Remus glanced at him, and Sirius motioned with his eyes to the paper. Remus frowned. He shot a look at Tonks, who was purposefully not looking at either of them. Remus glared at Sirius, who raised both eyebrows, because how was Tonks passing notes to Remus his fault? Well, beyond the whole throwing Remus at Andy and taking part in the passing of the notes thing. Remus picked up the note, read it, and turned an impressive shade of red. Oh, Sirius was so going to tease him for that later. "Does anyone have any questions?" asked Rufus loudly. The room was silent. "Director," Rufus said politely. Amelia shook her head. "I've nothing to add." Her gaze swept over the assembled team. "Except good luck." Rufus banged his fist on the top of the desk and marched out of the room. Wood, who had been placed nominally in charge of the search, got to his feet. "I'll organize our port key. Everyone else get ready and meet back here in 15. Sirius was ready, and he knew Remus was too. They had both dressed for the occasion in black muggle jeans, black t-shirts, and jackets that were warm but provided plenty of movement. Sirius didn't mind any of his outfit getting dirty or binned because he fully intended to bin every single piece of clothing after digging in bones. He put his feet on the table and leaned back in his chair to wait for the others to come back after changing out of their robes. He hid his grin at Remus's embarrassment as Tonks swept past him with a body wink. "Don't laugh," Remus remonstrated in a hiss. "You should see what she wrote." He pushed the piece of paper at Sirius. "Size doesn't matter to a metamorphagus." Sirius spluttered with laughter in the thankfully empty room. "This is all your fault," Remus said, hitting Sirius's arm. "She's just having some fun with you, Moony," Sirius said soothingly. "Merlin knows you could use some fun." Remus gave him a disappointed look. "Apart from how awkward it would be if things didn't work out, she's too young." "Sirius." "Yeah, I kind of figured those would be your objections." Sirius preened a little at getting that right. "You can't think this is a good idea." Remus waved the paper at him. Sirius sobered up a touch and sighed, letting go of his wanna-tease Moony. "On the one hand, I think you and Tonks dating is hilarious and a bad idea. You're right. But she's brilliant, and you'd have fun with her. And I think you'd force her to grow up a bit, and that's not a bad thing." He held up a hand when Remus went to argue. "But it's not really any of my business." Remus regarded him thoughtfully. "That's actually a very mature response, Padfoot. I've grown as a person." Sirius deadpanned. "You have." He said it with enough sincerity that Sirius knew he meant it, which caused a warm, achy feeling in his chest because Sirius might have always yearned for Remus's approval after the thing with Snape, and it always felt good to get it. Remus sighed and shifted position in the uncomfortable conference room chair. "I think I might like someone else." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "Her name's Clara," Remus said. "She's one of the werewolves at the chateau. We have a lot in common." He schooled himself not to wince and swallowed the urge to press Remus for more details. "Well, if your interest is elsewhere, I'd tell Tonks before her pursuit gets more direct and leaves her open to being embarrassed because she simply thinks you're playing hard to get." "Right," Remus said. "You're right. I'll invite her out for coffee or lunch or something." He looked terrified. Sirius patted him on the arm. "Good man." There wasn't a chance to discuss it further, as everyone piled back into the room and they took the portkey to the Wizarding Pauper's Crypt. They landed at the entranceway in a derelict cemetery on the east side of the River Thames. The white crumbling edifice that housed the steps down looked unsound. 2 of the outside columns had crumbled. One was cracked. The stone door was wide open, but cobwebs hung on the upper corners and over every surface of the bare inside. Whatever minimal decoration there had been had long since eroded, leaving an empty shell. "Well, this isn't creepy," Tonks said brightly, breaking the silence. "I've seen worse." Caro rejoined dryly. Brooks cast a magical light ball into the air to illuminate the immediate area. Darren, Marina, would point it at Cambridge, and Ambry. "You stay out here and keep watch. Keith, if you run some traces out here, see if we can pick anything up." Brooks nodded. Bill, Caro, would motion to them. "You follow after me." He turned to Remus and Sirius. "Then you guys, Kingsley, Tim, you have the rear." Wood motioned at Shacklebolt and Chambers. "Tonks, you stay with the civilians." "Fine with me," Tonks said as she maneuvered in between Sirius and Remus. Sirius gave Remus a sympathetic look, but he focused his attention on falling into line behind Bill and not falling down the worn stone steps that led down into the bowels of the crypt. Wood sent up light balls as they went so the dark oppressive tunnel was well lit. It still raised Sirius's discomfort level, bringing back the tickle of the memories he associated with Azkaban. The dank and decaying smell in his nostrils didn't help either. He shivered under his heavy canvas jacket and gripped his wand a little tighter. He initiated some breathing exercises that he'd learned during his time at the Valley Clinic, because keeping himself calm was a good thing, and he resisted the pull to fall into Padfoot, where the worst of his memories would be dulled and fuzzy. It was a long trip downwards, and when the steps finished, the tunnel opened out into the burial crypt. It ran for miles under London, backed onto the Muggle sewers at some point, the river and other places. There was just enough room widthwise for 3 men to stand shoulder to shoulder, but the ground beneath their feet was grimy, and the walls were filled with bodies and bones. Small creatures scurried in the shadows. "Okay, so is it just me?" Tonks said as they walked further into the innards of the crypt. "Or is it much creepier down here than upstairs?" "It's always creepier when there are rats." Caro agreed with evident distaste. Wood slowed as the crypt branched off. He raised his wand. "Which way?" Remus weaved his wand in an archaic motion, but Sirius could see him surreptitiously sniffing. "There's evidence of new blood that way." He pointed to the left. "Kingsley, how about you, Tonks, and Caro check that out." Wood pointed to the right. "Just in case." Kingsley, Tonks, and Caro acknowledged the order and moved off. The rest of them headed down the left branch of the crypt. It felt like they had walked for miles when Remus spoke again, almost shocking Sirius, who had fallen into the lull of the quiet. Remus sniffed again. "There's blood ahead." Sirius shook himself, pulling his mind back to the present. "Fresh." "Yes," Remus said. Bill cast ahead and grabbed Wood's arm as he went to move forward. "There are blood wards just around the next bend. Serious blood wards and a trip alarm." Wood frowned in the dim light. "Let's keep our wits about us then." They inched forward carefully around the corner and peered down the long tunnel until disappeared into darkness. "Stop," Bill ordered. He cast carefully. "It's a tricky trip alarm. It's been set up to trigger some kind of signal to someone when something magical passes through it." He pointed with his wand. "It covers the entire tunnel like a force shield." He frowned and reached into his ubiquitous backpack, bringing out a wooden object. It looked like a hollowed-out square cube. Sirius mused. Bill placed it on the ground and with his fingers gently nudged it into the ward. "It's non-magical, so it shouldn't trigger the ward. I've left this far end outside of the ward, so..." He aimed carefully with his wand and non-verbally cast at the cube. The spell hit the cube outside of the ward. It grew rapidly until it almost filled the tunnel, providing a safe way through for them. Sirius clapped Bill on the back. "Clever," Remus remarked with relief. "We should still proceed with caution," Bill said, although he flashed a smile at them both. "Its possible creature already triggered the trip, and we might have company." Sirius considered the possibility and bared his teeth in a parody of a smile. "Let's hope so. He would love to get his hands on any of them, Peter. Crouch, Travers." Wood shot him an exasperated look. "It'll be my arse on the line if you get injured." "Don't worry," Remus said dryly. "Amelia knows what he's like." Sirius harumphed and froze at the sight of the wall coming up on his right. It was crumpled in the middle, debris falling into the tunnel, along with a number of bones that were being chewed on by a couple of rats. "Well, that's where all the blood is concentrated," Remus said, pointing towards it. Bill took his time casting the diagnostics. "I have no idea how Creature survived busting through these blood wards except for the fact that he's an elf. They've been set up to be deadly to wizards. Let's see if we can find a trail," Wood suggested. Sirius nodded and raised his wand, beginning the tracking spells he had learned as a hit wizard. Remus sniffed the air. "The scent of blood is overwhelming everything else, but maybe I can track it if I get a good enough sniff." He wandered closer to the blood ward. "Careful, Remus," Sirius cautioned him. "It probably wouldn't kill me." Remus muttered, but he stayed back and Sirius counted it as a win. He turned his attention back to the tracking spell and froze. There was a trace of recent magic, very recent magic, animagus magic. Sirius cleared his throat carefully, his eyes seeking out the rats near the wall. One of them was almost right next to Bill, the other back with the bones close to Remus. He had a 50-50 chance of guessing correctly. Mooney. Yes, Padfoot. Did you know that Ron discovered his animagus form? Sirius asked casually, taking a step closer to Wood where he had an open shot of the rat by Bill's foot. Remus froze, his eyes darting to Sirius's with the right question, and Sirius nodded almost imperceptibly. Bill turned to look at them, both quizzically. Nope, can't say I did. Remus stretched as though he was completely relaxed, his keen gaze taking in the position of the rats. He took a step back to give himself a clearer shot of the one close to him. With practiced ease, both of them spun in unison and yelled the spell to force an animagus back into human form. The rat by Bill quickly formed into the visible shape of Peter Pettigrew. But Peter was quick, already firing his wand at the ceiling and bringing a deluge of debris down that cut Remus and Bill off from Wood and Sirius, who both had to take cover or get hit with the falling ceiling. Sirius threw a cutting hex at him through the cloud of dirt, and Peter squeaked as he threw himself sideways to avoid it, but he couldn't quite escape it, and it impacted his shoulder. He threw another expulso at them. Wood dived to one side, throwing up a shield in front of him, and Sirius dived to the other. The expulso ricocheted off the shield and into the wall behind Wood, causing it to fall and knock him on the head. He slumped to the ground. Sirius coughed and cast another cutting hex. Peter squeaked again, created a thick bank of fog, even as he changed back into Wormtail, the hex flying over his head. He scuttled away into the dense gray mist. Sirius cast a glance at Wood, and despite his want to chase after Peter, hurried over to check on him. Wood. He felt for a pulse and found one. Wood coughed weakly and stirred at Sirius's touch, his eyes blinking open. Are you? Sirius asked quickly. Fine. Wood clutched at his bleeding head and motioned down the tunnel. Go. Sirius changed into Padfoot and scented the rat. There was a blood trail. Padfoot gave a howl of rage, and Sirius fought hard to keep control of his form as he began the chase. Peter must have changed back, Sirius thought as he bounded down the tunnel. He would have caught up with a rat before now, whereas Peter in human form could have gotten a good head start. He thanked Merlin that his animagus form had good night vision. The dark of the tunnel was oppressive. He skidded to a halt at a junction. Left or right, he sniffed the ground anxiously and found a smear of blood to the left, but his nose pointed him right, and he took off again. The flash of a spell sailed through the air, and Sirius leaped to avoid it, twisting to land on the wall with his back paws to rebound off it, adrenaline surging through him. Peter was close. Padfoot skidded around another corner, and Sirius ducked hurriedly as another spell flew towards him. He snarled at the sight of Peter stood in front of a dead end. The lower two-thirds a wall, the upper third iron bars covered with a metal mesh, and the shimmer of the magical barrier that prevented magic from seeping through into the Muggle world. The sound of rushing water beyond gave away that they'd reached the Muggle sewer system. The glimmer of a shaft of sunlight flowed over the bars. Sirius lowered his head and growled, preparing to pounce. Peter changed rapidly. Sirius jumped, and Wormtail disappeared into a small hole at the foot of the wall. Sirius just avoided crashing into it, and he shifted back to human form, hitting the wall with his fist as he glared through the bars and mesh at the sight of Peter changing from his rat form to stare back at him safely on the other side, sunlight from a drain high above gilding his dirty form. Neither of them could cast anything because of the magical barrier. For a long, tense moment, their gaze held. Peter turned away. James loved you, Peter. Sirius yelled. How could you do that to him? He had loved Peter too. The betrayal cut deep and painful. Peter's shoulders slumped as he stopped, but he didn't look back over his shoulder at Sirius. I told you the truth in the shack, Sirius. I was scared. The quiet rush of the sewer water almost made him inaudible, but Sirius heard him. Sirius placed a hand on one of the bars and levered himself up against the wall. We were all scared, Peter. It's no excuse. Peter laughed humorlessly. You think I don't know that? He shook his head. It's too late now, anyway. I made my choice. It's not too late, Sirius said immediately. You don't have to do this, Peter. Do you remember when Harry was born? Do you remember what we promised James, Peter? All of us standing around the crib the night they brought him home. They'd promised to protect Harry. All of them. Every single one of the Marauders. The Dark Lord will kill him, no matter what we do. Peter said, eventually. He raised a hand to his hurt shoulder and winced as his hand came back bloody. No, he won't. Sirius argued fiercely. Not if you do what you promised James in the first place and protect his son. He gave a harsh bark of laughter. Harry saved your life in the shack, Peter. You owe him. So that means I have to die for him. Peter finally looked back over at Sirius. His round face was streaked with grime, his thinning hair askew. I'm not you, Sirius. I'm not brave enough to put myself between the Dark Lord and a boy, I don't even know. Sirius banged his hand on the bar as Peter went to leave again. That's a lie. He shouted. You know Harry, Peter. You know him because you watched him for almost 3 years as Ron Weasley's rat. You know he's good and kind and brilliant. He searched desperately for an argument that would convince Peter to give himself up, hating that he couldn't just stun him. He's defeated your Dark Lord 3 times in the time you've known him. He defeated him at 11, and he defeated a shade of him at 12. Your Dark Lord fears him. You might be right about that. He said tiredly. You know Harry can defeat him if you stop bloody helping him then. Sirius said sharply. Come on, Wormy, Sirius thought. Come on. Peter faced him again and smiled sadly. I've made my choice, Sirius. He straightened, catching and holding Sirius's furious glare. I am the Dark Lord's willing servant. Sirius, just as Harry is his unwilling enemy. He touched his shoulder again, his voice dropping to a murmur that Sirius struggled to hear. It will all be decided one way or another on the eve of the summer solstice. And Peter shifted into Wormtail before Sirius could do more than gape at him, scuttling away and out of sight. Sirius slammed his hand against the bar once more and slumped against the wall. So close, he'd been so close. Padfoot. Remus's worried yell shattered the silence. Sirius gathered his composure. Over here. Remus rounded the corner, wand out, covered in dust and the dark shadow of a graze on his cheek. Sirius straightened and pushed off the wall to go and check on him. Peter. The rat went through a hole in the wall. Sirius grumbled as he grasped Remus's chin and tooted loudly at the injury. You all right, Moony? And the others? I took a bump to the head when the ceiling came down, but I'm fine. Bill's just a bit scratched up. We managed a bit of transfiguration work to get through the rubble. Wood's conscious but dizzy. Remus dismissed his concern. His body ached, bruises and bumps and scratches making themselves known with the confrontation over, and the absence of the adrenaline that had masked them during. I need a drink, Sirius said bluntly. Let's get back then. Caro, Tonks, and Shacklebolt found the pregnant Summers woman in the other tunnel. Remus said, It looks like they dosed her with whatever they dosed the elf with. Caro's trying to dismantle the blood ward to get her out. Sirius brightened. That was good news. He cast a look back towards the Muggle sewer. Merlin Mooney, I think I almost had him. The The words Peter had uttered before he'd ran off echoed in Sirius's head. I think Peter's tried to help us. Remus's mouth fell open. He shook himself. What? I'll tell you all about it. Sirius promised, patting Remus's shoulder. After I've had that drink. November 24th, 1994. Harry was going to throw up. He stared at his pale image in the bathroom mirror and swallowed hard. He shouldn't have had lunch, although he wasn't entirely certain that the 2 slices of bread and butter he'd managed to bolt down counted enough to warrant being called lunch. Harry. Sirius knocked softly on the door jamb and caught Harry's panicked eyes in the mirror. He immediately moved into the bathroom, resting his hands on Harry's shoulders and squeezing gently. I'm going to throw up and embarrass myself. Harry muttered. He tried another deep breath and let Sirius's warm hand on his back soothe him. Sirius stayed silent as Harry got his nerves under control. He didn't try to give him meaningless reassurances or platitudes. They both knew Harry had to go and face a dragon, had to go and compete, had to make it look like he wasn't scared because to do less would be to give Voldemort the win. Harry turned away from the mirror and leaned back against the sink as he lifted his glasses momentarily to rub his eyes. He dragged a hand through his already ruffled hair. How long do we have before I have to go to the tent? We need to leave in the next 15 minutes. Sirius sat down on the edge of the bath. Your friends are waiting for you downstairs. They want to walk out with you. Harry nodded. They'd discussed it that morning during History of Magic. He was slightly wary of walking out holding Hermione's hand, but the media storm about their relationship had died down with the escalation of excitement ahead of the first task. He worried someone would try something, but Hermione was adamant that she wasn't letting Jessica's horrible attack on her interfere with them, and Harry knew Sirius intended escorting her to the stands. He smoothed a hand over the thick robe. He wore over-thick canvas trousers and a black top. The robe was made of Muggle fire-resistant material, even the crests on the front, and would hopefully keep him safe. He knew Sirius had commissioned it as soon as they'd become aware that he'd face a dragon. His boots were combat boots that Sirius had bought specially for him. You look good, Sirius said. I wish I could wear my invisibility cloak. Harry confessed with chagrin. The rules were clear that the champions could only begin the task with one magical item, their wand. Sirius hummed. You have your plans sorted? They'd sketched out ways to deal with each dragon, and Harry had to admit that it was good to have the knowledge in his mind before racing off to do battle. It felt unusual but good. Still, a part of him was waiting for the other shoe to drop, because they really had no idea what the task entailed beyond facing a dragon. I'm set. Harry took a deep breath and pushed off the sink. He held a hand out for Sirius, who raised an eyebrow at him. I'm not that decrepit, Sirius declared, but he took the hand. Harry gave an indistinct murmur. It hadn't quite escaped his notice that Sirius had come back bruised after his escapade into the crypt in London. It also hadn't escaped his notice that the physical wounds weren't as bad as the emotional. Sirius had told him about the conversation with Peter, and it would take a long time before Harry would be able to shake the memory of how much pain had shimmered in Sirius's eyes. He was also shocked that Peter might have been trying to help them with the whole hinting about the ritual. Peter aside, the trip to the crypt had led to the team saving Cindy Summers. She was still pregnant, if in the same drugged coma, as Winky. The theory was that Voldemort had her stashed away as a spare for the amniotic fluid. Snape had started working on identifying what potion had been used, but the general consensus from everyone was that it was going to take time. The other general consensus was that Voldemort and company were likely in London somewhere. That sent a shiver down Harry's spine. The thought that they were that close to so many people, Voldemort could do a lot of damage. Still, Moody had been absolutely terrifying about security for the first task, which Harry appreciated. The grounds were being patrolled by Aurors, The public was allowed nowhere near to the school, only to the stands and a large refreshment tent set up by the lake, and then only if they had a named ticket. The school itself was on lockdown with all access restricted through the main doors. The likelihood of Voldemort gaining entry was minuscule. Harry took another deep breath as he reached the bottom of the stairs and opened his arms for Hermione to hug him. He spent a good minute just appreciating the feel of her holding him just as tightly as he was holding her before they both inched away, hands sliding into a familiar hold. They'd agreed to wait for their first date for their kiss. It was something that Harry swung from thinking was a good idea. He did want it to be special and memorable for the right reasons, to thinking it was a bad idea, mostly because he was worried he was going to screw up and he just wanted to get it over and done with, and partly because he wanted to kiss Hermione. "You look good," Neville offered by way of greeting. "Very scary," Ron said. "I don't think the dragon is going to be scared," Harry replied. Sirius adjusted his own smart black robes and gestured for them to start moving. "We're going to be late if we don't get going." They trooped out of the quarters and down the stairs through the corridors and through the main entrance out into the cold wintry day. It was sunny. A blue, almost cloudless sky stretched overhead with the thin November sunshine, lighting everything up brightly, but doing nothing to counter the chill. Harry ignored the flash of a camera and focused on striding purposefully towards the contestants' tent. He glanced over at the stands filled with the rest of the school and the public, at the arena that had been created in front of the lake, the dragon pens backing onto the forbidden forest where they had been hidden for days. He caught sight of the judges' platform set to the side with the best view. "Harry." Bagman grinned at him with evident relief. "Good. We have all of our contestants." Harry waved at Victor. Fleur and Cedric gathered in a small semicircle in front of Bagman. Bagman registered that Harry wasn't alone and gave a false wince. "Lord Black, I'm afraid you, and the students will have to go to the stands now." Sirius gave a nod of acknowledgement. Regardless of Harry's minor status, he wasn't allowed to be in a position to give Harry advice on the task once it was revealed. Harry didn't protest the brief hug Sirius pulled him into, and 100 things crowded at the back of his throat. "Good luck," Sirius said softly. "Do your best, but I want you back alive, so unnecessary risks, okay?" Harry couldn't speak for the lump in his throat and settled for nodding. Hermione sprang forward when Sirius released him. She gave him another lightning hug. "Don't forget, you're a great wizard," she whispered in his ear. Ron and Neville settled for manly handshakes and pats on the back, along with their expressed wishes of good luck. And within moments, Harry found himself standing alone. He shifted around Bagman to stand beside Victor. "Right." Bagman clapped his hands and grinned at them. "The first task is difficult, but I'm sure you'll all do well." He reached into a pocket and pulled out a cloth bag. "In here I have 4 small figurines of the creatures you'll be facing. You'll each go in turn and draw a figurine out of the bag, and then I'll fill you in on the rest." He shoved the bag towards Victor. "Harry should go first," Victor said firmly. "He is youngest." "I agree," Fleur said in heavily accented French. "Me too," Cedric hurriedly said. Bagman's face fell. "Unfortunately, that's not possible. We have to go in the order the Goblet drew your names." "It's fine," Harry said quickly. "I don't mind." Victor gave a harumph of disapproval at the decision, but reached into the bag. He pulled out the small figurine of the Welsh green. Harry fought to keep the disappointment off his face because he'd wanted the Welsh green. It was by far the most placid of the dragons. Fleur was next, and her hand opened to reveal the Hungarian horntail. A small frown marred her face, and Harry couldn't blame her for her consternation. The horntail was considered to be the most dangerous. Cedric's face showed his relief at not getting the horntail as he reached into the bag and drew out a tiny Swedish short snout. Harry took the last figurine of the Chinese fireball. It was the second most dangerous of the dragon types, but the one best suited to his strengths. Red-scaled, lean, and with a ferocious flame, it was deadly on the ground, but had problems flying with its wings mainly for show. It was the one most closely related to a serpent compared to the other dragons, who fell more into the lizard family as distant cousins. Bagman ignored the lack of shock and horror, or maybe he put their lack of reaction down to deep shock. Harry shook himself as Bagman cleared his throat. So, the first task will be to get past the dragon and steal as many of the eggs in the nests they are protecting, moving them to another location within the arena. Contestants will be scored on ingenuity, spell work, and the number of eggs successfully collected. The more eggs you get, the more clues you will receive for the next task. Harry stared at Bagman, unsure that he had heard correctly. "You van us to steal the eggs of a mover dragon?" Victor asked, incredulous. "E.T. is barbaric." Fleur tossed her blonde hair back as she glowered at Bagman. "One is not the right word," Bagman said, losing some of his false bonhomie. "This is the task that we've been given to do." Right, thought Harry sourly. This was the task Voldemort had set, so of course it was barbaric and cruel. You'll each receive 1 hour to complete the task. Victor will go first, and then Fleur, Cedric, and of course, Harry, last but by no means least. Bagman recovered enough to smile at them all. "You cannot watch the others before you. You cannot confer on the task, and you will need to remain in the tent until I come for you. There is a magical barrier above the arena which will prevent anyone in the stands from helping you. Any questions?" They all shook their heads. Harry's heart was sinking. He had to wait 3 hours. "Well," Bagman pointed towards the tent flap. "Victor, shall we?" Victor straightened his shoulders, a grim expression on his face as he strode out. Bagman sauntered out in his wake. Fleur made for the wooden chairs that had been set out at the back of the tent. "Mon Dieu." "You can say that again," Cedric said, wandering over to sit beside her. Harry followed him, for want of a better plan, and sat on the other side of Fleur. "What are we supposed to do while we wait?" "That's a good question," Cedric said. "They could have provided a deck of cards, or something. Perhaps we are meant to spend the time devising our strategy." Fleur mused, flipping her hair back. "It doesn't seem fair to you and Victor if that's the case," Cedric said. "You'd get a lot less time to plan than Harry or me." Fleur gave a Gallic shrug. "I do not want to talk about E.T. Let us talk of something else." She wrapped her fingers on her thigh and shifted her gaze to Harry. "You know Beale?" "Beale," Harry repeated before sorting out the accent in his head. "Oh, you mean Bill?" He got a sinking sensation. Yes, he's Ron's brother, and he's in service to the House of Potter." "He is." Fleur sighed in a dramatic, heartfelt way that had Harry seeking Cedric's gaze frantically, only to get I know, it's horrifying. Look back. "Wonderful." None, I mean yes." Harry stumbled over his reply and nudged his glasses back up his nose. He has a girlfriend." Fleur frowned heavily, her eyes giving away her evident disappointment at the news. "The woman who works with him, Eyre?" "No, that's Caro. She's just his work partner." Harry explained. "His girlfriend is Alicia Doge. They've been going out a while." "E.T. is a shame." Fleur sighed again. "I was so sure. He hardly felt the effect of my allure." "Is that important to Avila?" Cedric asked, curiosity getting the best of him. Fleur said dramatically, "E.T. is important to know if your lover loves you and is not enthralled, that E.T. is real." Harry understood her point. He had rigidly stuck to his belief that it was important for his girlfriend to like him, as Harry rather than as the boy who lived or Lord Potter, or whatever title they were sticking him with that week. He was so glad he had Hermione. Yeah, Cedric sighed. Sometimes I wonder if Cho only likes me as a boyfriend, since I became a champion. Our practice date was a bit awkward. Harry cast about desperately for another subject. Why don't we play I Spy? I Spy. Fleur perked up with interest. I have never played E.T. it before. Teaching wizards how to play the Muggle game of I Spy kept them busy until Bagman returned to collect Fleur for her turn. Cedric and Harry wished her luck before retreating back to their chairs awkwardly. Cedric cleared his throat. What do you think about the news that Richard Gosforth is retiring from international Quidditch? Harry sent him a grateful look, and they discussed Quidditch until Cedric begged off to think about his strategy until Bagman turned up for him. It wasn't long before Harry was alone. He wondered how the others had fared. He felt cut off from the real world in the bubble of the contestants' tent. He didn't know if the others had managed to get any eggs if they'd gotten hurt, or how well they'd scored. Maybe that was a good thing, Harry considered thoughtfully. He should concentrate on his own performance and not worry about theirs. He turned over the strategy he'd worked out for the Chinese fireball in his head. Flying had been a central component. He'd figured he could summon his firebolt and take to the air to get past the dragon. It was still a possibility, but grabbing an egg from a nest would be tricky. Then there was maneuvering on the broom, carrying a dragon's egg with an angry dragon trying to get to him. He knew his flying skills were good, but Chinese fireballs had a hell of a flame, and they were smart and clever. His backup plan was weather-related. The Chinese fireball liked the heat and hated the cold. It was a good day for his backup plan. There was already a chill in the air. He could work on that. If he made the fireball cold and lethargic, he could disable it. He bit his lip. What if he injured her, giving her hypothermia? What if she died? No, he wouldn't let that happen. But a dragon was too dangerous to leave capable of thinking and moving for his task. There had to be a better way. Bagman entered the tent, and Harry's heart seized for a moment in his chest. Had it already been an hour? Your turn now, Harry? Bagman said. You do have a plan? Harry looked at him guardedly. Of course, Mr. Bagman. Splendid. Bagman beamed, his toothpaste smile even wider up close. Just through here. They went through a long canvas tunnel and out onto a platform overlooking the arena. And suddenly, the noise was deafening. The arena was a square shape, not unlike a Quidditch pitch, but there was a pit below in the middle, which had been transformed with gray rock and boulders to create a forbidding environment, like the sharp, jagged landscape that Harry had once seen in a photo of a volcano. A large gate on the opposite side gave away the method of how they got the dragon into the pit. The Chinese fireball was already present on the right of the arena under the Hogwarts stand, chained but sinuously curled around its rocky nest filled with for crimson gold-speckled eggs. It was snarling at the noise, protective of its young. Harry gulped down air and looked up instead into the stands. He caught sight of the Gryffindors, ranged together with banners of support for him, but there were other signs in the other houses. One prominent in Slytherin that Harry knew belonged to Theo and the Slytherins allied to the House of Black, another in Hufflepuff where Susan and Hannah stood, and one that glittered in Ravenclaw that belonged to Luna. The banners were duplicated in the public stands that curved behind him. There was a VIP box, and he identified Cornelius and Arthur before he tore his gaze away. He took a calming breath as he realized Bagman was doing a formal announcement, explaining he had to get the eggs over to an area marked by a small flag on the left under the champions' stand, which included the remaining visiting students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. He searched out the faces he wanted to see. Sirius, gazing at him fiercely from the champions' box in the public stands. Remus beside him, looking worried. Hermione between them with Ron, and Neville close to the railing by Remus. His friends spotted him, looking, and waved to him, clapping and cheering. Sirius placed both hands on the railing, leaning forward, and across the distance of the arena their eyes met. Something inside Harry eased, and he gave a slow nod to Sirius. He was ready. "Enter the arena, Harry Potter. Your time starts now," Bagman announced. Harry walked slowly to the small gate that stood between him and the pit. He opened it and followed the rocky path down until he was stood in a crevice that looked out at the arena. The issue of the eggs complicated things, Harry mused. He considered simply making his way out to the flag and summoning the eggs the advanced charm Flitwick had taught him would work, but he would have to catch the eggs without breaking them, and he didn't trust that the dragon wouldn't charge him down if he tried such an approach. No, he was better sticking with his original idea. Disable the dragon, and then he would worry about the eggs. He changed position, easing out from behind the wall, and the dragon immediately swiveled to stare in Harry's direction, the ruff of golden spikes erect, as she sensed danger. Harry pointed his wand skyward and opened up his full power. Frigus Ventus. For a second, nothing happened, but then a freezing wind erupted from his wand in a gust that pushed him backwards into the hard rock. He put his free hand out to steady himself and forced his hand to direct his wand where he wanted it, in the direction of the dragon. The fireball gave a tremendous roar as the cold hit her. She shook herself as she uncurled, lowered her head, and shot out an enormous stream of fire that dispersed the wind. Harry dodged back. His heart was pounding. It wasn't working. He had to be closer. Harry's eyes searched out the rock around him. He tucked his wand into its holster and grabbed hold of a protruding edge, levering himself upwards. He focused on climbing, handhold followed by foothold, followed by handhold. Below, the dragon paced, occasionally trying to get to him with her flame, but Harry was climbing out of reach. He got to the top of the rock formation and ran lightly along the surface until he was almost near to the edge nearest the dragon. He flattened himself as a blast of fire shot over his head. He peered over into the pit. The dragon was on her feet in front of him. All he had to do was jump down, and he would be right in front of her. The only problem was that it was quite a jump. The rock was just as hard below him, and it wasn't like the dragon wasn't going to notice him jumping. He'd be toast before he hit the ground. He needed a distraction. Harry chewed on his lip as he considered his options. He aimed his wand towards the other side of the pit. Animatus. The boulders there rolled together and formed a creature that looked a little like a giant dog. It crept near to the other side of the eggs. Harry immediately pointed his wand back at his throat. Sonorous. He cleared his throat. Keep the dragon occupied, he commanded. The rock dog immediately lumbered to do Harry's bidding, and the dragon turned around to meet the new threat. Harry canceled the sonorous with an absent-minded thought and directed his wand at the ground below, casting a cushioning spell nonverbally. He didn't want to alert the fireball to what he was doing. He checked on the dragon and the rock dog. They were dancing around each other, but the dragon remained with its back to Harry. Harry quickly wriggled forward, clutched at the edge of the rock, and tried to lower himself down slowly until he was hanging by his fingertips to the rock, his face smushed into the shale. He let go. The rock he fell onto was soft like grass, and Harry had taken greater falls in Quidditch. He rolled as he landed and came up on his feet just in time to see the dragon burn the rock dog to dust. He canceled the cushioning charm on the ground. He needed a solid surface. Harry took a deep breath, centered himself, and pointed his wand again. Frigus Maximus. He yelled. The startled dragon whirled around in a shimmer of red and opened her mouth, roaring with anger, as she received the full blast of Harry's spell in her face, a stream of white light pouring forth from the holly wand. The dragon backed away a step spreading her small wings to protect her eggs from the cold. She opened her mouth, and a stream of fire poured out to push the spell away. Red met white in the center of the confrontation. Harry skidded back a few feet, but he kept his balance. He gritted his teeth and locked his arm, pushing with all his magical power. Slowly, his magic overcame the dragon's fire. Inch by inch, the white light of the spell gained ground over the fire. With a sudden rush, his magic extinguished the dragon's fire and swiftly enveloped the fireball in a white light. The dragon gave a mournful cry and staggered under the cold blanketing her everywhere, as ice formed over her scales, zigzagging across her skin in a crazy crystalline fashion. She took a haltering sidestep and collapsed, unconscious with a thump. Harry sucked in a needed breath and slowly lowered his aching arm. His eyes never left the dragon. She was down, and she wasn't getting up. He became dimly aware of the crowd's cheers around him, but blanked them out to focus on his task, walking on unsteady legs to the nest of dragon eggs. He continued to give the fireball a wide berth as he climbed up the rock and got a good look at the eggs. The rock was warm beneath them, Harry realized. He shrugged out of his robe, placing it on the ground and quickly spelling a warming charm on it. He carefully levitated the eggs and bundled them up so they were protected by the folds of the robe from knocking into each other. He cast a quick look at the dragon. She was beginning to stir. Maybe he could apparate, but no. Harry dismissed the idea swiftly. Sirius had taught him the theory of how to do so in an emergency, but Harry wasn't all that well practiced, and he would probably break the eggs if he attempted it. He was going to have to do it the hard way. He hurriedly levitated the robe and its precious contents, and began to run over the rocky ground, slipping and sliding with his cargo floating safely behind him. He reached the flag and set the robe down gently, breathing heavily, a stitch in his side from his frantic run. He heated the rock up beneath him and levitated the eggs out of his robe until they were safely arranged. "Will you look at that?" Bagman's voice boomed out over the arena. "Our youngest competitor has completed the task successfully with all eggs intact. Well done, Harry." And suddenly he could hear everything over the beat of his heart and his every breath. The noise was deafening, a cheering wall of applause and whistles. Sirius gave a relieved sigh and clapped enthusiastically as Harry lifted a hand to wave weakly at the astounded crowd. It was over. Thank Merlin. Remus gripped Sirius's shoulders from behind him. He was brilliant, Sirius. Really brilliant. Sirius wasn't going to argue. Harry had been brilliant, although he had almost given Sirius a heart attack when he jumped down behind the dragon. He'd been so close to it. Around him, the rest of the House of Black celebrated. Hermione, Ron, and Neville were spinning each other around, jumping up and down with excitement. Andromeda had her face still buried in Ted's shoulder. The Malfoys had settled for polite clapping, but Sirius caught Lucius sending a smug smirk in the direction of Amos Diggory. Sirius kept his own gaze on his son. He watched as Harry picked up his robe and started back towards the path up to the contestants' gate. And Sirius finally started to relax. The fireball was still down. All Harry had to do was to leave. "I've never seen such a masterful display of raw power," Ted murmured. Sirius grinned and turned to reply. A ferocious roar ripped through the noise of the crowd, silencing everyone and freezing Harry mid-step in the middle of the arena. Sirius looked hurriedly towards the fireball, but it was only just stirring. Another roar filled the air. The large gate to the dragon's pens shook under a huge thump and then splintered into bits as it gave under the weight of an enraged dragon. The Hungarian horntail stalked into the arena, her green scales glimmering in the weak sunlight, her spikes sharp and glittering. The horntail was loose, and Harry was right in front of it. Pandemonium spread over the watching crowd as panic took hold. Shrieks and shouts echoed around the arena. "Harry!" Sirius screamed. He raised his wand to fire at the Horntail. Remus grabbed him, roughly. "You can't help him. The magical barrier won't let anything through." Sirius's heart leaped into his throat as Harry began to run for the path and safety, only to have to dive to the side as a long stream of fire erupted from the dragon. Hermione screamed beside Sirius, her hands flying up to cover her face. He only breathed out as Harry threw himself behind a large boulder. "I have to help him," Sirius declared, turning for the exit. He could get into the arena through the contestants' gate. "I'm coming with you," Remus said hurriedly. "Me too," Ron said, determination written all over his pale, freckled face. Andromeda caught hold of Ron and moved to block Hermione and Neville. "You kids are staying here." Sirius didn't wait to see if she was successful, just trusted that she would take care of keeping the kids out of danger. He ran from the box, Remus at his heels. Harry needed him. Ensuring Pronglet survives. Chapter 7. Harry's heart thundered in his chest, and his breath rasped sharply in his throat as he tried to make himself smaller behind the boulder he'd managed to find for cover. He peeked out. The Horntail was stomping further into the arena. She was furious, her viciously spiked tail lashing out. Harry's eyes widened in alarm. The eggs. He threw his arm out, wand in his hand, and cast a shield hurriedly over them just as the tail came down with a crash. Harry breathed out in relief as the tail lifted to reveal the intact eggs. His shield had worked. On the other side of the arena, the fireball roared, recognizing the new threat to her eggs. She caught the Horntail's attention. Another fierce cry rang out, this time directed at the fireball as the Horntail challenged her. The fireball answered it furiously, getting to her feet and shaking off the remnants of ice clinging to her scales. The Horntail lowered her head and attacked. Harry looked around anxiously, assessing the situation breathlessly. He was stuck. There was open ground between him, the dragons, and his path out of the arena. They might be distracted while they were fighting, but he wasn't certain he wanted to take the risk of them both spotting him and deciding to gang up on him instead of battling each other. But there was the problem of what was going to happen once the battle was over. There was better cover behind the flag where the flat of the rock sheared away, providing a roof of sorts to a dip below. If he could get there, he checked on the dragons. The fireball was at a disadvantage, chained and befuddled from the cold spell Harry had used, but she was lithe and using her greater maneuverability to avoid the worst of the Horntail's swipes and hits. She was also using the former nest as cover occasionally, picking up shards and loose rock to throw at the Horntail in between sending jets of fierce fire towards the other dragon. The Horntail lashed out with one wing, and the fireball in avoiding it ran straight into the Horntail's tail. She flew backwards, her chain breaking with a snap as she landed on her side with a massive smack on the nest. She didn't get up. The Horntail roared her victory. Harry's eyes fell on his robe, lying on the ground. He wet his lips, a plan forming in his head. He mouthed the spell quietly. The robe rose from the ground, as though pulled by invisible ropes to spin in midair. Another spell had it growing, rapidly spreading out to provide a wide curtain between him and the Horntail. He ran. He was almost at the eggs when the sound of ripping fabric had him glancing behind to see the Horntail rending the robe to pieces with its claws. She tossed the remains to the side as she stormed forward, and Harry knew he didn't have time to get under cover. He threw up a shield as the Horntail slapped a massive foreleg down on him. He blinked as the foot stopped bare inches from his body. He rolled out as the dragon lifted her leg again and hurriedly threw up another shield as the leg came down again, the tail landing close enough to the side of him that the rock beneath shook. He absently noticed the fireball regaining her feet on the other side of the arena. He was reminded how the fireball had used the rocks around to pound on the horntail, and he pointed his wand at the wall of rock behind, and with a rushed spell lobbed a chunk of rock at the horntail. The jagged boulder of black granite hit the horntail in the face, whipping her head back painfully, and she yowled in pain. Harry scrabbled backwards, careful of the eggs close behind him. He flicked his wand and sent another barrage of rocks and debris at the horntail. The horntail batted them away, though. She snarled through the green blood dripping down her face where Harry had wounded her and lashed out with her right wing. Harry could see the tail already in motion to hit him if he darted out of the way of the wing. And if he moved, the eggs were going to be smashed. He hastily threw up another shield, barely aware that it shimmered with gold and silver. The wing descended. The horntail's mouth opened to deliver a devastating blast. Arrestus! Harry pointed his wand and pushed the rest of his power into the spell. The horntail froze, and a rock smashed down on the horntail's head. Once, twice, 3 times. The horntail crumpled into a bloody heap, its head caved in. The fireball stood behind it, the large rock clutched in one claw. She dropped it, and the broken chain around its legs scraped along the ground. For a terrifying second, the fireball bristled, the golden spikes around its head erect. Harry kept still, his heart stampeding in his heart. He couldn't breathe, didn't dare. And their eyes met. There was pain in the fireball's gaze and something else, an intelligence that seemed to judge Harry in every way. Harry swallowed hard, desperately trying to think of anything that would work. The image of Merlin talking to the dragons in the play he had seen over the summer flashed through his head, and Harry latched onto it. "Please," he whispered, unaware the word had hissed out in Parseltongue. The dragon cocked her head. "Please." Harry whispered again. "Let me go. Your eggs are safe. I protected them, and I would never hurt them. I promise." Her green-slitted eyes shifted to the intact eggs. She sniffed at her young. Slowly, the fireball's ruff sank back to lie flat. She gave a snort and sank back on her haunches. Harry moved slowly, not entirely sure she wouldn't attack him still despite apparently doing what he had asked. He carefully got to his feet and sidled away. The fireball didn't look at him. She crept into the space Harry had vacated and curled protectively around her eggs. Harry stumbled around the massive body of the horntail, hurrying as fast as he could to the path. He fell a couple of times, his legs shaky and weak, but he scrambled back up each time. At the gate, he wasn't surprised to see Sirius on the other side waiting for him, Remus not far behind. Sirius opened the small wooden door, and Harry all but fell against him. Sirius clutched Harry tightly to him. Harry tucked his head against Sirius and breathed. He was safe. Bagman was announcing something. Harry didn't care. He tightened his grip on Sirius, his scratched-up hands fisting in the material of Sirius's robes. He felt Sirius rub his back, small circles of warmth as Harry shook. There was another hand on his shoulder providing a comforting, grounding anchor. Remus. "Come on, Pronglet," Sirius said quietly. "Let's get you to the infirmary tent." He didn't release his hold on Harry, though, and Harry figured Padfoot was waiting on him to move. He slowly convinced his fingers to let go, one at a time. He pushed weakly on Sirius's chest, and Sirius helped steady him as he got upright. Sirius slid an arm around his waist. "Do you think you can walk?" Harry nodded quickly, but Remus moved to his other side and braced between the two of them. He found it wasn't a lie. He could walk, although their progress was slow. Everything hurt. His arms ached. His hands stung where they were scraped. His legs were sore from the climb and the fall and the stumbles. Madame Pomfrey met them at the flap of tent. "Goodness, look at you. I'm afraid you're stuck with me. Dr. Jordan is out at the dragon pens healing the injured from that dangerous horntail. She sniffed. Dragons. What were they thinking? She chivied them towards a bed, and Harry climbed up and endured the diagnostics with a pained grimace as Sirius hovered beside him, Remus at the end of the bed. He glanced around. Fleur was curled up in another bed at the far side of the tent. Her shoulder was heavily bandaged. An attractive older woman with blonde hair, a distinguished-looking man, and a young girl who looked like a miniature Fleur were gathered around her. Her family, Harry guessed. What happened to Fleur? He asked worriedly. She'd faced the horntail. When they were bringing the horntail into the arena, one of the eggs was dropped and destroyed. Remus explained. The horntail was enraged before Miss Delacour even entered the arena. He sighed. She actually did very well. She hit it with a strong sleep spell, had a similar idea to you with the robe to carry the eggs, only the horntail woke up before she got more than a few steps away from the original nest. It attacked her, and the rest of its eggs were destroyed. They had to send half a dozen dragon handlers in to subdue it and get Miss Delacour out. Sirius added, How the hell did it get free to go on the rampage? A good question. Remus stated dryly. There was the sound of running feet, and Cedric and Victor both entered. Victor looked unharmed beyond a strapped-up wrist, but Cedric was covered in pink burns paste all over one side of his face. Pomfrey tooted loudly. What did I tell you about leaving the tent, Mr. Diggory? She pointed at the bed between Harry and Fleur. I snuck out to watch you, Cedric said to Harry as he hurried to sit where she was pointing. You were just incredible, Victor said gruffly. Your strategy was excellent. Harry shrugged despite the praise, making him smile. How did you both go? Victor frowned heavily. I used conjunctivitis curse, but I was only able to get 2 eggs as the dragon destroyed the others when she staggered into them. The curse caused great pain in the eyes, and Harry tried not to let his disapproval at deliberately hurting the dragon and causing her to hurt her own eggs show. It could be argued that he had hurt the fireball just as much, freezing her half to death. What about you, Cedric? Harry asked. Cedric gave a pained smile. I summoned my broomstick to fly around it. I managed to get 1 egg, but it caught me full blast with fire on the second run, and that was me out of it. He winced and rubbed the back of his neck. I'm going to need a new broom, too. Mine's ash now. Harry grimaced. He remembered how he'd felt when the Whomping Willow had battered his first broomstick. It had been a loss. He loved his current broomstick, though, mostly because it was his first ever present from Sirius. He was suddenly very glad he had decided not to fly. Vuorin led. Victor said disgruntled. The judges awarded you 35 points, and you got 10s from Bagman and Professor Dumbledore. Cedric expanded. Madame Maxime gave you a 9, and Karkaroff gave you a 6. Karkaroff is blatantly biased. Remus said with an apologetic look at Victor. He gave Cedric 3 points and Fleur a 0. Victor nodded in agreement, though. I did not deserve 9. What are your overall scores? Asked Harry as Pomfrey started to wave her wand over his hands, healing up the scratches. Fleur has 16. Maxime gave her a 6, Dumbledore a 5, and Bagman another 5. And, Karkaroff's score. Cedric recited. I had all 7s except for Karkaroff, so I'm on 24. I have 33. Victor said brusquely. It was a high score, but Harry appreciated that Victor's competitiveness demanded perfection, and he hadn't attained it. Harry squirmed under Pomfrey's fussing over the bruises on his legs. Remus patted Harry on the shoulder. I'm going to tell everyone you're fine. I'll see you in your rooms later for the celebration. Sirius caught hold of Remus before he left. Fine Moody, and ask what the hell went down with that horntail, will you? Definitely. Remus answered. Harry felt some of the strain ease out of his arms and shoulders as Pomfrey healed them. "We're done here, Lord Potter. You're free to leave, but I highly recommend not using your magic for a day and resting," Pomfrey said. She bustled into the back of the tent, which was cordoned off. Harry slid off the bed, and he was pleased that his legs held up better than they had when they'd come out of the arena. "Ah, there you all are." Bagman grinned and gave them a brief round of applause that drew disapproving looks from the Delacours. Harry didn't blame them. "Fantastic performances today, boys," Bagman said brightly. "Really, really fantastic start to the competition." Harry, Cedric, and Victor all exchanged a disbelieving look. "Now, clues for the next task." Bagman continued chirpily, paying them little attention. He raised a black velvet bag and delved inside. "This one is for you, Cedric. 1 clue for 1 egg." He handed Cedric a small golden egg. It reminded Harry of the small Cadbury creme eggs that Dudley always scoffed at Easter. Bagman rooted around the bag again and handed Victor a larger egg about the size of a normal chocolate Easter egg. Dudley usually had several, whereas Harry had never received one from the Dursleys. 2 clues for you, Victor. And for you, Harry." Bagman reached into the bag and improbably brought out a large gold egg. "You get all 4 clues." He straightened. "Now, you're not allowed to confer or share clues before the next task, which will be held on February 24th. He gave another smarmy smile and left. "I should go back to ship." Victor bowed at Cedric and Harry, departing briskly with no other fanfare. Cedric sighed and subsided onto the bed. Harry wondered where his parents were. He knew if he was as injured as Cedric Sirius would be hovering just like he was hovering right at that moment. "You going to be okay here, Ced?" Harry asked, holding tightly to his egg as Sirius wrapped an arm around him. He wanted to protest, but he knew Sirius probably needed the reassurance that Harry was okay. "Yeah, I only have to stay another hour," Cedric confirmed. "Then I'll be all fixed. No scars, which will be good because I think Cho would probably dump me if I had scars, and she definitely wouldn't go to the Yule Ball with me." Harry froze. "Yule Ball? What Yule Ball?" "I can't dance," Harry declared, looking more panicked than he had facing off against a dragon with nothing more than his wand. "I'm terrible. Ask Andy." Sirius made a comforting cluck as he directed Harry up a flight of stairs towards the tower. Harry had apparently missed everything Bagman had announced, including the news that there was an official tournament ball. He understood some of Harry's consternation. There hadn't been time in Harry's etiquette lessons for polishing Harry's dancing skills, that much was true. "We can teach you enough to get by over the next couple of weeks. It'll be fine." He gave a comforting squeeze, since he'd wrapped his arm around his son on leaving the infirmary tent and hadn't let go as they walked back through the school to their quarters. "At least you don't have to worry about who to ask." "Oh, Marauder." Harry clapped one hand to his forehead, almost dropping his egg. "I have to ask Hermione." "Well, I assume you want to ask her," Sirius murmured, wondering why Harry was so bothered about it. "Of course I want to ask her, but—" Harry sighed wearily. "We're going on our first date on Saturday, and I spent a really, really long time coming up with something special. Now, I have to figure out something for asking her to the ball too. And then there's—" He went so violently red that Sirius worried it was a reaction to the dragon fight for a moment before Harry mumbled something about kissing. And yeah, Sirius wasn't touching that subject with a 10-foot pole unless Harry specifically asked for advice. "Look," Sirius said firmly, "you've had a busy day. Understatement of the century. We have quarters full of your friends waiting to congratulate you for successfully completing the task and, not dying with the whole thing with the horntail, so—" He made a vague gesture. "Worry about this tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Harry nodded briskly. "Right. They were almost at the portrait. Sirius gave the password, and it swung open, the babble from the waiting group of friends and family. He gave Harry a nudge forward and followed him. There was an immediate outbreak of applause, whistling, and cheering at Harry's entry. Sirius plucked the egg out of Harry's hands as Hermione rushed over and hugged Harry hard enough that Sirius was pleased that Pomfrey had seen to Harry's bruises before he'd seen her. "Oh God, Harry, that was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen," Hermione said, low enough that her voice didn't carry to the rest of the room, but Sirius was close enough to catch it as he safely placed the egg on the table. Harry patted her back consolingly. The basilisk was worse. His matter-of-fact tone brought Hermione back to herself, and she moved back to consider him with an arched eyebrow. "The basilisk bit me," Harry pointed out. "I almost died." "The horntail did kinda stomp on you, mate," Ron piped up, moving forward to slap Harry on the shoulder. "Shield," Harry replied. "I had a shield. I was fine." But there was a flush of red on his neck that gave away his own fear that he might not have survived, or maybe Sirius was projecting. "You were brilliant with the fireball." Neville beamed at him. Harry grinned back at him. "How much did you win in Blaze's pool?" "Lots," Neville said cheerfully. "Gambling is wrong." Hermione said sternly, "It can lead to all kinds of trouble. Just look at the twins." Sirius wondered whether he should investigate as Ron shushed her, and darted a quick look around as though to check his mother wasn't present. Sirius cleared his throat and slipped in between the chattering teenagers to gather Harry up. "Come on," Sirius said cheerfully. "There are others here who want to say hello." Andromeda approached first as protocol dictated, sweeping Harry out of Sirius's loose hold and into a hug of her own. "You were very smart with the fireball, and frankly, I couldn't watch after the horntail almost roasted you." She leaned back and brushed a hand over the grime on his face. "You need a bath, then bed. You're exhausted." Madame Pomfrey said no magic for the rest of the day. Harry said, "And I suggest you don't do anything tomorrow either." Sirius said, "Give your core time to recover." He glanced around. "Where's Ted?" There was a report of injured from the horntail, getting loose. Andromeda said, "He's gone to help." Sirius surreptitiously inched closer as the Malfoys stood. Narcissa gave Harry a light hug and kissed his forehead. "You did well, Harry. I was most impressed. Your performance was most satisfactory." Lucius didn't try to offer Harry his hand or approach him. There was a free zone of tension remained between Harry and Lucius. Both appreciated the need to tolerate each other, but neither would ever like the other. Sirius wasn't too bothered by that, since he didn't think Lucius liked him much, and he definitely didn't like Lucius either. Harry smiled humorlessly back at Lucius. "Perhaps I'm finally living up to my reputation." Lucius's eyes glittered. "Perhaps." He stroked a hand over the top of his cane. "I expect to have some interesting conversations over the next few days." Which was good. If they could convince more of Voldemort's supporters to abandon him, because Harry was showing them the power of the opposition, it would be less for them to face in a final showdown. Harry nodded. "I hope so." "Oh, I think there'll be a number of interesting conversations with that display of heroics you just performed, Potter." Draco offered his hand to Harry, who rolled his eyes and shook it with appropriate seriousness. "Do we know how the horntail got free to turn up and try to kill you?" Most of the room looked interested in the answer, and Sirius jumped in. "Remus has gone to investigate," Sirius said. Narcissa placed a hand on her son's shoulder. "If you'll excuse us, Sirius, Harry, we're going to walk Draco back to Slytherin and take our leave." Draco pulled a face but nodded. "I should get back and confirm you're still alive." Sirius's lips twitched as Draco's dry tone. Your service to the House of Black is appreciated, Draco. He kept his tone light but sincere, and watched as Draco's face lit up with the praise. Apparently, it was also enough to warrant an actual real smile from Narcissa. Lucius's suspicious gaze, as though he was wondering about Sirius's motives in praising his son, simply made Sirius's day. I should go too, Andromeda said, pulling on her outer robe. Let Harry get some rest. Almost immediately Harry's friends surged forward again, as Sirius walked the Tonks and the Malfoys out with a brief confirmation that Friday's family dinner was still on. By the time he walked back to the main sitting area, the 4 kids had sprawled into one of the sofas and had started rehashing the entire first task. Dobby was busily providing refreshments. Sirius snagged a cup of hot chocolate from the elf and took up a watchful pose in front of the fire. Krum was brilliant, Ron enthused. Hermione shook her head. He was cruel. The conjunctivitis curse is one of the most painful curses. I'm not sure I can throw stones, seeing as I froze mine half to death. Harry muttered, wrapping his hands around his mug. Poor Fleur. Hermione said. She was doing really well too for a while, but the sleep spell just wasn't strong enough. Cedric did well until the dragon set his broom alight. Neville said diplomatically. Ron poked Harry. I thought you were going to summon your broom too, mate. We worked so hard on that plan too. Hermione sighed, folding her arms, obviously waiting for an explanation. When they said we had to get the eggs, it didn't seem practical. Harry explained. I fumble the quaffle enough if I have to carry it in practice, and that's with the spell that makes it sticky. I wasn't going to risk eggs. Hermione sniffed. Well, your very lucky magical fire doesn't work the same way as a real fire, which uses air as fuel. Weird. Ron commented. It's also a conjured wind, so it doesn't have the same properties. Harry said, simply. Hermione's face brightened. Where did you learn that spell anyway? Professor Flitwick assigned me an essay on weather charms. Harry began to explain. Sirius propped an elbow up on the mantelpiece and watched Harry, alive, and well, if exhausted and dirty, chatter with his friends. Stay still. The strident tone of the healer had Remus changing directions. He halted his search for Moody and made his way to Dr. Jordan. She and Ted Tonks were surrounded by injured dragon handlers. Most of them looked to have minor injuries, scrapes, and burns, but there was a covered body a few feet away by the remains of the gate to the arena. The horror of losing one of their own told on the faces of the waiting men and women. Can I help? Remus asked. Jordan didn't look up, but continued working. That's okay, Mr. Lupin. Healer Tonks, and I have it under control. Ted looked over briefly, but only acknowledged Remus with a brief grim nod before turning back to his patient. Remus decided not to argue. The healers maybe needed to heal the ones they could after losing a patient. He continued on his way. He caught sight of the fireball, drugged and unconscious, being levitated into its pen by a team of dragon handlers. The Weasley hair was like a banner. Remus was pleased to see that Charlie was fine. He was about to move away when Charlie saw him and motioned for him to wait. Remus raised a hand in acknowledgement and folded his arms as he watched them maneuvering the dragon. He shook his head in renewed amazement that Harry had gone up against it one-on-one. It was a few minutes later that Charlie wandered over to him. He looked exhausted. Remus, Charlie greeted him with a handshake. How is Harry? Battered and bruised, Remus said, but otherwise good. Better off than the dragon handlers Remus had seen waiting for treatment. Charlie winced as though he'd read Remus's mind anyway. The Fireball team were impressed with him, especially when he protected the eggs. I couldn't believe the Fireball just let him go in the end, Remus admitted. Charlie tilted his to the side, his eyes darting back to the pen. They're very intelligent creatures, despite their reputation of being dumb animals. The fireball is one of the oldest species. The theory Carl, the team leader, has is that the dragon recognized Harry was protecting the eggs, and so wasn't a threat. He gave a small sigh. Tarkin thought Harry talked her into it, since it looked like he said something to her, but that's probably wishful thinking. I think all of us dragon handlers wish we could talk to them. The fireball recognizing Harry wasn't a threat seems a reasonable theory to me. Remus said, I was actually looking for Moody to see if he had found out how the horntail got loose. We'd all like to know. Charlie sighed and shook his head. It's the craziest thing. He motioned at Remus. The horntail team is the most experienced. There is no way they made some kind of mistake. Did you know the handler who died? Remus asked compassionately. Charlie nodded. The reserve is a small place, you know. His face crumpled briefly before he wrestled his grief back. It's hit us all pretty hard. Remus made a comforting noise. I should get on and find Moody. Charlie pointed to the next pen. He's in the Horntail's pen with the guys from the magical forensic team. Thanks. No problem. Charlie took a step away. Hey, I was wondering if you can send Mama Patronus. Let her know I'm fine. Remus could only imagine Molly's reaction if she heard one of the handlers had died, and she didn't know Charlie was fine. He cast his Patronus and sent it off with Charlie's message. They headed in different directions, and Remus spotted the Horntail's pen immediately. The metal railing and gate were melted in some places, mangled in others. Severus stood by the remains of the entrance and straightened at Remus's approach. Lupin. Severus drawled. This area is off limits. Before Remus could reply, Moody's gruff voice drifted over the railing. Let him in, Snape. Severus glowered at Remus, but stood aside. Thank you, Severus. Remus said politely. He had drawn level with the potions professor when Severus cleared his throat. I trust Potter is in one piece. Severus asked casually, as though the answer didn't matter to him. Poppy healed the bumps and bruises he got. Remus confirmed, since he knew Severus was concerned. He just needs rest. He performed adequately. Severus sniffed. Remus smiled. High praise from you indeed. Severus. He hesitated a moment. Any luck with Winky or Summers yet? Severus stared down his nose at him. I believe I will know in 3 weeks which potion was used. Beyond that, it takes time. Remus nodded. I'll remind Sirius when he gets too impatient. You will be reminding him frequently then, Severus said dryly. To date, he has contacted me daily for an update. Remus sighed. Only Sirius. I'll see what I can do. He promised Severus and finally walked past the railing and into the pen properly. Moody waved to him from the back of the large pen. Remus spotted Bertie and Caro beside him, and a large steel pin that was driven into the ground. Caro straightened as he approached. Sirius sent you to find out what happened. Remus nodded, although I am curious to know the answer to that myself. He gestured towards the pin. What have you found? It's what we haven't found that's the key. Bertie pointed at the empty ground. No chain. There's a faint residue of a banishment charm. Caro chimed in, wiping away the sweat from her brow. I think it was likely timed to coincide with Harry's attempt at the task. The feed was drugged too. Bertie said grimly. Someone intended for the Horntail to be enraged. Moody harumphed. They couldn't anticipate the eggs getting broken, and the Horntail going feral anyway. She probably only attacked Miss Delacour in the manner she did because she was under the influence of drugs. It was likely the reason why she didn't stay under the sleep spell either. Bertie sighed. He looked his age for once, tired and weary. I have to go make a report to Cornelius and Amelia. Whoever did this was responsible for the death of a dragon handler, and attempting to kill Harry. He motioned to Caro. "Keep looking for clues. Maybe our culprit dropped something." He sighed. "I'll check in with Bill." He was going to check out the arena. Caro thinned her lips, but applied herself to the task. Remus grimaced and rubbed his brow. It was no more than they suspected, but he wasn't looking forward to breaking the news to Sirius. How did they get back here? Remus asked Moody as they walked back to the mangled gate. Moody frowned. "Nobody got back here during the last few days. I'd say whoever it was did the damage while the dragons were still being kept in the Forbidden Forest." He huffed impatiently. The reserve took responsibility for guard duty, then along with a couple of Aurors they accepted for show mostly. "I bet Amelia's going to string up her guys' guts for garters." "It is certain then," Severus said as they reached him. "It was sabotage. Certain as eggs," Moody said with dark humor. Severus seemed to fall into quiet contemplation as they walked back towards the school, taking it slowly to account for Moody's leg. "I believe we should consider the possibility that Potter was meant to draw the horntail in the competition, and therefore the preparations were made to make his task a true fight for his life." Severus broke the silence as they approached the tournament tents. Remus breathed in sharply. "That's not a bad theory. Someone should round up the draw tokens, whatever was used, and examine them." Moody stopped and pointed at the contestants' tent up ahead of them. "Let's take a gander then, lads." The tent was empty and devoid of anything but a long table and some flimsy wooden chairs. Severus sniffed. "There." He pointed at a side table where all 4 miniature dragons lay still. Moody huffed and cast a standard detection spell. Nothing. Maybe they couldn't get access to the tokens, and that part of the plan failed. Remus suggested. Otherwise, why bother? They couldn't guarantee that the horntail would enter the arena and kill Harry. It could have just rampaged around the dragon pens. Can't argue with that. And either way, I thought Riddle wanted the lad alive at the end of this. Moody said, "Gathering up the tokens into a bag for evidence anyway. He will likely have someone else designated as an alternative for the ritual, one of the other contestants perhaps, or the headmaster, or Black." Severus stated matter-of-factly. "But there are 2 possibilities for him making the task more difficult for Potter. Firstly, that he wishes to demonstrate why Potter was able to defeat him as a child in order to underline his anticipated final victory over Potter. Strategically, that would make sense." Moody agreed grumpily. "It'd scare off any pretenders. Look, see how powerful this lad is. He can defeat dragons, but he can't defeat me, so why would anyone else think they can?" "Well, that's horrifyingly logical," Remus muttered as they left the tent. "Secondly, this could be a misstep on the part of Crouch Jr. or whichever of his retinue he sent to interfere." Severus said, "Perhaps the order was to make the task more difficult for Potter, and the extent was misjudged. And that's horrifying in an entirely different way." Remus noted with a sigh. What was worse, that Voldemort had set out to make the task truly life-threatening, or that his minion had made it so accidentally. They all paused at the front steps, where Hagrid was weeping into a large handkerchief. "I have to report to Dumbledore," Moody said swiftly, and departed much quicker than Remus had considered possible with Moody's bad leg. "And I should check on the blood revelation potion. I am brewing." Severus followed after Moody, leaving Remus alone with Hagrid. "Cowards," thought Remus with some amusement. "You all right there, Hagrid?" Remus asked gently, moving to sit beside the half-giant. Hagrid blew his nose into his handkerchief and shook his head, his bushy beard quivering. She was a wonderful dragon. Ah, Hagrid was mourning the loss of the creature. Remus didn't remonstrate him for focusing on the dragon, and not the dragon handler who'd lost his life. He knew Hagrid probably mourned both, but creatures had been Hagrid's friends and companions long before any wizards were kind to him. She was my favorite when I went to look in on Am in the forest. More tears threatened. Such beautiful green scales and yellow spikes. Remus frowned. The dragon handlers let you visit me and most of the other professors who knew. Hagrid sniffled. Hagrid, Remus asked urgently. Who else visited the dragons that you know about? Well, now, Hagrid frowned in concentration. There was Olymp, Madame Maxime. He blushed a violent red. We might have been walking in the same direction, like. And, prompted Remus, deciding to ignore the hint about Hagrid's love life, which was more than he had ever wanted to know about Hagrid's love life. Pomona and Poppy. Hagrid hummed, Minnie, Aurora, and Septima. Oh, and I think I caught sight of a couple of the Durmstrang lads, Takina, look. They scarpered pretty quick when they caught sight, oh me. Remus's brow furrowed in thought. It was unlikely that any of the teachers were suspect, but a couple of students. No, teenage boys were not capable of such sabotage. Banishing with a timing element was advanced magic, and he should know the amount of times the Marauders had tried it on the chairs of various professors. But if Crouch Jr. and Peter or Travers had polyjuiced as a couple of teenage lads and put on Durmstrang uniforms, would anyone know they weren't from the school? That was a possibility. Hagrid suddenly focused on Remus. "How's Harry?" "Tired, but fine." Remus patted the large man's shoulder. "I should get back to him. And Sirius." He headed briskly up the steps and into the castle. Remus passed by the fat lady's portrait, and the sounds of a party drifted out. The Gryffindors were clearly celebrating the win. Hopefully Harry was there with them. He bounded into the House of Black's temporary quarters and frowned at the absence of anyone in the main, living area before striding across to the study. Sirius was exactly where Remus expected him to be, sat at his desk. He was also staring at the blank piece of parchment in front of him as though it held the answers to the universe. Padfoot. Remus cleared his throat, knocking loudly on the open door. Sirius's head jerked up, and he waved Remus in. Remus closed the door behind him. "Harry, at the Gryffindor party?" "Bed," Sirius said. He started yawning halfway through his cup of chocolate and made the decision himself to go. Hermione, Ron, and Neville said they'd represent him at the party. He gesticulated impatiently. "Well." Remus slumped into a nearby chair and filled Sirius in on the various evidence and theories. Sirius collapsed back in his chair and glared at the ceiling once Remus was done. "Never mind, Harry. I'm not sure I'm going to survive this tournament, Moony." There wasn't anything Remus could say to comfort his friend. "I thought it was bad enough seeing his memories." Sirius continued, "Because seeing them reminded me that because I was stupid and in Azkaban I hadn't been there for him when he was faced with Voldemort again and a bloody basilisk, and I had failed Harry and failed James." "Padfoot," Remus said softly, his heart tearing because he felt for Sirius, but also felt the same guilt, only he had no excuse. He should have been at King's Cross waiting for Harry on the first day of his first year. He should have tracked down Harry's primary school and checked on him personally. And now, Sirius said as though he hadn't heard Remus, "Now I am in his life, and how much use was I today? None. I still couldn't bloody help him." He raised a hand and massaged his brow. "Sirius," Remus sighed, "you have helped him." He caught Sirius's eye to prevent him replying. "Can you imagine what this tournament would have been like if you hadn't done everything in your power to adopt Harry this summer? If you'd still been on the run?" Sirius was quiet. He would have had none of the political alliances supporting him, none of the emotional comfort of having you, someone who loves him, present, because while I know you would have done what you could to be close by, you couldn't have been here in the school with him. there wouldn't have been the security around the tournament that there is now, and he would have been more at risk. Remus felt his own stomach churn at the image he was drawing. And Harry himself, his power would have been restricted. He would still be taking a half-hearted approach to studying, and he certainly wouldn't have had the spell knowledge he needed to face a dragon. Sirius lurched out of his chair and paced over to the window at the far side of the room. Barty and Dennis had been able to access the dragon pens in relative anonymity, pretending to be two of the Durmstrang students. They had successfully sabotaged the feed and the Horntails chain. It was just the final part for Harry to get the Horntail in the draw that hadn't gone to plan. Not that the failure seemed to matter to the Dark Lord. Peter thought sourly, careful to keep his eyes lowered to the table, so his master couldn't read his mind. Excellent. The Dark Lord drank down his potion. We have made a successful start to our campaign. He tapped the newspaper again. But perhaps we shall call this a draw, as Potter survived without major injury. Barty lowered his head again. Do not worry, Bartemius. The Dark Lord soothed him like a small child. Potter will be defeated in good time. He smiled evilly, an incongruous sight on the features of the toddler he inhabited. And in the meantime, we can have some more fun with him. The second task will come soon enough, and perhaps... He gestured at the small sentence announcing a Yule ball was to be held at Hogwarts as part of the tournament's events. We should think of something for Yule, a Christmas present. Barty's face brightened with malevolent glee. Peter kept his expression as impassive as he could. He was rapidly coming to the conclusion that Barty wasn't altogether sane. But then how could he be, reasoned Peter. Barty had been locked up in a basement by his own father for over 10 years. Peter felt his own existence as the family rat of the Weasleys was infinitely preferable in comparison. May I? Barty began eagerly. Yes, you may think of something. The Dark Lord acquiesced. But do not use Fenrir. I have given him another mission. Barty frowned heavily. I would have been happy to have assisted you, Father. You must always choose the right tool for the right job, Bartemius. The Dark Lord said firmly. Fenrir is eminently suited for the task of menacing Potter's supporters such as the Weasleys and undermining his political base and agenda, especially as Potter is so focused on being kind to the werewolves. Fenrir is a blunt instrument, but he will be effective. I understand, Father. Barty said quickly. And you are right. I will learn to choose the right tool for the right task. Tools, Peter thought derisively. That was how they were all seen, even Barty himself. So, Potter, the Dark Lord murmured down to the picture of Harry, our war continues, and we have won some battles and lost some on either side. Father, Barty asked tentatively. The Dark Lord's eyes slid to Barty and gazed at him sternly. Why don't you list our battles so far, Bartemius? The first task was one battle, and you declared a draw there. Barty immediately replied, his elegant fingers wriggling in the air. The second was getting Harry into the tournament, which we won, although they tried to claim a victory in defeat. Excellent, the Dark Lord said. Barty regained some confidence with the praise. We liberated Travers, but they foiled our attempt to grab Potter at the World Cup. And they have also recently found your elf and the Summers woman. The Dark Lord said quietly. Barty's face was priceless. Peter hid his own glee at the shock that radiated through Barty's handsome features. The Dark Lord had been furious when Peter had arrived back from the crypt with the news that he had barely escaped since the location had been found by the Aurors. Peter had kept his head filled with his battle with Sirius and subsequent panicked run from Sirius's grim form to hide his remarks to his old friend. He still felt a thrill about what he'd done. He suspected Sirius already knew about the ritual, and therefore he didn't believe that he'd betrayed the Dark Lord at all. And he was still committed to being the Dark Lord's servant. believed that in the final showdown the Dark Lord, with his years of experience and guarded against the ancient magic Lily had invoked, would prevail against Harry. But maybe there was the possibility that Harry would pull another rabbit out of his hat, and Peter hoped he had done enough to make Sirius hesitate about killing him next time their paths crossed. When Barty began. "Last week," the Dark Lord said mildly. "I am surprised that you didn't feel the breach in your blood wards." There was a question in the statement of why Barty hadn't felt it. They'd only been alerted because of the trip alarms that the Dark Lord had insisted be placed around the crypt. The spell did call for the blood of a head of house, and as I've had some problems with the inheritance ritual, Barty hurried out as an excuse. Perhaps the wards did not work as they were meant to, as I am not the recognized head of house yet. "Learn from your mistake, Bartemius," the Dark Lord said. "Your inattentiveness has caused us to lose our spare amniotic fluid for the ritual potion, my willing servant as Peter was almost caught, and our enemy now has your elf in their grasp. Winky will not betray me," Barty said firmly. "She loves her bond too much." The Blacks were purported to have a spell that would override the ownership of an elf for a short time. The Dark Lord informed him mildly. "I once heard Bella speak of it. I do not doubt the new Lord Black will know of it." Barty bowed his head again. "Do not fret, Bartemius." The Dark Lord reached out and stroked Barty's hair. The gesture turned Peter's stomach. "Your draft of the Sleeping Beauty was perfect, and there is no antidote." His young, twisted features turned contemplative. "Although Severus might find one at Albus's behest, of course." That was a possibility. Snape had been a pain back at Hogwarts, but he had been a pain with a rare talent. If anyone could find an antidote, it was probably Snape, Peter thought with faint alarm. Maybe it's time for us to bring Severus into our confidence. The Dark Lord mused out loud. It would be good to have an actual potions master complete the ritual potion. Barty frowned, clearly unhappy at the idea of anyone else finding favor with the Dark Lord. "Father," tools Bartemius, the Dark Lord reminded him. "And Severus is a wonderfully sharp implement when he's used correctly." "He betrayed you," Barty spluttered. "No," the Dark Lord's red eyes glittered. "Severus has always been mine. It was I who placed him within Albus Dumbledore's circle, and he who first informed me of the threat posed by Potter. I do not doubt that he continues to serve me, remaining close to the Potter boy and Dumbledore to ensure I have the best of intelligence. I saw for myself how much he despises the boy when I occupied Quirrell. I do not believe he realized that I was behind Quirrell's machinations." Peter rather doubted that the Dark Lord was right about Snape's loyalty. Snape had loved Lily once, and he wasn't completely certain that Snape hadn't known that the Dark Lord occupied Quirrell when he'd kept getting in between the Dark Lord and the Philosopher's Stone. He kept his thoughts to himself, though. "Yes," the Dark Lord mused again, "it is perhaps time to bring Severus into the circle." "How will I approach him?" Barty asked somewhat sulkily. "Knowing Severus, he will approach you through Karkaroff soon enough." The Dark Lord said, amused, "I look forward to your Yule present, Barty. I have forgiven you your mistakes to date, but another failure may not go unpunished, my heir." "Yes, Father," Barty replied straight away. The Dark Lord waved a tiny hand at Peter. "I am ready to retire." Peter hurried to see to his master, keeping his own mind busy with the details of ensuring the bed was. "Just because a magical barrier stood between you jumping in front of a dragon for him," Remus said, his throat tight with emotion as he got to his feet and followed after Sirius. "Do not ever say you are useless or haven't helped him. Do not." It was enough to break the last of Sirius's defenses. His head bowed, and his shoulders shook. Remus gathered up his friend and hugged him tightly. Sirius needed the release of tension a good crying jag would give him. He'd almost seen his son trampled to death by a dragon, had watched his son face off against another in a task that had sent one of the champions out of the arena on a stretcher. It was no wonder Sirius was a mess. Remus was half tempted to join in. His tears scoured the back of his throat and pushed at the back of his eyes, but Sirius needed him to be the strong one. "Sorry," mumbled Sirius eventually. "I know I shouldn't let it all get to me, but—" "You're allowed to let it get to you, occasionally, Padfoot." Remus chided him gently, letting Sirius pull away to blow his nose and mop at his face. "Just not in public where Crouch Jr. will see me, though." Sirius grimaced, wafting his handkerchief in the direction of the outside. "Otherwise he'd know his plan to make my life hell was working." "Focus on the positive, Sirius," Remus advised. "Harry is doing what he set out to do. He completely owned the actual task. He was totally brilliant, and he's in the lead. He's on course to win it." Sirius nodded briskly. "You're right." He took a deep breath and banished the handkerchief. "I think I might turn in early myself. Probably a good thing," Remus said mildly. Sirius gestured back towards the door. "You should go and tell Moody and Albus about the visitors in the Forbidden Forest and the possibility of Crouch and accomplice moonlighting as Durmstrang kids. We should check the map daily, make sure everyone is who they're supposed to be." Remus nodded. "You'll be all right?" "I'll be all right," Sirius confirmed. "Thanks, Mooney." "Anytime, Padfoot." Remus made for the door and glanced back only to find Sirius in his grim form huddled up to the window and staring out into the twilight. He hesitated, wondering if he should stay anyway, but in the end the knowledge that he had vital intelligence to impart to others made him leave. He paused in the living room, and Dobby popped immediately. "Dobby takes care of Harry Potter and Harry Potter's Patty." Dobby reassured him. "You best not worrying." Easier said than done, but Remus appreciated the sentiment. He left his loved ones in Dobby's capable hands and went in search of Moody. November 25th, 1994. Harry Potter, Dragon Lord, by Rita Skeeter. In a remarkable display of power, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, demonstrated how to tame a dragon. The last champion to face the first task of the tournament, Harry found himself up against a Chinese fireball, one of the most dangerous species of dragon, famed for their intelligence and agility. Harry's athleticism saw him climb across the cliffy rocks used in the arena before dropping down behind the fireball to take it by surprise with a magical ice-cold wind. With the dragon down, Harry was able to carry away the 4 eggs with aplomb, securing himself first place in the tournament. But that was not the end of Harry's dragon-taming escapade. The Hungarian horntail, which had put paid to French contestant Fleur Delacour's hopes of completing the task, went feral. Having escaped from its dragon pen, it stampeded into the arena just as Harry was leaving and attacked. In an impressive display, Harry teamed up with his former opponent of the fireball to protect the dragon eggs and overcome the horntail. It was a riveting and breathtaking to see our young hero fight so heroically. Mr. Bagman, the tournament's official ministry representative, confirmed that investigations by the Department of Mysteries and the DMLE were underway to find out how the horntail got loose. This lapse in security may be down to the Romanian reserve dragon team, who had responsibility for the upkeep of the dragons during the tournament. Amos Diggory, father of third-place champion Cedric Diggory, commented that the tasks and events with the horntail demonstrated the need for strong magical creature controls and questioned, once again, the Wisengamot's review of the magical creature laws. Well, the Dark Lord murmured softly, tapping the newspaper and sending the dragon in the picture on the front page cowering in terror behind the pictorial form of Potter, who glared out at the Dark Lord. "It seems Harry avoided your trap, Bartemius." There was a tense note in the Dark Lord's voice that noted his dissatisfaction. Peter hid his smile as Barty bowed his head in dejected submission and slumped to kneel beside the chair where the infant Dark Lord sat boosted up with a cushion at the dining table. "I have failed you, Father," Barty said miserably. Peter tried not to look pleased as he placed the Dark Lord's potion in front of him next to the paper and eased himself down into the seat opposite, his shoulder aching from where Sirius had cut him. The Dark Lord hadn't offered to heal him, and Peter had had to make do himself. "You have done well." The Dark Lord's young hand reached out and stroked Barty's hair. It was most unfortunate he did not face the Horntail in the task itself, but his escape from its rampage has proven he is worthy to be my chosen enemy. "Why didn't he face the Horntail?" asked Peter carefully. If the Dark Lord was not displeased with Barty, then Peter would have to watch his tone. According to Karkaroff, Dumbledore created the tokens on the morning of the tournament and kept them with him until he gave them to Bagman for the draw. Barty explained tersely. There was no opportunity to manipulate them. The Dark Lord chuckled. Perhaps the old fool is finally gaining some sense. He turned back to the paper. "And what of your host? Is Igor causing you and Dennis any trouble?" "He's too scared of you to cause trouble, Father." Barty smirked. "He does our bidding like the sniveling yellow-bellied coward, is he?" Peter felt a momentary pang of sympathy for Karkaroff for having to put up with Barty's and Dennis's bullying. Still, he'd never liked the guy, and he'd sold out the Dark Lord. Karkaroff had to believe that helping them was his only way of having a chance to live. Of course, what Karkaroff didn't know was that the Dark Lord had already promised Dennis would have the honor of killing Karkaroff after the end of the tournament, when they no longer needed him and the Durmstrang ship to hide within, and thus have revenge for Karkaroff sending his father to jail. He did think it was an ingenious way for the two of them to hide out at Hogwarts without anyone being any the wiser. The ship was considered Bulgarian territory, and none of their enemies could risk going onto the ship without causing a diplomatic incident. Barty had thought of it, of course. It had been relatively easy for the Dark Lord to task a newly freed Dennis Travers with the task of going to Durmstrang in a polyjuice disguise and threatening Karkaroff into obedience. They had been lucky that the checks for identity were all done within Hogwarts Castle, and no one questioned whether there was anybody left on the ship. Dumbledore trusted that his peers had only brought those they had admitted to bringing. Fool. It was a small crack in Moody's security net, but it was a crack Barty had been quick to take advantage of, and take advantage of it they had. Turned down, and the pillows comfortably positioned before he left the Dark Lord in the care of the snake, Peter reluctantly returned to the small living room. Barty had gotten up off the floor and was sprawled on the sofa. Peter ignored him and slid into his seat at the dining table, pulling the paper toward him to reread it once more. "Do you believe him about Snape?" asked Barty into the stretching silence. "If the Dark Lord says he is to be trusted, he is to be trusted." Peter replied, evenly, "I don't question the Dark Lord." It made him the perfect choice as the willing servant, Peter thought to himself. The right tool for the right job. The Dark Lord had chosen correctly after all. "What about if it protects him?" quibbled Barty, lurching to his feet and pacing back and forth. Peter flipped the page. "Even then, I don't trust Snape." Barty growled. "He's in too deep with Dumbledore." That was his mission. Peter pointed out, dryly. He was meant to get in deep with Dumbledore, so he could report to the Dark Lord with confidence. He lifted a shoulder. "I would say he was certainly more committed to the cause than you back in the day. After all, you only took the mark because Rabaston asked you to, didn't you?" Barty waved away Peter's remarks about his own loyalty. "And now," he zeroed in on the opening Peter had left. "Do you say he's as committed as me now?" "I doubt any of us are as committed as you now," Peter said dryly. "Or needed committing." He mused silently as Barty began laughing, bending double in his hysteria. "You're funny, Pettigrew." He straightened eventually and wiped his eyes. "And about Snape? If the Dark Lord believes he belongs to the Dark Lord, then I'm certain that he has his reasons. Peter prevaricated, but pressed Barty, his eyes narrowing on Peter expectantly. But I know Snape loved Lily Potter at one point. Peter said, succinctly. Whether the fact that the Dark Lord killed her has changed anything for Snape, well, only he knows for certain. He raised a hand. On the other hand, Snape hated James and Sirius with a vengeance. He hates Harry now, that much I know. The boys used to complain enough about his unfair treatment of him when I was living as the Weasley's pet rat. Can I see him truly on the side which is now being led by Sirius Black and a Potter who looks like James? He shrugged again. Barty considered Peter's words and frowned heavily. Thanks, Peter. He sighed and dropped back onto the sofa. I need a good idea for Yule. Don't look at me. Peter said dismissively. I'm crap at coming up with Christmas presents. I'd like another go at the Weasleys, but if Fenrir has been given them. Barty sighed. Perhaps Potter's brand new girlfriend. She's a Muggle-born, isn't she? And it would be such a heartbreaking blow for our young hero. He pouted. But that seems so cliché. Peter kept his own counsel and tried not to think about anything but lunch. Ensuring Pronglet survives. Chapter 8. Sirius settled into the comfy armchair Albus had conjured and relaxed a little in the safety of Albus's office. He took a sip of his coffee and gazed around at the War Council. It seemed like years had passed since their first meeting. Cornelius was chatting away with Amelia and Bertie across from Sirius, and Albus had left the power position behind his desk to sit with them as peers. They all had come a long way in a short space of time, had forged a good, working relationship to band against the return of Voldemort. It was no wonder that two of their invited guests of Moody and Snape were viewing them with open suspicion, and even Remus viewed them with an air of bewilderment. It gave Sirius a surprising amount of satisfaction. Perhaps we should begin, Sirius said, cutting through the chatter with quiet forcefulness. He motioned with his cup. First on the agenda is the tournament. Albus perked up immediately, obviously pleased that after having no clear role on the council, he had something that was mostly his to represent. I think we're all aware of the results of the first task, Albus began, adjusting his orange and yellow striped robes. Harry was successful in completing the task and leads the tournament. He heaved what was for Albus a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, there was an attempt to sabotage the tournament. He motioned at Moody. After investigation, Moody nodded toward Bertie and Amelia. We've established that the Horntail was drugged with a stimulant to increase its aggression, probably over a couple of days. The chain securing the Horntail was charmed to banish during Potter's task, which leads to a number of questions. His magical eye swiveled. Firstly, what was the goal? We've concluded the likely aim was to increase the difficulty level of Harry's task. Bertie chimed in. I believe that the ritual is at the root of it. Riddle has to ensure that Harry is in genuine fear of his life and not inured to the danger, because it is a task within the tournament. The other possible motivation that has been suggested is that Riddle wants Harry to be shown as powerful, so when he defeats him, no one else will dare stand against him. Both may have played a part here. Either suits Tom's agenda, I fear. Albus sighed. If Harry dies attempting a task, Voldemort could claim he defeated him that way. If he survives, he is primed for the ritual. And, yes, if Harry were to die at Tom's hand after his impressive displays in the tournament, it would crush any opposition Tom might face. I believe that too. Cornelius piped up. I think we all know it. Amelia said brusquely, he's the banner we're fighting behind. If he falls, perhaps, Sirius said mildly, for the sake of what remains of my sanity, we could all stop talking about what might happen if Harry... His throat closed up on the word, as though his body would not physically declare the possibility of Harry dying. He made a vague wave, instead. "Apologies, Sirius," said Albus kindly. Sirius pointed at Moody. "Right, we've covered the why, but personally, I'm more interested in the how." Moody looked at him approvingly. "Trained you well, Black." He jerked his thumb in the direction of Remus. "From Remus's chat with Hagrid, we know security was compromised during the period the dragons were hidden in the forest ahead of the tournament." Amelia shifted in her seat, looking uncomfortable. "I'm sorry to say that the Aurors on duty assisting the team from the Dragon Reserve were lax in their attention by allowing visitors." Her lips formed a grim line. "They have been reprimanded." She gestured. Upon pressing them for information, they were able to provide a complete list of all the visitors to the dragons in the forest. "Now here's where it gets interesting," Moody said with worrying enthusiasm. Apart from a host of teachers who should have known better, the Aurors noted a couple of boys from Durmstrang hanging about, which corroborates Hagrid's information. "We're also certain that the boys were the culprits, as all the teachers, when questioned, confessed their foray to see the dragons and agreed to an identity check there. And then..." Amelia slid in. Moody huffed. "Thing is, we don't think these boys are boys. The Aurors have failed to identify them from the immigration passports of the students we have here." Amelia said, "It's brilliant in its simplicity." Albus noted seriously. "We see the uniform, recognize that the individual is a student, and we rarely think any more about them. Especially students you don't teach yourself." Moody made an unhappy noise. "Have to confess," sighed. "Have a hard time identifying the foreign lot beyond the two champions." "The question is," Remus said, "do we think Crouch Jr. and company have used Durmstrang uniforms because it's expedient or because of another reason? Such as getting help from their former cohort, Karkaroff." Moody growled. "I know what I think." "I think we all know what you think, Alastair," Amelia said, some amusement creeping back into her voice. "The problem is that we don't have proof of their point of entry." Remus frowned. "Surely we can eliminate the forest itself. The dragons were hidden between the centaurs and the acromantulas. It would be madness to apparate into either territory." "That's my view," Moody said. "However, Amelia is right that we don't know for certain that's not what happened. Which means we don't have grounds to request a search of the Durmstrang ship or to take Karkaroff in for formal questioning." Amelia stressed. "And not that we could demand such actions without going through proper diplomatic channels." Cornelius hastened to add. Sirius was prepared to accept that since the Durmstrang ship was officially Bulgarian territory, any presumptive arrogance on the part of the British government, and it could take until the end of the tournament before they were allowed near it. "I approached Igor myself," Albus said, using the pretext of suggesting it was one of the actual Durmstrang students visiting the dragons. He shook his head, his long beard trailing. "Alas, he gave nothing away if he is involved." Sirius glanced at Snape. "Karkaroff and I have avoided each other." Snape bit out tersely, which was to be expected. They were both former Death Eaters, disgraced. Normally they would do their best to ignore the association. Sirius turned it over in his head. Would Karkaroff be suspicious if Snape did approach him? He looked at Snape, who sneered at him. Sirius ignored him. "Wouldn't it make sense for you as a spy to try and find out if Karkaroff has heard from Voldemort?" Sirius asked pointedly. "You are supposed to be playing for his side as far as he's concerned." Snape stiffened. "If you are inferring for 1 second that my loyalty is in question..." Sirius cut him off with an impatient gesture. "Don't be stupid, Snape. I know where your loyalty lies, and I know it isn't with Voldemort, since you want to kill him as much as I do." There was a fleeting look of surprise on Snape's face before it smoothed into a thoughtful expression. "I could try," he eventually said. "If Igor is involved in some way," Albus said, with a disapproving look in Sirius's direction, "you may draw Tom's attention." Snape bowed his head in acknowledgement. I am certain I could convince him of my continued value as his spy within your ranks, Headmaster. Albus raised his eyebrows. And within Sirius's ranks, do you honestly think that he will believe you have managed to ingratiate yourself with Sirius, with the known animosity between the two of you? He will believe that I am attempting to place myself usefully for him at great expense to my own pride, and that Black continues to distrust me, Snape said dryly, but that I look forward to the day when he might reward me with the honor of killing Black to make up for my having to have anything to do with Black at all. Sirius laughed because he knew it would work, not to mention that on some level Snape probably did want to kill him. And all this presupposes Karkaroff is helping Riddle. Amelia pointed out. Bertie chuckled at Moody's grumpy expression. I wouldn't bet against Alastor in this instance. Moody harumphed. I'll be increasing the patrols by the ship in any case. He sighed. We've also had an unknown animagus register on the wards, but the first sign of them was the day of the task, so could have been anyone including someone authorized to attend. Is it possible that Crouch Jr. is an unregistered animagus? Amelia asked. He did not have such a skill when he was at Hogwarts. Albus said. Remus frowned. But he could have learned to become an animagus between leaving Hogwarts and being imprisoned in Azkaban. If he did, then why didn't he use his form to escape his father? Sirius asked pointedly. Fair enough, he might have been confused all of the time, but as an animagus, I have to say that it's unlikely it would never have entered his head to change form even if it was to escape the immediate horror of his captivity. From the varying expressions of pity to horror on the faces around him, Sirius realized he might have given his own past away with his words. It's all speculation. Moody snorted, yanking everyone's attention back on track. We'll keep an eye on the wards for any other instances. Sirius noticed Remus had his, I have a thought, but need to think about it more face. He left him alone. So that's what we're left with, tightening security and maintaining vigilance. Our next task is February. Albus said. It gives us plenty of time to prepare. But there is the Yule Ball. Amelia said. If I were Riddle, I would be tempted to do something. Albus sighed. Yes, Tom always did have a flair for dramatics. Moving on then, Sirius nodded toward Cornelius. Cornelius puffed up proudly. Harry's outstanding performance against the dragon has led to some of those we are seeking alliances with on the neutral side to reconsider their reluctance to ally with us. He squirmed with glee. Sirius and I have received a number of invitations since the first task, which we will follow up. He made a small gesture with his cup. Possibly we will be unable to convert them into reality before the December Wisengamot, but it may still benefit us in validating the report from the committee looking into the magical creature laws. Lucius reports a similar state of reconsideration among the pure blood houses. Sirius said, even if nothing comes of it immediately, it may hamper Wenlock's opposition. Excellent news. Albus beamed at them, and Cornelius soaked up the approval like a sponge. We've got some good news, too, since we found the missing pregnant woman. Amelia said, however, she is in the same state as the Crouch Elf, and so we're waiting on a revival potion. Sirius glanced at Snape. With the blood from the woman, I have narrowed it to 2 possible potions that were used. Snape informed them briskly. I am now waiting on a blood revelation potion to brew for the next set of tests. You should come work for me when this is all over. Bertie said, sipping his drink, we could use someone with your skills in potions. Sirius noticed how stunned and hopeful Snape looked in the brief second before he controlled his reaction. He wondered if it had once been a dream of Snape's to work for the DOM before he'd succumbed to the lure of the Death Eaters. He had never really considered that Snape would have had dreams, wants, hopes when they had both been schoolboys at odds with one another. He had been too immersed in his own troubles to view Snape as anything other than a nemesis rather than a boy like himself. Was it a sign of maturity that he finally saw Snape as a human being with all of the flaws and dreams being human entailed? That was a scary thought. Sirius mentally shook away his entire train of thought as Amelia continued, confirming that they believed Voldemort and Peter at least to be in London. Do we think Pettigrew's sudden decision to provide information sincere? Amelia asked bluntly. Sirius frowned as he and Remus glanced toward each other, confirming their shared thought of not bloody, likely. Peter's probably hedging his bets. Remus said diplomatically, trying to cover his arse. Sirius muttered with disgust. Perhaps he is truly regretful. Albus's tone was softly chiding. He is trying to ensure that I won't just kill him. Sirius corrected sharply. I don't doubt any information he provides may be useful, but let's not kid ourselves that he's doing it for any other reason than because he wants to save himself. So we can't count on him fully changing sides and telling us where he is. Amelia cut in before Albus could wax lyrical about redemption and second chances. Not until it's beyond question which side will win. Remus confirmed. Sirius motioned at Bertie, who grimaced around a mouthful of tea. He swallowed hastily. My news isn't so good. The treasure hunt is ongoing. We haven't had any luck locating the remaining item so far. He sighed. Our search continues. He gestured at Remus. Bill mentioned that you'd suggested talking to the ghosts and portraits. Remus nodded. It was just a thought. They might have seen Riddle hide it. Albus made a sudden noise of exclamation. Of course. We should talk to the Ravenclaw ghost. They all looked at him with varying expressions of quizzical bewilderment. The Ravenclaw ghost is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Albus explained, as though they all should have known. You couldn't have mentioned this earlier. Bertie sighed. Albus appeared suitably recalcitrant. Alas, it did not occur to me. Don't the ghosts have to answer any questions you ask? Remus asked. Not exactly. The ghosts know they are allowed to remain at Hogwarts at the headmaster's pleasure. Therefore, they are honor-bound to answer any questions. Albus explained. But they can choose not to. Bertie said, nodding understandingly. Still, it might be wise to have you with us when we question her. Albus agreed readily, and the War Council was done for another day. Sirius wandered back to his rooms, a quiet and contemplative Remus beside him. They entered to find Harry immersed in homework at the dining table. They slid into seats, Sirius taking the chair next to Harry, while Remus sat opposite. Harry raised his head briefly. How did it go? Pretty much confirmed what we already knew. Sirius said, and went over the main points for his son. If it's official that the Horntail was sabotaged, Harry said with a deep frown, that means Fleur was unfairly challenged during the task. I'm not sure it changed the outcome by much. Remus said, her sleep spell just wasn't strong enough. But she might have been able to save one of the eggs, Harry argued, or avoided getting hurt. Sirius felt a rush of pride. Harry had such a good heart. I'll raise it with Albus. He promised. Harry smiled at him. Sirius turned to Remus. And you, he wagged a finger at him, what have you been thinking about? Remus gave a sheepish sigh. I was wondering whether it would be appropriate to make some discreet personal inquiries to see if Minister Oblinsk would give us permission to search the Durmstrang ship. You mean avoid the official channels and request it as a favor? Sirius asked, marveling at Remus's lateral thinking. It might work. You and Bogdan did get on well at the World Cup. We'd still have to be cautious about how we asked, and probably bring Cornelius in to give us cover if it went pear-shaped. Remus cautioned. It's a good idea. Sirius said. It's a brilliant idea. Harry added enthusiastically. I can also ask Victor to watch for anything suspicious on the ship. I mean, he said swiftly, seeing the objection Sirius was going to make, Not to go looking, but just if anything looks odd to let us know. Sirius hummed as he considered the idea. Victor seemed on the level, but it was risky trusting him. However, it was a good suggestion. Maybe you should bring all the champions in on the news of the sabotage. Sirius began. Ask them all to keep a lookout. We honestly don't know for certain that Junior is working with Karkaroff and is hiding on the ship. They might wear different uniforms next time. Harry nodded. I'll talk with them at Quidditch practice. And I'll send word to speak with Bogdan via Tomas when I'm next in France. Remus said. Is that before or after your date with Tonks? Asked Harry slyly. It is not a date. Remus immediately denied. We're going for a friendly drink, so I can inform Tonks my interest is elsewhere. Really? Harry's eyebrows shot skyward, as though in surprise, although Sirius knew he was well aware of Remus's interest in a female werewolf back at the chateau, since Sirius had informed Harry himself. Remus hurriedly got to his feet. I should go. Lots to do. He was barely out of the door before both Harry and Sirius dissolved into laughter. November 26th, 1994. Remus tapped his foot impatiently as he waited for Tonks to arrive. He really wasn't looking forward to the next hour. He liked Tonks, and he didn't want to make things awkward with her. But he couldn't allow her to continue to send him suggestive messages when he wasn't interested in her romantically, when he was looking forward to returning to France and seeing Clara again. The flute chimed, and Tonks walked out with her usual sassy confidence. She was wearing Muggle clothing, blue jeans, a t-shirt proclaiming her love for an obscure Muggle rock band, boots, and a thick leather jacket. Her hair was a bright pink, matching the color of her top. You're looking good, Remus. Tonks winked. Remus raised an eyebrow. He had also dressed in Muggle wear of black jeans, an old flannel shirt in a washed-out green, boots, and a short woolen black jacket. Shall we? Remus motioned at the flue. They made their way to the Leaky Cauldron. Remus found them a quiet corner and bought them 2 pints of ale. Tonks, he began, these notes that you've been sending me. Got your attention, didn't it? Tonks said, grinning. You're a hard man to pin down. Then you're serious? Remus questioned, a tad stunned that she hadn't immediately laughed it off, and admitted it was all a joke. Tonks lowered her drink and regarded him with a slight frown. You thought I was making fun of you? The thought had crossed my mind. Remus said mildly. It had happened once before, with a witch at school. Then let me assure you, Tonks said, I'm very serious. I was made up when Sirius mentioned at dinner that you were looking for a relationship. Her gray eyes shone with nothing but sincerity, which made Remus's heart sink as he considered what he had to tell her. Remus shifted in his seat. The thing is that when Sirius used me as a way of diverting attention from his own lack of a love life, he wasn't aware that I was already interested in someone. He fidgeted with his glass as comprehension filled Tonks' face. Ah, she winced in a dramatic fashion. And I'm guessing it isn't me that's caught your eye? I'm afraid not, Tonks. Remus agreed gently. Bugger, Tonks said, slumping back in her chair, amusement beginning to overtake the embarrassment of the moment. And I thought I was so clever getting in before anyone else. Remus blushed. She sipped her ale and eyed him speculatively. Well, I guess I shall have to settle for being your best girl buddy. Remus almost spit out his mouthful of ale. Sorry, Tonks grinned. The girl buddy you talk to when you need advice about girls and fashion. And she made a circular gesture with one hand, things you don't want to talk about with a bloke. Oh, you mean a girl buddy? Remus said teasingly. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had one of those. Sadness colored the last of his words despite his intention to keep it light. Lily? Tonks inquired gently. Remus nodded. She kind of adopted all of the Marauders when she married James. I think I met her. Tonks said. Sirius brought her by with James when I was little. I remember thinking she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I insisted on my hair being her color for days after. You met her quite a few times, I think. Remus said. You'd be too young to remember. Sirius tried to stay in touch as much as he could with your mother. And, of course, it was rare to find Sirius without James even after James's marriage. Did you mind? Tonks asked with genuine interest. Sometimes, Remus admitted, mostly when James would take Sirius aside in something, not because it was right, but because it was serious. He frowned. I never realized back then how much Sirius did the same for James. They were closer than brothers, but then they were friends from the first, whereas it took a little time for the four of us as a group to properly gel. Tonks took a gulp of her drink. It's weird. Whenever I think about you guys at school, I always just assume that you came fully formed as Marauders. Sirius used to tell me stories when he visited when I was a kid. She peeked at him over her glass. That's partially why I had such a crush on you. He made you all sound so cool. Remus chuckled. Our being friends didn't happen overnight. He shrugged. I think Peter and I assumed Sirius and James had been friends for years. They just had that vibe from the get-go despite only meeting on the train. He sipped his ale. Neither of us wanted to intrude, so we ended up hanging around each other by default. It wasn't until Peter and I got cornered by a group of older Slytherins near the library. We were outnumbered, but suddenly James and Sirius were there, and the four of us made short work of the six of them. That was when we all started to hang around together. That sounds like Sirius. Tonks said, taking on Slytherins and fighting. He has a surprisingly good heart. Remus said defensively, although her tone was fond and teasing rather than critical. He raised his half-empty glass. Most people miss that. I don't think anyone can deny it with everything he's done for Harry. Tonks said, motioning with her glass. Remus shrugged. You'd be surprised. There are still some who focus on his name and the reputation of his family. I've heard people say he took Harry to gain power, to increase his political base, not because he truly loves him. Tonks nodded slowly. I can relate on the family front. She tipped her glass in Remus's direction. I get comments occasionally, and I'm not even a black by name. Remus tilted his head in her direction. You did inherit the eyes. Tonks grimaced. I look like my Aunt Bella, naturally, so you can understand why I morph into looking more like the Tonks side. Your mother doesn't mind? Remus asked. I think she understands. Tonks said. She's always been supportive. I had a pretty tough time at school until I settled on a base form. Remus could guess at what kind of issues Tonks had faced, especially with teenage boys and girls. The boys would be crude, and the girls jealous. Tonks smiled suddenly. You don't have to look so fierce on my behalf, Remus. Any hurt was long healed, and I did have a few good friends. Remus huffed out an amused sigh. He set his glass down, slightly surprised to find it empty. Tonks nodded at it, draining her own. My round. You can tell me all about the lady who beat me to you. Remus didn't have time to protest. She was gone with the empty glasses. He relaxed in his chair, relieved the discussion had gone so well, and credited Tonks for her graciousness in the face of his rejection. A sudden movement yanked his attention from his thoughts, as Sion slid into the chair Tonks had vacated. She looked grim. Sion, what's wrong? Remus asked urgently, knowing it had to be bad for her to approach him so publicly. Fenrir came back to the pack yesterday. Sion said. He asked for volunteers to complete a mission for the Dark Lord. Remus glanced around anxiously. We need to find somewhere more private. He stood up and herded her in front of him to the bar, where Tonks was waiting to be served. He tapped Tonks on the shoulder. She raised an eyebrow at the sight of Sion. I leave you alone for a minute, and you find another girl? She teased. Remus flushed, but focused on the immediate issue. Tonks, Sion's an old friend. Would you be okay if we got the next round at your place? He hoped his pleading expression was enough to make her comply, without any other kind of explanation. Her gray eyes, so like Sirius's, narrowed, but she pushed away from the bar with a shrug. Sure. Shall we use the flue? It took little more than a few minutes for them to travel to Tonks' small flat. She locked down the flue and smiled ruefully as she picked up some scattered clothing. Sorry for the mess. Tonks grinned suddenly. I wasn't expecting to get this lucky on a first date. Remus rolled his eyes at her. Remus. Sion started to protest, bristling at the implication that Remus had revealed her to nothing more than a casual romantic interest. Introductions, he declared quickly. Tonks, this is Sion, a member of Fenrir's pack. She has information. He was relieved to see Tonks sobered, assuming a demeanor more in keeping with her job as an Auror. And Sion, this is Tonks, otherwise known as Sirius's cousin, and she's also an Auror. Sion subsided, perching on a chair, her dark hair falling over her face. Tonks sat down opposite her, a pile of clothing in her arms. What can you tell us? Fenrir called a pack meeting yesterday. Sion said tersely. He said the Dark Lord had given the pack a mission and asked for volunteers. Remus frowned. What was the mission? The usual, frightening the Dark Lord's enemies, harassment, that kind of thing. Sion raised a hand to her brow and rubbed it. Remus was suddenly aware of how weary she looked. He mentioned the Potter Alliance, and someone called Dirk Cresswell. Isn't Cresswell heading up the committee reviewing the magical creature laws? Tonks asked Remus. He nodded, leaning back against the breakfast bar that separated Tonks' tiny living area from an equally tiny kitchenette. Doesn't Fenrir understand that attacking the people supporting positive laws for werewolves is counterproductive? You know, Fenrir, Sion said bluntly, all he wants is the blood and the fight. He doesn't actually care that he might be undermining any chance of werewolves getting fair treatment. Someone did question him during the meeting, and he blustered how under the Dark Lord we wouldn't have any kind of restrictions, which is a load of bullshit because some of us remember that all Voldemort wants to do is put a leash on us until he wants someone bitten or intimidated. But, asked Tonks, but some of the younger ones fell for it. Sion grimaced. They're sore about the laws and think the whole review is a front for coming up with even worse restrictions. Fabulous. Remus pinched the bridge of his nose. Fenrir had volunteers to menace the Potter Alliance, and Cresswell, it was definitely bad news. Were you able to get any other details? Tonks pressed, and Remus was glad she was there and still thinking strategically because he was just a mass of boiling emotions. Timing? Sequence of targets. The first target is just before the Wisengamot session on the 7th of December. Sion said. He didn't say about the others, and he didn't say who in particular would be targeted. I can't go back, Remus, she said, turning to him. Alan, the one who questioned him, was killed this morning, and it was probably for questioning him. Fenrir's suspicious about me as it is. He knows I've never liked his leadership. We can flew to Auror headquarters. Tonks said soothingly, you'll need to make a formal report, and we'll give you a safe house. What about the chateau? Asked Sion. Why can't I go there like the others? Remus nodded at Tonks. Surely she'll be safe there? Tonks frowned. Honestly, I don't think Director Bones will let her leave until the attacks are done, and even then, she should officially be in protective custody as an informant and witness. Sion grimaced and shook her head. I can't be in custody. Remus. She glanced up at him. Please. He sighed. Sion had acted at great personal risk to bring them the information. If Amelia and Sirius agree, you can stay with me. Hopefully that will be an acceptable compromise. Sion's relief was so obviously evident that Remus didn't automatically regret giving in to her plea. You'll still have to make a formal report, Tonks said firmly. She stood up and chucked her armful of clothing back on the sofa. Why don't you go into the kitchen and get something to drink? I'll call the director and see whether she wants us to come in or we can do it here. Remus led Sion around the breakfast bar and into the small space. What would you like? Water will do, Sion said. She thrust a hand toward the living area where Tonks' quiet murmur could be heard. Your girlfriend. Not that it's any of your business, but she's just a friend. Remus corrected briskly. Sion breathed out audibly. Sorry, I was just concerned that I might have intruded on your date or caused problems by staying with you. It was a thought Remus considered with chagrin. Tonks was just a friend regardless of her proclaimed interest, but how was Clara going to react to his suddenly getting a house guest in the form of an attractive woman? He would just have to cross that bridge when he came to it, Remus decided. It was still very early days with Clara anyway. He hadn't even declared his interest in her to Clara herself. Tonks popped up in front of the breakfast bar. The director says I can take the formal report here, but she's sending Kingsley to support me. She's also going to alert Sirius, so I figure we'll wait until they arrive before we set up. Sion pulled at her top. Do you have somewhere I can freshen up, please? Course. Tonks gestured at her. Let me show you the bathroom. Sion followed her out of the living area, and Remus took the opportunity of a moment alone to gather his composure. He didn't have long as Tonks returned almost immediately. You look like you need something stronger than tea. There's some scotch in the cupboard. Tonks offered brightly. I keep it for my dad. Remus sighed but opened up the door she was pointing at. So, Tonks said, resting a hip against the bar and gazing at him speculatively. Is she? No, Remus said hastily. Definitely no. He brought down the scotch, and Tonks reached over to the sink to pass him a clean glass. He poured himself a generous measure. Sion and I were friends when I was spying back in 8081. There's no interest on either side. Tonks cast a look toward the bathroom. I don't know. I think there might be interest on her side. Remus. She smiled self-deprecatingly. Maybe because I'm interested myself, I can recognize it in her. The flute chimed, and Remus had the absent thought that he'd been saved by the bell. I'd best get that, Tonks said cheerfully, and departed. Remus was left behind, speechless. Sion, there was no way, and it wasn't worth thinking about. Tonks was wrong. She had to be. He felt a guilty twinge again about Tonks herself, but pushed it away forcefully. Tonks was young and beautiful. She'd find someone for herself soon, enough someone better than an old wolf like Remus. He was interested in Clara, who didn't know he was interested in her, and who might not be interested in him. He wondered again how his life had suddenly gotten so romantically complicated just as Sion re-entered and smiled at him nervously, and Tonks gestured over the breakfast bar for them to join her in the living area. Maybe Padfoot had the right idea, Remus thought with dark humor. Maybe it was simpler to focus on Harry and forget all about other entanglements. Remus downed his scotch. He had a feeling was going to need it. Harry had timed his date with Hermione for when everyone else would be at lunch. He entered the Gryffindor common room with a spring in his step and was thrilled to find Hermione waiting for him on their usual sofa, dressed in casual clothes of jeans and a warm-looking lavender jumper. She'd done something to her hair again, leaving it pinned back behind her ears with 2 silver clasps on either side. For the first time he could remember, she was wearing lip gloss. It made her lips shine, and thoughts of what would hopefully be their first kiss later that day zipped through Harry's thoughts. Hey. Harry smiled at her, set down the picnic basket he was carrying and offered her another rose, a red one in full bloom with bright green leaves. You look great. Hermione took the rose and smelled its fragrance. Thank you, and so do you. Her eyes swept over him, and Harry was conscious of his own jeans and green cable knit jumper. When are you expected back? Harry questioned. Before dinner. Ron said he'd sound an alarm if I was any later. Hermione gave a rueful smile. I think he enjoyed setting me a curfew far too much, but I guess it's better to be safe. Sirius said he'd come looking for me around 6-ish if I hadn't surfaced by then. Harry said, happily, so we have all afternoon. He brandished the invisibility cloak. We should go before someone comes back. Hermione nodded, and Harry tucked the cloak around the two of them. The days when the cloak would have comfortably covered Harry, Hermione, and Ron were long gone. Even with just the two of them, it was close quarters, but Harry didn't mind, and he didn't think Hermione did either. He hunched down to grab the basket of food and straightened the cloak one last time. They walked out of the portrait, and Harry directed Hermione through the school to the 7th floor. Where are we going? Hissed Hermione. It's a surprise, Harry said. Dobby found this great room, and well, you'll see. He grinned at her. They paused in front of a portrait of Barnabas the Barmy, and Harry checked the Marauder's map to ensure there was no one around before he carefully took off the cloak, motioning for Hermione to stand to the side. He paced up and down 3 times in front of what looked like an empty wall. On the completion of the 3rd pacing, a door suddenly appeared. Harry opened it and ushered Hermione through and closed the door behind them. It was the platform at King's Cross with the Hogwarts Express standing ready for a journey. Oh my God! Hermione stared back at the wall with the door, at the train, at the door, and shook her head. What is this place? Dobby said the elves call it the Room of Requirement. Harry said, succinctly, packing away the cloak. You think up what you want outside the door, pace back and forth with that in your mind, and he gestured around what looked like the train platform, and it creates it for you. He absently-minded rubbed at the thin line of his scar, a niggling itch teasing at him. This is just... Hermione shook her head again. How does it do it? Where does it get all these things? I think some of it is an illusion. Harry pointed at the far distance and the view down the tracks. And you can't take things out that are created here. I tried that, and it doesn't work. Food doesn't just appear, either, although the elves can bring some. So maybe a temporary conjuring charm of some kind. Hermione said with wonder. Harry shrugged. He had less interest in knowing how the room worked. He was just pleased it did. Come on. I thought we'd have lunch on the train. He hesitated suddenly. If that's okay with you? Hermione smiled at him, reassuringly. More than okay. Her eyes met his with understanding. We first met on the train, didn't we? So it's kind of appropriate we have our first date there. He was thrilled she'd gotten his thinking on the venue and offered her his hand to help her up the step and into the carriage. It was identical to the one that he'd occupied on his first train journey, except there was no Ron or luggage cluttering the space. Harry set the picnic basket on the floor and took out a blanket for the floor. Hermione helped him spread it on the floor, and then they began to unload the food. He'd asked Dobby to pack Hermione's favorites, and so he wasn't surprised to find a healthy option of a chicken salad accompanied with fresh warm bread rolls tucked within the spacious inside. There were slices of apple pie for dessert, and Dobby had included a sparkling grape juice that looked like wine, but wasn't. He poured them both a glass as Hermione served the food. They finished and sat cross-legged next to each other, using the seats in the carriage as backrests. Harry raised his glass. To our first date, he said, a little nervous all over again. To our first date. Hermione parroted, smiling. They gently touched their glasses together. and took a sip. They shifted to eat and for a while sat in a companionable silence. Hermione chuckled suddenly. He looked over at her questioningly. I was just thinking that I'm so nervous, and how stupid that is since it's you and me, and we know each other. Hermione explained with chagrin. He grinned at her sheepishly. I know, me too. Hermione assumed a determined look that Harry knew all too well. So we should stop being nervous and just enjoy the time together. Harry readily agreed. He hadn't been able to spend a great deal of time alone with Hermione with his new living accommodations, and while he didn't regret living with Sirius at Hogwarts, it did cut down on his time with his friends. She gestured at him with a fork. How are you getting on with the clues in the egg? Harry winced. It was a poem written in Mermish. Thankfully, Remus knows the language. Hermione raised her eyebrows, waving her fork enthusiastically to encourage him to continue as she had a mouthful of food. Water, water. Everywhere, of your prized possession take great care, for prisoners rarely work together, and time will not last forever. Harry recited from memory. Hermione grimaced. That's the clues. At least I have the whole thing. Harry pointed out. Cedric only has the one line, and the judges just agreed that because of the Horntail being sabotaged, Fleur will get that one too. Victor has 2 lines. He swallowed some chicken. I think the task is going to either be on the top of the lake or under it. Water, water, everywhere. Hermione nodded briskly. That makes sense. She scooped up some coleslaw. It sounds like they're going to make you rescue your prized possession. The second task is typically about retrieving something. Which is weird, Harry said, because I'd notice if any of my stuff went missing, and I'm really not attached to very much. There was the photo album of his parents, his invisibility cloak, and his firebolt. Everything else was, in Harry's opinion, expendable. Maybe, Hermione began hesitantly, maybe they mean a person? They've used human hostages in 3 previous tournaments. Harry felt his stutter in his chest. It was his worst nightmare. Someone else in danger, because of him. It might not be. Hermione hastened to comfort him. It's just the 3rd line about prisoners suggests that someone will be a prisoner and the options are the champions or someone else, so... No, you're probably right. Harry said somewhat sourly. But how would they choose someone? He set his lunch aside and picked up his drink. I mean, I have a few people who I care about. When the tasks have called for a participant to be associated with the champion in the past, Hermione said, the tournament judges enter a list of possibilities into the goblet, and the goblet chooses. Great, Harry sighed, because that's completely foolproof. He adjusted his glasses. I guess from the last line, there'll be a time limit, which, makes me think what happens to the someone or something if you don't achieve rescuing it, them, in time? Good question. Hermione said, putting her own plate aside and picking up her drink. If it was the tasks as they were previously designed, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be bad. I can't see Professor Dumbledore or Madame Maxime allowing a lethal consequence. But all bets are off since Voldemort rewrote the tasks. Harry sighed and drank some of his juice. He felt his mood darkening and shoved his impending brooding away to focus on his date. And I think we should stop talking about the tournament. Probably that's a good idea. Hermione admitted. So what would you like to talk about? Well, dating is supposed to be about getting to know each other better, right? Harry warmed to his suggestion immediately. How about we ask each other questions? I'm sure there's loads of stuff we don't know about each other. Hermione nodded happily. Shall we have dessert too? There were a few minutes of organizing themselves and the plates of warm apple pie. Harry dolloped a lump of cream on top, but Hermione kept hers plain. Before they resettled into their previous positions, slightly turned towards one another. So, you can go first. Harry offered, licking his spoon. Hermione pressed her lips together thoughtfully. What's your happiest memory before Hogwarts? Harry frowned. He didn't have a lot of happy memories before Hogwarts because of the Dursleys, but he did have a couple, and he picked the one he liked best. Probably my first day at Infants. Harry said, I can remember the classroom seemed huge, and we had these round tables where we sat. I was so pleased when Dudley went off to the purple table on the other side of the room, and I was on the blue, and the whole day just was great. Dudley had temper tantrums and kept getting hauled to sit in the corner to think about his actions while I was able to color and do my writing, and it was great that first day. It had gone pear-shaped within a few weeks as soon as Dudley found friends and Harry in his shyness struggled. As Dudley found ways to torment Harry at school, when Petunia hadn't been interested in anything Harry did at school, any of his achievements or the pictures he drew. What about you? Asked Harry. What's your happiest memory before Hogwarts? Well, my first day of school is probably up there too. Hermione said with a rueful smile. She nudged his shoulder with hers. You could act shocked. I am, teased Harry. I'm very shocked. But Hermione stressed, I guess my happiest memories are of the summers we used to spend at Grand's in Dorset. We used to have afternoon tea with scones and read books in the evening. It was great. She died when I was 9. Harry nudged her gently with his knee. Do you have aunts and uncles? Hermione shook her head and pushed her plate away. My dad did have a brother, but he died in the Falklands War, and, well, we don't really talk about him. Mum was an only child. They were aiming for 2 children, but I was a difficult birth, and so they settled for me. She bit her lip. I kind of envy Ron sometimes having so many siblings, but then I think it would drive me mad. Me too. Harry admitted with a laugh. The Weasleys are great, but I imagine living in a house filled with more Dudleys, and I cringe. Hermione looked at him sympathetically. Do you think you'll ever talk with them? I mean the Dursleys again? Harry scooped up the last of his pie and considered his answer. I don't know. He said eventually. You probably don't want to talk about it. Hermione said hurriedly. I shouldn't have asked. You can ask me anything. Harry interrupted her, holding her gaze firmly. And it's not so much I don't want to talk about it, as it's difficult. Things were pretty bad for you there, weren't they? More than you let on. Hermione said softly. Harry shrugged, wanting despite his words to stop talking about it. I knew that the way they treated me wasn't right, but then I guess I also didn't get how wrong it was until Sirius and it's the difference, you know? Not just the clothes and the rooms and the things, but Sirius always has time for me. And if I draw something and give it to him, he'll display it somewhere, or he'll come and cheer me on at Quidditch. Little things that made it clear that Sirius cared for him, that he was important to Sirius. He shifted, deciding a change in subject was in order. What about you and your parents? We're closer again, now that they have a way of connecting with the wizarding world. Hermione said, brightening. The last few years, I've felt like I've been drifting away from them. There's so much about the wizarding world that they couldn't see or understand, and I guess I stopped explaining things to them because I didn't want to worry them. I'm glad. I like your parents. Harry said, they like you too. Hermione blushed a little. They're pleased we're dating. Harry felt his own cheeks heat. Yeah, Sirius is chuffed too. They smiled happily at each other. It felt like a moment, the moment. Harry set his glass aside with suddenly clumsy fingers. Hermione had left hers on the floor, so he didn't need to worry about appending a glass of juice on her. He held her gaze for a second. The question of is it okay, traveling silently between them, and Hermione gave an almost imperceptible nod, her cheeks flaring red again. He leaned in, tilted his head. She shifted closer. He closed his eyes at the last minute, and their lips met, a soft press before they gently moved, and they were kissing, kissing. His heart raced as he eased away, elation stampeding through him. He held out his hand, and she tangled their fingers together in a way that had become so familiar since he'd asked her out. Was that? Harry began awkwardly, although he didn't think Hermione was going to say it was awful because she looked the way he felt, giddy and happy and perfect. Hermione stated firmly. Her eyes sparkled, especially since Professor Dumbledore didn't walk in on us too. Harry gave a huff of laughter. Hermione squeezed his hand. I wouldn't say no to a second. He grinned at her with what was probably a very sappy expression. Yeah, well, it's like you and Quidditch, Hermione said primly, although her face was alight with humor and affection. I mean, it was perfect, but we wouldn't want to let the quality of our performance slide through lack of practice. Definitely not. Harry happily agreed, and as his lips met hers again, and his soul went flying without the help of any kind of magic, he decided that he'd found something that was much, much better than Quidditch. And that's the end of Part 8, a turning point where even the best-laid plans start to show their pressure points. How do you feel about the way Harry is balancing leadership and vulnerability? What twists did you see coming? And which ones hit you unexpectedly? Share your thoughts in the comments. We love hearing your reactions and theories. Please remember to like, subscribe, and share this audiobook with your fellow fans. Your engagement keeps the magic alive, and our wizard army makes each story possible. Did you know? This story subtly explores themes of generational trauma, mentorship, and power dynamics in a way that resonates with readers across all ages. That's one reason why A Marauder's Plan has earned a loyal fanbase years after its release. Up next is Part 9, where external threats emerge, and Harry must decide whether to hold the line or break the rules entirely. Until then, plans give you power, but heart is what makes them matter. Stay brave, stay thoughtful, and stay magical.